Brett, what's up, my brother? What's up? What's up? Thank you for being here. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Hope everyone's doing well. All right, we have a interesting video for tonight. Pretty long one, so I figured I'll start early. The pretty long one. All right, before I start it, I want to check out this clip because it will pretty much create or set the tone. So this video, this little short clip, will kind of set the tone for tonight. I believe, right? I believe. Basically feminism, right? Basically feminism.
Do you need help changing that?
Website said they're on the way, but it just says soon. I don't know how long it's actually gonna be.
Do you have a spare tire?
Yeah.
I can help you change it.
You sure?
Yeah, I did 2 people's yesterday. I always try and pull over. I got the time.
I appreciate that a lot.
Yeah, no worries.
Like, I have a general idea of how to, but I'm like on the side of 75.
No,
I trust in my abilities.
I get it. I get it. If you mess this up, I mean, tire falls off, that's gonna suck. I'd stop at a gas station too and put some air in it so your spare's low.
I'm stopping right off to this exit to bring it to the shop.
Perfect. All right, that should be nice and tight on there. She is low though, so as long as you're not going far, that's good. But oh yeah, she's basically flat.
Oh shit.
You could try and run it. I mean, how, like literally just a mile down?
It's literally 123 right there.
Is 123 the next exit? Okay. I can follow you there if you want. Make sure you get there. I mean, worst come to worst, I've taken bigger things. I could take the tire to a shop real quick and just like throw some air and bring it right back.
I mean, you're on the bike, so I don't...
I've taken bigger items on it.
Let's see.
It's your call. You want to just try it with this and I'll follow you there, and then if you need to pull over?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, we'll do that. There, yeah, let me just turn around and I'll just follow you there. Make sure you get there.
That is feminism for you. That is feminism. Now, the man is a nice guy. The man is a incredibly nice guy. But what we'll be talking about tonight, right? This is what we'll be talking about tonight. And as you can see by the title of the stream, right? It's pretty much feminism. What has feminism actually done for our society? When you are strong, independent, you don't need no man. At the end of the day, you still need a man. You still need men. Right? You still need men. You still need men to, change a tire, create your products. You still need men. What has feminism actually done for the world, in my opinion? Now, you could say it's given women equal rights. I guess great. In my opinion, the Civil Rights Act would have done that, right? But you could say that, fine. It's given women equal rights, but let's be honest. Were women actually second-class citizens? They weren't. They were put on a pedestal. Women were put on a pedestal. So, I don't know. I feel like women have always been treated better than average citizens. And they still expect to be treated better. Now, let's say women in jobs. Women have always had jobs, had work, okay? So that's not necessarily the biggest thing. Yeah, women may not be able to I don't know, be a CEO or whatnot. But let's be honest, even now, I don't know if that's not even the norm for women. So what does that really accomplish? I don't know. I don't know. But I'm just saying that we'll be talking about that tonight. We'll be watching we will be watching a video by we'll be watching a whatever podcast video, right? A debate by Andrew Wilson and this feminist. Right? So I think that'll be fun. I think that will be fun. Hopefully you guys like it. Hopefully you guys will like it. All right. It's a long one, but I mean, I'm not going to play all of it. But it's going to be like, we're going to play this throughout the whole stream. So we'll be watching this throughout the stream. So it will be fun and interesting. Right? Hopefully you guys like it. Hopefully you guys will like it. Hope everyone has had a good Monday, right? Hopefully you guys had a good Monday. All right, let's get started.
First, we ought to agree on some definitions. So feminism, the prompt was, is feminism good for society? The definition I have here is from the Oxford English Dictionary. Feminism, advocacy of equality of the sexes and the establishment of the political, social, and economic rights of the female sex. Are we in agreement on that?
No.
Okay. What's your definition of feminism?
Feminism is the movement.
My definition that I've always believed, right? Modern day feminism. It's not about equality. It's about dominance. It is the advocacy for women's dominance, for women to gain power. That is, in my personal opinion, right? Yes, she was probably saying Oxford Dictionary. I don't think it's how it's played out now. Feminism, I believe, it is the advocacy of women gaining power, of women having a leverage
Towards egalitarian systems and the deconstruction and removal of the patriarchy.
Okay.
So it's my belief that feminism cannot operate without an oppressor-oppressed class worldview. And if there's an oppressor class, that oppressor class has to be the patriarchy, because who else could it be?
I think that that's fair, but I do want to, stipulate that, like, I think that men are also, they also benefit from feminism, and
Yeah,
they're
I
also oppressed under patriarchy. Is that
Yeah,
right?
I understand.
Let me set something out. Real Rain, what's up, my brother? Feminism has given corporations billions, maybe even trillions of dollars. I definitely believe that, feminism has definitely wet the pockets of many wealthy people. People watch this show just see dudes debating with modern prostitutes. What's up, my brother? Modern. Yeah, I can see that.
So
Okay.
your definition would include, you don't disagree with my definition. You're just clarifying a position on top of it, which is that you think there is a patriarchy. It's just that it's also oppressive or beneficial to men as well. Or I'm sorry, oppressive to men as well.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So can we largely agree then that feminism is an egalitarian movement which focuses on equity, egalitarianism, and the removal of patriarchy? Okay. So then I think we got the definition down there pretty well.
Ooh,
I do not believe it is for equity. Again, like I said, my personal view, right? My personal definition. Again, it's my personal definition, right? Is feminism is for the purpose to gain power for women, right? To give women a leg up in society, not for women to be equal to men. It's for women to be men's better. Okay? That's what I believe. Feminism isn't advocating for men, right? It's not advocating for men, because if it was, they would, in my honest opinion, on the same token where women advocate for pro-choice, right? If feminism was truly egalitarian, truly equality, right? In the same coin, right? The same coin that women are voting or pushing pro-choice, women should also be pushing for men to, oh, if you want to opt out of child support, you can. That is right there. That is the two sides of the coin, right? Two sides of the same coin. But women don't recognize the other side. So if feminism was truly about egalitarian, truly about equality, when you are advocating for pro-choice, right? Then you should be advocating for men being able to opt out of, legally opt out of child support. No repercussion whatsoever, right? That right there is true egalitarian, true equality, right? If you are advocating for pro-choice, men should be able to choose if he wants a child or not. That is pro-choice.
Okay. And then society, I mean, I think this one is pretty obvious, but society, this is from Merriam-Webster.
I agree, Brett. If the patriarchy is real, why would it let women openly fight it with no? That's the thing. It's like, no, I mean, like, seriously, men allow all these shit to happen, but it is what it is. And yes, feminist is a virus.
A community, nation, or broad grouping of people having common traditions, institutions, and collective activities and interests. When I say society, what I'm going to be referring to mainly is the United States. I'm going to refer to my country, my nation.
Yeah.
Is that acceptable?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't have any issues with that definition.
Cool. All right. And then I guess, gosh, I really don't want to get into another meta-ethics debate. But
About the word good?
Oh, what is good? Yes, what makes something good?
So when we're talking about good here, why don't we just stick with outcomes which are preferable to most people?
Okay.
Does that sound reasonable?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
So outcomes which are preferable to most people for the good. So I understand that you and I have different viewpoints on what good is, but in the good faith of not trying to bog the conversation down into 3 hours of meta-ethical jumping up and down, I'm fine with that too.
Sure.
Okay.
Awesome.
So I think we have our definitions down pretty well.
Cool. Okay.
So I'll let you open with whatever you want to say.
All right. So I guess we didn't technically have opening statements, so I suppose I will ramble. Feminism is good for society because a society that allows people the freedom to choose the life that they wish is a happier society. I believe that hierarchies divide and weaken us.
Okay.
Controversially, okay, I do believe in freedom. I do believe in freedom. But here's the thing where let's be honest. People are stupid. Human beings are stupid. Human beings are stupid. If we allow people to do whatever they want, we would have a dystopian reality, right? We would be living in a dystopian world, right? So freedom should be very let's agree. Let's be honest. Freedom is very nuanced, and it's like it shouldn't be easily given, in my opinion, because people are crazy. Right? People are crazy.
So the crux of your argument for feminism,
Mr. GQ, what's up, my brother? Feminism has become a virus to the world. 100%. Nothing wrong with women to empower themselves to their natural purpose. What makes them valuable? Women compete with only women. Here's the thing. Feminism is pushing women to compete with men. Feminism is pretty much saying that women need to compete with men. And I think has been a detriment for women.
is that it's good because it allows for more choice.
Yes.
Is that the crux? Am I
Yes,
getting that right?
I would say so.
Okay. I don't want to straw man it. So if you want to think about it for a second, make sure that that's what you mean by it, or if there's any addendums that you want to give to it.
I think freedom of choice and egalitarianism.
Freedom of choice and egalitarianism. Okay. All right. Choice, egalitarianism.
Elisana, hope I said that name right. Thank you for being here, right, from Twitch. I agree. Rules, without them we will live with the animals. Exactly. I'm sorry, human beings are insane. Human beings are stupid. So freedom is nice, freedom is great, but we have to understand freedom to a certain degree, right? Human beings are quite crazy. Like AJ said, women fighting for the rights to work is like men fighting to get kicked in the balls. Exactly. Exactly. And this is the insanity, right? This is the insanity. Women have always had the right to work. Women had always had the right to work. The problem is, right? Now what women have fought for is a right to work on equal standings with men. And in my honest opinion, it has been a detriment to women. Trying to compete with men has been a detriment to women, and it has been a detriment to men. This is the thing where women have, because again, when women are fighting to be equal to men, we're not putting it on the same term. So what I mean is that when two men are competing with each other, you know that those two men are not holding anything back. Those two men are not holding anything back. They are competing to the best of their ability. And society is not helping one over the other, right? Society is not helping one man over the other man. It's the the strongest the strongest man survives, right? But the problem when women are competing with men, society doesn't view it the same way. Society will make things easier for women. I mean, a clear thing is that, let's say the police force, let's say the military, women are not competing on equal terms with men. They're not competing on equal process with men. So we have that maybe the best of the best women in the military, in the police force, but we don't have the best of the best person, right? Because again, when you make it easier for women because they're women, but yet you will keep the same higher standard for men, that don't make sense, right? You get the best of men, but you get the, you get the kind of the average of women in some sense.
Now, Charlie, were you an advocate of the C-19 lockdowns?
COVID-19 lockdowns? Yes, I would say so, but my stepfather is diabetic, so I had a personal stake in it because I did not want him to, as a diabetic, he was more at risk.
Can you tell me how that helped with freedom of choice?
How that helped with freedom of choice?
The lockdowns. Because the lockdowns seem to me, so I kind of give you my take. When I think of like a fascist dystopia, I think about things like checkpoints, state mandated garments, state removing media, independent media, in order to have state messaging. I think of those types of things. And those were all the things that I saw during the lockdowns from the side of the leftist progressive and the feminist side. And they all seem to be in pretty good unison there. And it seems like all that did was limit choice. And so I wonder if there's not a contradiction in your worldview where at the same time,
controversially, right? During that time, I was like, fuck it, right? If you get sick, survival of the fittest. I did, to be honest, I think during COVID, those were our worst times. It has been a big detriment to society, right? That period, right? That period that pretty much we were at a halt. It has been a detriment to society, in my opinion. It has slowed things down. It has wrecked a big chunk of people's lives. Controversially, if you couldn't make it during those times, You know, if you got, I mean, we shouldn't have the lockdowns. We shouldn't have restrictions, because if you couldn't make it, it is what it is. Plenty of people die from, let's say, I don't know, the flu, cold, whatever. You know, I think it wasn't a benefit to society. I could agree with that, right? It was a compliance test to society. Again, it showed you how well you can control the people.
You love feminism because it expands choice, but at the same time supported lockdowns, which definitely limited them.
I think that if we are going to, consider something being good on the basis of creating the most amount of good possible, I think that
You mean the most amount of best outcomes possible?
yes,
Okay.
yes,
Most amount of best outcomes.
possible outcomes. I
Okay.
do believe that for a specific period of time, it was necessary to have everyone, including government officials, do their best to not spread COVID-19 until we could mitigate the dangers.
Okay.
I think that in some cases, I understand.
I think it's crazy that feminism don't mind killing babies. I think it's crazy that feminists don't mind killing babies, but you cry about spreading a disease that can kill people. I'm like, okay, what is it? Do you care about life or do you not? I mean, this is a thing where you fight. This is the thing where I hate the hypocrisy, right? I hate the hypocrisy. You stand on pro-choice, right? But you are fine with a government, a society during that time where you had no choice. It's the hypocrisy.
That people grew very frustrated very quickly after some time. But I do think that in cases of emergency, when it comes down to freedom of choice, we should have freedom of choice, unless you are making decisions that would inhibit the freedom of choice that others have.
Isn't that a paradox?
How so?
So isn't this kind of the idea of the paradox of tolerance? We should tolerate everything except intolerance. Everyone has the freedom of choice except to inflict, some type of damage on other people's choices. Isn't it kind of paradoxical? So in other words, I guess the thing that's interesting about this view is that you're telling me that limiting choice is necessary for good outcomes.
I think in very, very, very extreme circumstances, such as a plague.
Well, that's not a plague, right? It's just a virus.
It's a virus,
Yeah.
but I mean, a lot of people were dying.
Very few people total were dying, right?
Well, it was pretty freaky.
Yeah, I mean, it was
pretty freaky. Come on. Okay, you're gonna base your viewpoint on it was pretty freaky. It was pretty freaky. Come on. It's like I've heard like people die. There were more people who died from the flu and the cold than people died from COVID. And to be honest, I got COVID, right? It wasn't a good thing. I'll admit that. It wasn't a good thing. It was like I felt like I was on death's door. Okay, so I know firsthand that COVID was a shitty thing. But again, it's I don't know. At the end of the day, I don't discredit that people died from it. I just think that you cannot be part of I believe in pro-choice. I believe in freedom. But then you believe also it's okay for you to limit people's freedoms, people's choices. Right? That's the thing. And because like I said, right, I believe in, you cannot have 100% freedom. It doesn't make sense, right? It doesn't make sense for people, right? For us people, for civilized society, 100% freedom is a dangerous thing.
So you'd like fat people and really old people who were dying.
I think that even fat people and old people,
Just like nerds.
I would prefer them to not die from viruses if possible.
So how much freedom of mind can you take in order to make sure that that fatty gets to live? How much of my freedom do you get to take to do that? How much of my freedom to walk into a store without wearing my government-sponsored, mandated garment around my face that marks me as acceptable? Does that sound like freedom to you? Or does that sound like some other kind of ism that you guys would normally call it?
I think that if there is an insane infectious disease that, doctors and scientists and professionals don't necessarily understand at the time raging around, I would say that you possibly infecting those around you and putting their lives at risk.
Omni, what's up, my brother? Yo, every freedom has a different person with a big stick to enforce it that right way. I mean, freedom is a it's a loose concept, right? This is the thing where I don't honestly believe us as human beings have true freedom. And to be honest, I don't necessarily think it's a good thing too. So
I do think a time in which, freedom of choice should unfortunately be limited. For instance, it's like, like when someone is checked for weapons, like that is technically removing a freedom of choice if we don't allow someone to enter a building with weapons. But it's good because if they have weapons, they could use it to permanently eliminate someone's freedom of choice.
Yeah, but I guess this is what's interesting to me is that this is your view. Your view is that feminism is good because it expands choice, right? And then in the same breath, you say the COVID-19 lockdowns are good because they limit choice. And so it just seems like limiting choice to you is fine as long as it proves or provides for good outcomes.
Well,
as long as there's good outcomes, we can limit choice.
My rebuttal to that would be the COVID lockdowns were temporary emergency measures. When I talk about feminism giving people freedom of choice, there was a time in this country where women's career options were limited, had limited rights and freedoms, and now they do not. So,
well, why would that matter if the outcomes were better? Because what you're saying to me, what you just got done saying to me is that you're fine with limiting choice as long as it's for the greater good and the outcomes, from your view, are better. The
temporarily.
Outcomes. Well, if that virus,
limiting of freedom of choice.
So what if that virus had been here for 50 years? Would you have still supported lockdowns if the state officials and experts came out and said that that was still the best way to mitigate the spread of this virus?
I think after 50 years, with all of the technology that we have, if they had not managed to get...
But if they did, would you have supported their mandate for new normal?
No, that's ridiculous.
Why?
Like, it's 50 years. That's a lifetime of limited freedom.
But a year and a half where people can't see their loved ones die, they can't even go to the hospital to see them. And when they can't have any contact with them whatsoever, right? They can't even touch them. People couldn't get medical care for years. They were dying of diabetes and other horrible things because of these lockdowns. You were fine with those things as long as you thought that the greater good was served as far as outcomes go.
My great-grandmother passed during the COVID-19 lockdowns in 2020, and my family was able to go see her as she was dying.
That's nice for your family,
yeah.
But you know that there's many families who are not, depending on the states that they were in, or they would have a contact order where only one person could go in.
That's how they did it. It was one person at a time, which is frankly not ideal, but I think
it's not only not ideal, but you couldn't touch them. They had plastic between you and the person often. Yeah, depending on the state you were in, they would wall you off with plastic so that you couldn't touch them because of the threat of the contact of the virus. And so the thing is like that doesn't sound like this freedom of choice society that was designed to assist people. And if you say, well, it's just a temporary measure, we'll just limit your choices temporarily. We don't know what temporarily is. That lasted almost 2 years.
It was a year and a half. So that was fairly temporary.
It's not that temporary. And the amount of damage that it did was incredible. And if another one comes, you'll do it again. And if another one came, you do it again. And if another one came, you do it again.
Given the unpopularity of the lockdowns and the politicization of the lockdowns, I don't think...
Circumstances are. It's almost exclusively going to be men who engage in all frontline combat operations in basically any nation on planet Earth.
I think that has historically almost always been the case, with some exceptions. But in this day and age, I do think that boots on the ground is significantly less common.
Like in the Ukraine?
Well, Ukraine's a different beast. We're talking about America. And Ukraine also had women. The women volunteered to fight for Ukraine.
They're not in frontline combat roles. In fact, they were allowed to leave, and the men weren't allowed to leave. The men had to stay, and they were drafted right off the street.
That's terrible. I don't think anyone should be forced to go to war. However, it's also a specific age range of men. I think that when we're talking about war,
it's up to 60. They're drafting them up to 60 years old.
Gnarly.
But it's common. That's common in a real war. Mm-hmm. We just haven't seen one in a long time.
Of course. But when I think about war, I don't think about women voting.
Do you mind if we look that up? Can you look up the max draft age for Ukraine, Brian?
Yeah, Mary, can you look that up?
I believe that it was up to 60 or even higher.
Well, that's horrible. I myself am very anti-war, and I'm very anti-draft. I don't think that anyone should be forced to lay down their life.
But don't you agree with me, though, that it will be the case that if there is warfare in a nation, that it is going to be men who are going to be almost exclusively doing all of the heavy lifting for all frontline combat?
I have the answer if you'd like.
That's the thing where I don't see it in our foreseeable future where, boots on the ground won't be a thing. I think it will always, or for the most part, always be a thing, right? We will always have men on the front line. We will always. Now, we may add to it with drones and stuff, but again, the sad thing that feminism never put it into account is that when worse comes to worse, men will always be expendable. And women do not want to fight to be on equal terms to that, right? Women do not want to fight to be equal to that kind of notion. Women do not want themselves to be expendable. Now, men don't want it too, but that is how society has been, right? Where we use men as disposable labor. It has always been how it was, right? Men have always been disposable. Men, in my honest opinion, men is the number one resources, right? Even, let's say, even during slavery of all times, of all kind of nations, it's usually men. Men are predominantly the ones to be enslaved, not women. Men are. Men save women, including the feminist movement. Yeah, and the gratitude for that is solely lacking. This is the thing where I'm not going to take away accountability from men, because men push the feminism movement too. And here's the thing: I believe, conspiracy theory, I believe it's wealthy men. Wealthy men pushed the feminism movement because they wanted women to be a part of the workforce, right? They wanted women to add to another workforce. They wanted women to be a part. What's up, Red Door? Steve, what's up, my brother? They wanted women to add to the taxes. They wanted women to add to the workforce. So the rich did what they had to do, right? They did what they did so they can make the money.
So there's a bit of detail on it, but hide that, Mary. The maximum draft age for men in Ukraine is 25, though this age was 27 before April 2024. However, after completing their initial service, men become part of the reserve and can be recalled for mobilization until they reach 55 or 60 for officers.
Yeah, that's also a system that we have in the U.S. My
Yes.
stepfather was Air Force Reserves
Sure.
until he got older.
Sure. And if they need to, they'll raise the age more.
But there's also women who are, in the reserves in the U.S.
Yes, but they're not. The problem is with the idea of recall, even if you recall women from the reserves at 55 years old, they're not going to be doing any frontline combat.
I do believe in 2014, women were.
So Google said yes, thousands of women are fighting in the Ukraine armed forces, serving in a wide range of roles, including combat positions on the front line. They voluntarily joined to defend their country and hold high-ranking positions, with over 10,000 women on the front lines as of late 2023 and early 2024. Okay. But here's the thing where they weren't drafted, okay? Women had voluntarily joined the Ukraine armed forces. So the women weren't drafted. Many women have been granted, they were granted combatant status, serving as snipers, gunners, and infantry. So I think it was like probably a little bit different. I mean, yes, correct. Women did join the front line, but they weren't drafted to be on the front line. So yeah, I would say stand corrected that women were part of the front line. But that's the women that wanted to be there, right? They wanted to be a part of the front line. Women weren't drafted. It didn't sound like women were drafted. Men were. Totally awesome. What's up, my brother? And my brother, I always love it. You gotta keep everyone accountable. Keep everyone accountable. I totally agree.
Allowed to be in frontline combat roles. I also
Even if we grant that some women will be in frontline combat roles,
it will be majority men.
it's
correct.
always going to
Yes.
be. Now, not when we say majority, I don't want to get this confused as to think it's
Like
51%.
90%,
yes.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Or higher.
maybe higher.
Much
Yes,
higher,
correct.
actually. Probably
Correct.
like 97,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
98, 99 probably.
Absolutely.
Okay,
But
so
also the nature of warfare has changed. I think mostly boots on the ground is gone. I would like to point out,
Whoa.
however, that it is only a
Laughing Man, what's up? What's up, my brother? Thank you everyone for being here. Please like the live. Please like the live.
specific kind of men that are being sent to do these things. It's men without the means to wiggle their way out of the draft.
She's bonker.
It is old rich men sending young working class men to die.
Unless you need them. The thing is like, unless you need them. So in Germany, when the Soviets were invading Berlin, and after, they took every able-bodied man right off the street in order to fight. I mean, that's what they did. And of course, women were told to flee because they become a hindrance. And so I guess all I really need here is just the agreement that it will always be the case, no matter what, that it'll be heavily 98% or so of men who will be engaged in frontline combat operations. If that's the case, then they have the most to risk when it comes to warfare. And if it is the case that they have the most to risk during warfare, and it is, I think that it's a fundamental unfairness in society, not just an unfairness, but a great injustice that women are allowed to vote on policies for warfare that they then don't have to go fight. As much as it upsets me that Congress can make laws and exempt itself from them, it's just as much of an injustice to me that Congress can do that as it is an injustice to me that women can do this to men.
I mean, so would you say that only able-bodied men under a certain age should be allowed to vote?
No, because of what's called fighting potential. So the idea is just this. It may be extraordinarily rare that you'd ever need to get somebody who's disabled or very old or very infirm to fight in frontline combat. But if you do, it's going to be men. And the potential remains for men, and the potential is not there for women.
Do you think that
Real Rain, my brother, thank you for the donation. Feminism is so good. Most feminists looks angry. We will definitely be talking about this tonight, right? I believe feminism has been a danger to women because this is the thing, okay? Well, we will definitely be talking about the results of feminism. What has it done? It has broken families. It has made women more aggressive, more combative. It has made men weaker. It has made men less, it has made, honestly, men just more docile. Now, you can find goods or bad to it, but honestly, it hasn't been a net positive for the world. Feminism have not been a net positive for the world. And we'll be talking about, other things that come along with feminism, but that's my view. I don't think it's been a net positive. I think it has, in my honest opinion, have ruined society. It has made men less competitive. It has made men less competitive because a lot of men now, they just, okay, fine, we'll leave it to women. But that's a weak fucking that's a weak mentality. It's a weak mentality. So that's why I said that men cannot handle being leaders now. Men cannot handle being leaders. Men can't handle, taking charge and, being better. So definitely feminism has hurt men, and feminism have made women trying to be men.
Men with significant disabilities would be better frontline combatants than women?
It depends on how severe the disability is.
All right, I guess it
depends on how severe the disability is. But I still think that even if you have moderate disabilities, then they're probably still going to be better off. You're still probably going to be better off with men with moderate disabilities than you would women. Yes.
Is it not true that I forget which kind of shooting competitions it is, but
no, women are not better at shooting than men.
No, but it's about equal.
Yeah, well,
and also, I would say that like frontline soldiers. What is the? I don't know if you could look this up, Brian. But how many bullets for how many people killed? It's usually like an average of like hundreds of bullets shot.
Thousands.
Thousands shot. Before
it's tens of thousands.
So it almost seems like, I think if a woman is meets certain requirements.
They don't meet the requirements because you have to carry the ammo and you have to carry the equipment and you have to carry.
If a woman's strong enough to carry those things.
Then why is it that we can't ever seem to get a woman who can be a Navy SEAL? We never had one.
Well, that's some pretty extreme. Most men cannot become Navy SEALs.
I agree, but only men. But only men can. And when it comes to the idea of frontline combat, they have to lower. So women can be in the infantry. That's true, but they get lower standards. Women get lower standards in the military than men get.
I find it funny, right? You see the argument right there, right? He said, okay, it is men that are Navy SEALs. She said, most men can't. Correct, but it's usually men. You know the argument that a lot of feminism use? Oh, it's men that are violent. Oh, really? Men that are violent? Or very few men that are violent? Yes, men make up the violent statistics, but it's not all men. Hell, it's not even the majority of men. It's a small percentage of men. Yet, when it fits the narrative of women, fit the narrative of feminism, they are fine with pushing men in the sense that all men, right? When women say men, women don't mean a small percentage of men. They don't mean a small percentage of men. When women say men, they mean the majority of men, if not all men. That's what women mean when they say men. So this is the thing where it's the hypocrisy here.
Well, I think if you are, polling for whoever in defense of your country or homeland, you would take anyone who might
But
have
even
slightly
if,
lower standards.
I guess even if I grant that we could have some very small percentage of women who are capable of doing this, and maybe we even field them, because the vast majority, the overwhelming majority, don't even have the potential. They don't even have the potential to do this. It seems to me that it's not just that women can vote to send their men off to fight just by a simple majority. Just by a simple majority, they could do this by electing the politicians in office that have their pro-war stance, perhaps. And that's a fundamental unfairness in society. And it seems very obvious to me that that's very fundamentally unfair.
But women are in the military. And they,
in support
they pass
roles.
The standards.
No, they pass standards which are lesser than men's standards. In fact, I can have Brian pull it up if you'd like to see it, but they have a different...
Sure, yeah. No, I'm fully aware
Yeah.
of that, but they're still competent, and support roles are still important.
I agree.
And
That's
also, you don't have to be on the front lines to be killing people. My aunt flew helicopters in the Army, and she was, participating in killing people.
Well, there's another reason why you don't want them there. It's not just because of the capability of combat.
Is it resources?
Nope. It's because your enemy will capture them and they'll essay them, and then they'll send them home pregnant in order to demoralize your population, which is what the Soviets did. So, and it's what they would do in Afghanistan, and unfortunately, many times it did happen where they captured American female soldiers, and that's exactly what they did. They essayed them. And
wartime rape is absolutely a thing, which is why...
let's not say the R word, because it's
my
YouTube.
bad.
Hey,
Okay,
yeah, you're
my
good.
bad. Sorry.
You're good.
I forgot we have to TikTok policies.
So the problem is not just onefold, right? It's threefold. Problem one, 98%, and that's being very charitable, of women would never even have the potential to be involved in a war that they could vote for. And
I strongly disagree with that.
secondly, well, you could disagree, but the historic standard disagrees with you. And then secondly, the idea that...
I love that, right? I love what Lisana said. Women provoke men, and if the man crashes out, she becomes the victim. I always love to use this statistic. I always love to bring up this statistics. 70% of one-way domestic violence, 70% of one-way domestic violence is committed by women against men. 70%, right? Most domestic violence are committed against each other. So most domestic violence is usually women and men abusing each other. It just so happens that, you see the results of men's crash outs.
Women would be particularly useful in combat situations where enemy soldiers could have access to them, knowing that they would be prime loot. They're loot. That's what they would be. They would become booty, right?
Do you think men don't get essayed in wartime?
Not like women. Not even close. It's not even in the same
I think
universe.
the idea of them being booty or loot is kind of ridiculous. But again,
why?
Even if I grant you all of this,
Do you think
which
they're like
I
these?
don't,
Do you think like the ugly mud catfish over in the Middle East, they get on chick? You think that's not like prime real estate to those guys?
Do you think there's no men out there in the Middle East that are into men and wouldn't be delighted?
You know what happens when you're in the Middle East and you're into men? Do you know what happens in the Middle East when you're into men? There's a special thing they do called fucking kill you.
Yes.
That's what happens.
Absolutely, yes. But that is why essaying prisoners would be ideal, because it can be an excuse to demoralize. There are very much...
And so what would you do? Like, let's pretend Charlie is the enemy commander.
Okay.
You're the enemy commander, and your orders are to win the war by any means necessary against your enemies. And you found out that your enemies were fielding female soldiers in frontline combat where your troops had access to them. Now, what would be more diabolical or easier than creating special units whose entire job was to just capture these enemy soldiers, these female enemy soldiers, essay them, record their screams, and send it to the enemy, and then release them pregnant with their babies?
How did that work out for Japan?
It worked out fine. They went through Nanking, and they absolutely did that. It was called the the raping of Nanking.
Yes,
That's what it was called.
I'm fully
Yeah.
aware of what it was called, but I mean,
It worked out well for them. They completely demoralized the Chinese. They completely subjugated them under their
and then
boots.
we dropped 2 atom bombs on them, and now they are essentially
China
a
do
vassal
that?
state. No,
No,
but their
it
ally, the
worked.
U.S., did it.
And was the U.S. fielding women in frontline combats in Japan? No.
They had nurses, but no.
No, but the Chinese, right? They were greeting anybody they could. And the thing is funny is the first thing the Japanese did as part of their demoralization campaign was essay all the women and make sure that, and one of the big pieces of propaganda that they had was all of your future children are now our future children.
Yeah, it's horrible and awful. But again, look at where China is now, and look at where Japan is now. You know, people joke about the Chinese century, but I think China is a very powerful world superpower, and Japan is an American vassal state, essentially. So I think at the end of the day,
you can't really use that, right? Because America had to step in, right? America had to step in and actually calm down their little brother, right? They had to make Japan their little brother. Literally, Japan was a hole in the wall, right? And they dominated a nation like China. A small nation like Japan dominated China. And if we had to take a guess, I think because of America stepping in, they actually stopped Japan's domination. So they stopped Japan's domination. Because of that, they helped China's uprising, China's domination. So you can't say that it's because of China that they became a world power, right? No, it's because of, in my honest opinion, because of the U.S. helped China become a world power.
Argue that more people would want to live in Japan than they would in China.
that doesn't change the fact that China is much more powerful than Japan.
Yeah, but it's also got way more people than Japan and a much larger landmass and way more access to resources, and we allowed them to.
Taurus, what's up, my brother? What's up? I remember when we had a few female infantries come out with us in the Afghanistan after all the fighting ceased. They came up, they showed up and thought it was so nice outside. Wow, that is
continue to have an offensive military post-war. In Japan, we took that away from.
Well, we didn't have the option to take that away from China, because they were our ally.
Well, we did right at the start have the option to, but we didn't. But the point is that the Japanese have not been allowed to have a military. We don't allow them to have an offensive one.
Yeah, because of what happened last time.
Yeah, exactly. But the point is that, again, that's the second reason. That's the second. And then you have the third reason, which is that they can't meet the minimum requirements which would be necessary for us to even fill them if we wanted to in those situations, because they would get killed so quickly. I mean, they would just get killed so quickly.
I don't know if you have a good idea of what dudes charging at each other with guns, and that's not really how it works.
What do you
nowadays.
think war looks like right now, Charlie?
It's drone warfare at the moment. We don't really do boots on the ground anymore.
Is there a lot of drone warfare going on in Russia and Ukraine?
It's also guerrilla warfare.
Yeah, there's a lot
I'm
of
actually
Russia. Yeah.
Not super familiar with Russia and Ukraine, but I know there's a lot of tanks, and they're blowing people up.
They've mostly been focusing on drone combat. I'm going to tell you something really interesting that happened.
Okay.
So the Russians brought back the Dragoon, the actual Dragoon, and instead of using a horse, they use a motorcycle instead to outpace drones, and they mount AK-47 machine guns to the front of their motorcycles, and they
crazy.
fly past the enemy and they mow them down.
A woman couldn't do that?
No, she couldn't.
A woman
for the most
couldn't ride
part,
a motorcycle and shoot a
no,
gun?
I don't think she could. I think that I don't think you really understand the physical weight requirements that are necessary to both control a motorcycle, have a heavy machine gun mounted to it that you're also firing, and carry the requisite equipment to do this. I don't think
it
you
would
have.
be tied to the motorcycle.
That doesn't make it less unwieldy. Very hard to wield. It requires physical strength to do these things. Than you with a gun.
With a gun?
Yes, he's fat. He's going to be faster.
Again,
He's going to be stronger. He's going to have better predatory instincts.
They are equal when it comes to using guns.
You're thinking about this the wrong way. If I set you up right here, okay, and we lay you down on a table and you have a rifle and the rifle's been sighted in, and all you have to do is aim it at the target and pull the trigger, you can do that equal to a man.
Yeah,
totally agree.
Sure.
But if you have to carry that fucking thing for 60 miles and all the ammunition that comes with it and all of the equipment that you need to sustain yourself to survive in any sort of
This is the problem with feminism, right? This is the problem with feminism. Men have created an equal playing field for women. And this is why women think they're equal to men. So why did I say that? Okay. So men have created air condition, right? Men have created office spaces. Men have created an environment for women to be on an equal playing field with a man. Men have created technology, right? The phone, all this stuff that allows women to have equal footing to certain men. So let's say even like, let's say shooting, right? Well, men have, let's say the shooting sports. Well, you're not, the rules and all that stuff, men have like created where you're stationary, right? It's like, it's just men have like shaped the world so it can be easier for women. So women use it, but now they can think that they're equal to men. When in reality, you're not equal to men. You're just taking advantage of the environment that men have created for you. Mr. Smith, what's up, my brother? What's up, my brother?
Environment with you, you're going to have a huge problem. And the reason you're going to have a huge problem is because you don't have to just carry your equipment. You got to carry the guy's equipment next to you as well for the things that they're doing. And men are on average 50 to 75% stronger than women. That's why they're capable of doing that and women aren't.
Well, the me of right now is perhaps, yes, not equipped to do that. But there are certainly women who, carry very heavy loads when they camp or hike.
I agree.
And travel far distances.
Sure.
There's also,
there are
I think
some women,
that a woman who hunts regularly would be much, better equipped in that sort of scenario than, like, I don't know, a teenage boy who's never picked up a gun in his life.
No, because it's a strength differential means so much.
Not with a gun.
With a gun.
Well, here's the thing where it's been proven, right? Pro athlete, like soccer, right? It has been proven in soccer. These are athletes. These are Olympic or what is it? Pro soccer players, right? Female pro soccer players. There have been female pro WNBA players that have gone against high school boys, championship high school boys. Even some, maybe, I think even some cases, maybe not championship, boys, but again, still boys, top tier boys, and still lose. So no, right? I mean, to be honest, if you get like top tier women against top tier boys, right? Like teenagers, they have been shown to outcompete top tier women.
It means a lot. You have to. Okay. I wish we had one here so I could demonstrate this for you, but I think I can at least express it for you. Okay. Do you agree with me that ammunition weighs a lot?
Yeah.
Okay.
It weighs a lot.
It weighs a lot. Okay. How would you feel about carrying 400 rounds of it on your chest?
I would hate it.
Yeah, along with full magazines and the rifle itself and your cleaning kit with it and your food for the day, your basic mess kit, your basic mess gear, your sleeping bag, everything else that you have. And then at the end of a long hike, you're expected to fight.
I wonder, this is kind of an insane proposition. I do want to go back to, again, like women during warfare because, okay, let me actually not make a... I was going to say, I mean, my goodness, if we really needed to, we could just start giving women testosterone if we needed to get them as buff as the average.
Yeah, but you see the whole net.
If we were desperate for it, we could start giving women tea, and they would get pretty jacked pretty quickly.
Yeah, do you see the issue there, though? That should be pretty obvious right away. Which
Well,
is
I mean,
that...
it would be forcing someone to take HRT.
No, that's not the issue. The issue is it's like, why wouldn't you just give it to the men?
Because now testosterone in men just turns into estrogen, which is why people looking to transition to, have more male secondary sex characteristics, they have to be careful about the dosage of testosterone they take.
Sure.
Otherwise, it loops around and turns back into estrogen.
Sure.
But you could give it to older men with less testosterone. So they wouldn't, like, this is the thing. You can compensate it with older men. You give them TRT, give them a dose of testosterone. Older men, right? Older men with medical grade testosterone will still outcompete top tier women. Older men, right? Like, imagine this. Imagine if we have a world where, okay, younger men, teenage men can outdo top tier women. Now, if you give medical grade, testosterone, if you gave TRT to older men, they can also now even do better than top tier women. So really, you could just give it to men. You could just, focus on men, and you will still get a better result.
But if it's the case you're looking for a strength differential, right? Most men are short on testosterone anyway, and you could give them TRT.
Why not give it to them all?
That's one. But two, for women, TRT and its effects and changes on your physical body would take years. It doesn't take weeks. It takes years for your muscles to start to increase.
I know quite a bit about this. It
Go
doesn't.
ahead. It does.
It doesn't.
It definitely does.
I have very personal experience with this. It doesn't.
You became 50% stronger using TRT. You became equivalent in strength to the average man using TRT.
I mean, my muscles immediately grew. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
your muscles will immediately grow.
They
But so what?
immediately grew, and I also wasn't even working out.
They would
Like,
need
if I
to-
started,
what they would need to do,
If I started
yeah.
working out while I was on T, I would be jacked out of my mind.
Sure.
I would be stronger.
And you would
than
still be
most
weaker
men.
than no, you wouldn't be stronger than most men. That's the problem.
I think I would want to see for that reason, a study on if FTM people are like.
That in the military itself, the SA rates for women are really high. Just being in the military, period.
Yes.
They're not good for women anyway. They
No, they're
probably
not.
shouldn't be in the military anyway because they're constantly SA'd anyway.
I don't have any thoughts on that because that is a very significant issue.
Huge issue that would
It's
that would
a
go
very
away.
significant issue.
It would go away if women weren't in the military.
I think different units could be better for that. However, I do.
You're
want
going to have the Charlie all-female fighting force.
I mean, didn't the
You know what I would do if I
didn't
were-
the
He's
Soviets have
so
an
dumb.
all-female sniper? They had an
There are
all-female
20
sniper
I'm going to I hate
units.
to.
Did they not?
Yeah, I hate to be the person to.
That is true, right? Steroids help with fast recovery. So this is why, athletes use it. Okay. So it doesn't necessarily make you stronger, but this is what athletes use where they can recover from workouts, from training, and go back to training some more. So again, it still goes back to you have to train. It doesn't make you stronger than regular men because your muscles have grown. No, it doesn't make you stronger. That's why, strong men competitions, they're fat men. They're not like big, like ripped men. Fat men competitions, those men are stronger than bodybuilders. So your muscles being bigger, more defined, doesn't really help you necessarily with strength.
Because it's like telling a kid that there's no such thing as Santa Claus. But the female super soldier snipers from the Soviet Union they were propaganda. They didn't exist. They weren't real.
Well, I'd have to look into that.
Yeah,
but
look into it. But
Okay.
the big female ass kicking chicks, 99% propaganda. And by the way, for the men it was too. 99% propaganda. They had outrageous kill counts, 7, 8, 900. Give me a fucking break. Yeah, right. Not even close. But what are you going to say? That your enemy comes out with a report that says that their sniper killed 120 of yours? Is your report going to say that you only killed 10 of theirs? No, of course not. You match propaganda with propaganda.
Well, yeah, it's also World War II. It's not like we can really
And
verify what's going on.
It was
How do the men in Ukraine feel about it? Because I do think that there are often men with very, strong ideas about chivalry who would say, that's my duty.
sure. Totally
and
agree.
To carry on our
Oh,
country.
yeah, I completely agree.
Women need to go. Because
Yeah.
that's very much
But
a
what would
thing.
that have to
There's
do
a-
with the justice of it all or the injustice of it all?
Well, there's no justice in that. That's not.
Yeah, it's not just. And so the thing is,
But
is
also,
that when
who is
for the
allowing
practical,
these sorts of votes to pass? Is it a woman in power that is making these things happen?
well, in a democracy, yes. Aren't all women in power? Yeah.
No.
No, you don't have the power to vote.
Oh, I can vote, but the people who are deciding what I can
Then
vote
you have
on-
equal power to men.
Certainly, yes, the men of my status, but not the lawmakers, not the politicians.
You're in charge of the politicians that you get put into office.
Hardly. I think that's
You and the collection of voters, yes, and you vote for collective interests, just like we vote for collective interests.
We try to, but do you think that American politicians and lawmakers largely reflect the interests of the people?
Interestingly enough, I think now they do. I think that the truth is that when I talk to the average progressive, yeah, I think they do. I think that we're getting exactly what we paid for and what we vote for. So yeah, I do. I think that we have an immoral government because we have an immoral populace, and I think that that's always that.
I mean, we've had this case happens a lot. Mondani was one, right? I mean, like I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but it is women who predominantly voted for him, right? It was women that voted for him. And I believe, again, don't negate how, the power of the vote. I mean, women vote, for these people.
Generally tends to be the case. Now, not always, but I think generally, yeah, we have exactly the government we deserve, which is a bunch of incompetent fucking assholes who are out there to fuck us over, right?
That's very bleak. But I can't say I disagree with you there
Yeah.
on that. However, my point is that we typically don't get a say oftentimes in what we vote on, what laws are passed. I mean, we can try our best, when the midterms come up. I don't know how democracy works in Ukraine. I am woefully uneducated on Ukraine and Russia. But again, I feel like you would want to turn to the politicians and lawmakers that are allowing these injustices to occur.
Well, I guess before we get to that, can we just start with agreeing that that's an unjust and non-equitable system that
Correct,
women
yes.
can vote to send men to wars they don't have to fight?
I mean, I think being able to, it's not just women.
Really did start voting differently than Hispanic women.
Which is
And
uncommon,
the
yes.
reason that you saw so many of the white women voting with white men is because they were married to them, and that's
Yes.
still a demographic with a high marriage rate. But as the marriage rate decreases, whites don't vote together, and races don't vote together. Women will vote how their husbands are, and as long as the marriage rates are still higher for whites than they are other demographic groups besides Asians, as soon as those marriage rates continue to plummet, no, in fact, women do vote against men's interests, for sure.
I would say, I believe in Black American populations, the marriage rate is fairly low.
Extremely
Yes.
low.
But regardless, Black women and Black men tend to vote the same.
Except this last election.
Really?
Yeah. When you look at the black female vote versus the black male vote. But yeah, like I agree under Obama, right? 90%. But black people have voted as a monolith for a long time.
Yeah.
That's not the case with other races. And we can look down ethnic.
I think it's funny too. It is usually the black community that says they're not a monolith. But in general, the black community do vote as a monolith.
lines, and we can see that, yes, it's true that white women tend to vote the way their husbands do, but when they're not married, they tend to vote left.
Well,
And
let's
that's
think
that.
about women who are more likely to be unmarried and of age to vote. You're looking at a lot of the time college students, women, educated women. So again, I think that education plays a huge role in how someone votes. I believe that most white people, male and female, educated, tend to vote left, whereas uneducated tend to vote right. Is that correct?
Yeah, when you say uneducated, you just mean not college degree.
Yeah, sorry, high school diploma or equivalent.
I do believe that it is the case, yes, that when it comes to the voting record of people with college degrees, they tend to move more progressive, yes. That's the case.
Yeah. So my point is, again, that educated people almost like 99% of the time end up marrying other educated people. People tend to marry people of the same social status. So
Or higher.
Or higher, yeah. So then would they not just be voting the same as their husbands in that
Big bars. What's up, my brother? What's up?
case as well?
Yeah, they are. So yeah, the white women are voting the same way as their husbands are.
Yeah.
But the
And
case
unmarried
is
white women
that
are voting the
most
same
white
way
men,
as
most
educated white
yeah,
women.
most white men are not college educated, don't have college degrees. They have trade degrees. Most of them are smarter than the educated, and they vote right, and their wives vote right along with them. But when they're not married, they tend not to. They tend not to vote. They vote left. Very.
You know, that's the thing. What I always want to say, okay? The whole educated thing, that's stupid. I would say degreed, right? I would say the most degreed people. Because educated, we'll probably be talking about this in this video. It's just a degree. It doesn't make you actually smarter than anyone.
Pretty much left, and I can. So we should have the social expectation that as marriage rates decrease for whites, and they are decreasing rapidly, that women will continue to vote left and men will continue to vote right. So it is a massive gender divide. It's a big problem, or sex divide, right? I mean, it just is objectively.
Right. I mean, sure. I forgot what.
So if that's the case, then women can. Well, the point is that women can vote against the interests of men. Now, maybe you could say that that's okay when it comes to democracy, but it's really not okay when it comes to things like warfare, when they can vote to send men off to war. Like that's just like criminally unjust from my view. It's so unjust.
This is going to be a tricky conversation, but you could make the same argument about abortion. And I know that, you believe that it is murder. However, I hold the view, and I want you to trust in me in the sense that you don't think that I would be very cool with like murdering babies. So when I say I think abortion,
it's your view. It's not a baby.
It's not a baby. It's not
I understand.
sentient yet.
Yeah. You don't consider that to be human life. Well, you
It's a
consider
potential human
scientifically.
life.
You consider
It
it
is.
scientifically to be human life, but you
Yeah.
don't consider life to begin until there's some sort of cognitive sentience or something like this, right?
Yeah, something to that degree. I think it was it St. Augustine that said, when it starts to kick, that's when it's a person, something like that. I think that abortion and birth control, because women are, very much encumbered by our physical forms, our biological capacity to have children, I think that the only way we can have equality is to have access to birth control and abortion, so that we can participate in the economy the same way men can. So when men vote against women's interests and can force us to carry children and destroy our avenue to freedom.
Your avenue to freedom. I said this in the beginning, okay? This is the insanity of feminism, okay? your avenue to freedom, your your access to the economy, like she's saying. But where women feminism don't see actual equality. So you want to vote pro-choice, right? Women's ability, women's right to abort. Great, fine. You're pro-choice. Yet the same token, right? The face, women's freedom of choice, you don't care about men's freedom of choice. Women feminists do not vote, do not care if men can opt out of child support. Women do not vote or care if men can opt out of child support, because here's the thing: women can make a man be have his paycheck, right, docked, right, have his paycheck cut up to child support. She can put him have a warrant on a man who don't do child support. So if a cop gets him, right, he can now be arrested and jailed for no child support. Okay? So really, you don't care about a man's choice, right? You don't care about a man's freedoms. You don't care about a man's, economic, access. You don't. So that's the thing where the hypocrisy in that. You care about women's choice and their access to the economy, but you don't care about men. The same token, okay?
Financial freedom, financial independence. It strikes me the same way as the draft does to you. I feel like that's...
Yeah, I understand.
Yes.
Here's something interesting, though. Let's just start with this, because I think we should get our terms correct here.
Okay.
When you say force, right, nobody actually forces you to have a child, even if you can't abort it. Isn't that actually the case? Nobody's actually forcing you to do that. The case is that you're using what's called an ambiguous equivocation, which is a fallacious form of argumentation. The equivocation is that you would have us believe, through the nebulousness of the language of the term force, that somebody is using some type of physical...
Yo, big bars. He just shoots some bars. Exactly. Their freedom, our slavery. Okay? Exactly. Then again, you care about women's choice, right? Their freedom of choice, being pro-choice. You don't care. You don't advocate for men's equal choice. Again, you want women, this is the thing, you want to take away women's accountability for their mistake of having a child. Okay, cool. Yet you don't fight for men's you don't want to fight to take away men's accountability, right? You don't want to fight to take away men's accountability. You want to still hold men accountable for having a child, right? You still want to fight for men's accountability for having a child, yet you don't want to fight for women's. Yet you want to take away women's accountability. Again, be consistent. That is the hypocrisy. That is the hypocrisy.
Compellence to make you do a thing, when in fact the truth is that they're not doing that at all. You're just simply not allowed to do a thing. That's different than forcing you to do a thing.
So a law that says I cannot drive in the left lane, or I cannot drive,
Yeah.
I don't know, I can't go 100 miles per hour on the highway.
Yeah.
Yes, I can technically do it, but there will be consequences. Most likely me probably dying in a horrible accident.
Yeah, so is a red light, do you think that a red light is force?
No, but there's consequences.
But it's not force. And that's the same thing here. You have a law, but there's no force that's being used.
Technically, no one's forcing you to go to war. You could choose prison. You could, what is it? What is the term for abandoning?
Desertion?
Desertion. Yeah, you could desert. You aren't technically being forced to do so. You could take the penalty for not signing up for the draft. You could refuse the draft.
Penalty for draft dodging can be you get shot. That's a little bit different than...
Is that...
Well, let me be honest. That's not modern day penalty, right? At least not in the West. Now, I don't know about Ukraine, or I don't know about the Middle East and shit like that, but getting shot isn't a penalty in the West. So, I get it. Andrew is using the extreme cases. I get it. But that's not a penalty in the West, right? To get shot. But let's say this, right? Here's the thing, right? The penalty for refusing to be drafted, okay, is being jailed or fined, okay? That's terrible. The penalty for not allowing you to abort is having your child. That's not equal footing, okay? Right? Being forced to keep the child you made is different than being forced to be put into prison for not wanting to be drafted. It's not the same thing, okay? Those are not equivalent, right? They're not equal.
Is that the case?
That's the case, yeah.
Because there were a lot of people that dodged the draft.
And they were given immunity, basically, from the government. They pardoned them. But it's not just imprisonment. If you do desertion, for instance, you can be shot. And they shot people for desertion all the time. People were shot for deserting their post.
Well, you're still not being forced to do it.
My search here, just on this topic, in the USA, desertion is a serious offense, and the penalty for desertion during a time of war can be death, though other punishments like imprisonment are possible.
Okay, what about draft dodging? And what happens if you refuse to sign up for the draft? You can't vote? Is that essentially?
You can't vote. You can't buy a gun. There's other penalties associated with it too, which have to do with tax filing.
You're not being forced to do it. There will be severe consequences, but you technically don't have to sign up for the draft. No one's forcing you to. No one's holding a gun to your head and saying you must sign it.
Do you want the penalties for draft dodging?
Yes.
It can include federal felonies like fines up to $250,000 and/or up to 5 years in prison for failing to register. Other consequences like state level restrictions on things like college eligibility or driver's licenses can occur.
Again, you can't compare, right, the consequences of men that are inflicted on men if they, don't agree to being drafted, to women having to keep the child they made.
And I believe there's some preclusion from receiving federal student loans and preclusion also from certain federal jobs.
Yeah, so I understand the argument you're making. The argument for equivalency here is, wait a second, nobody's forcing you to do this, to go off to war or something like this, right? I guess my argument there would be pretty easy, which is that this is outside of your control. Drafting is outside of your control.
Yeah.
Having a child is not outside of your control for almost any woman who's ever been pregnant. They're almost always pregnant, and that's within their control.
Yes.
And so I don't think that men, given the punitive punishment of years in prison for felonies or potentially being shot for desertion, even if they do go, or having the penalty raised for draft avoidance if we needed men, which would probably be, again, you'd probably get shot. I don't think that these are equivalent statements because, one, you are being voted and force is to be used in order to compel you to do these things. Nobody's compelling you to get pregnant. Nobody ever forces you to get pregnant. Well, unless it's SA, right? But the thing is like, it does, but it doesn't account for the majority of cases, the overwhelming majority of cases. And if it were the case that you argued to me, but in the case that I am forced, right? What about then? I think that you would be able to negotiate that out with the other side. I think they would be willing to say, in cases of SA, of incest, of things where force and compellence was used, they have said many times that they would be willing to negotiate that out if it stopped all other abortions.
Right.
But the left, so that's not really your argument because you want women to have that regardless.
Well, the issue with that is that getting someone charged with SA, I'm sure you would agree, is a tedious and can be a very long process. So how would that work? If, let's say, I was SA'd and I became pregnant, and I showed up to Planned Parenthood in a state where, well, I guess they're closing the Planned Parenthoods, and I said, I need an abortion, I was SA'd, and they go, okay, we need the paperwork to prove that you were SA'd. I could potentially be looking at months, maybe even years, of trying to prove that I was SA'd, and in the meantime, I would be pregnant, and then I would reach a point where an abortion would not make any sense.
Well, let's even assume that you were able to negotiate this out in such a way where if you just made the claim that you were SA'd and named whoever the victimizer was, and you were in the process of that, then you could still get the shmishmortion. But if it was determined that you were lying or made it up, then there was some sort of criminal penalty towards you.
But what happens, do you think that every time a charge is dismissed, that means that the accused is innocent?
No.
Because I think a lot of the time people who do things
by
like
that same argument, then I have reason to doubt the SA standards, because do you think that if a person is convicted, that means that they're guilty?
No.
Well, then if that's
There's
the case,
absolutely scenarios
then we
where
have,
people-
so all we can do
there's
then is
mistrial.
go off of go off of data unless it's questionable data, right? What else can we do? Because the idea here of you just saying, well, they may be innocent, it's like, okay, well, then that person who was convicted of SA may be not guilty, right? He may be innocent, and the person who's innocent may actually be guilty. It's hard to say. But in this case, if you went and you filed this, right, let's just say somehow we got it to where you actually could. You could actually move through the system very quickly in order to get this abortion if it was proven that it was due specifically to rape, right? Great, got that. But that's not really what you want, right? You want unfettered access to abortion by every woman, don't you?
Yeah.
So it has. So any of these arguments, the micro nuanced arguments, which are around rape and incest, don't really matter that much because ultimately, that
I do have a lot of concerns about that being, the process of having to prove this to get that exemption. I do genuinely, not out of self-interest, but out of fear for other women and girls.
Yeah, but assuming that was a possibility that we could expedite such a process quickly,
yeah,
right?
I would still want abortion to be.
Yeah, so then who cares? You're arguing over something that's almost inconsequential in comparison to the overwhelming amount of abortions which are done, and they're done as a form of birth control.
I mean, they're not frequently done.
Yeah, they're frequently done. They're not rare.
No, we
were always, we were promised they were going to be rare, but they're not rare.
Once in a lifetime occurrence. Actually, Brent, could you Google what percentage of women have an abortion in their lifetimes? Because again, it is a form of birth
I think it's over 40% of women have one.
Yeah, but are they having abortions every year or are they having one?
I have it. According to that doesn't matter. An estimated 24.7% of women in the United States will have an abortion by the time they're 45.
Okay.
And that translates to approximately 1 in 4 women.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So not quite as high as I thought.
Yeah.
But 1 in 4 is still fucking high.
But it's I don't think that most people get repeat abortions. It's usually the cases of that I think are fairly rare. Brian, I don't know if you can fact check.
But why does frequency here matter?
Well,
it's still being used as a form of birth control. That's the truth.
If we're talking about a birth control, and we're thinking about, like birth control is typically something you have to use every time you engage in intercourse, or it is some sort of hormonal thing that you are, using all the time. What I'm saying is that abortion, it's
again, this is a thing where we negate it. Okay, I would like the stats on mental health issues between women who had abortions. This is a thing where, in my honest, right, it shows you that you having freedoms to do certain things doesn't necessarily mean it's a benefit. Okay, and let's say again, if we take away certain freedoms, well, hopefully the outcome that most people want, okay, for taking away abortions is that you will hopefully date people, have sex with people you actually want a child with. That is the point. Stop. Yo, Artie, what's up, my brother? What's up? So you're not just giving your body to every Tom, Dick, and Harry out there. So you're not having a roster of men. So you're not like dating every new man every day. I literally, there was a TikTok, right? A TikTok video of a man he was talking about his dating, right? He's talking about he went on a date with a woman. He went on a date with a woman. He said that the date was fun. He said the date was fun. They were hitting it off. She came back to his place. The first date, the first night, right? She had sex with him. The first night they met, the first date, she had sex with him. Okay? The next time that they were planning a date, he couldn't go on a date. He said he got sick. And so what he did is he asked her, could she bring him a plate of food? Could she get him some food, right? Could she, a woman he had sex with, could she get him some food? She said no. It's like, why would I do girlfriend activities with you? He was, are you kidding me? You had sex with me, right? That is okay. It's okay for you to have sex with me. But it's having sex with you is not girlfriend activity. But you bringing me a plate of food, right? You bringing me some food, right? Maybe $5, $10, $20, right? That is girlfriend activity. And that is a no, right? And women in his comment sections were saying, what are you talking about? Of course, why would she bring you food? Sex is nothing important, right? Who cares if a woman have sex with you? Who cares if a woman she could probably just be horny. Who cares if she has sex with you the first time she saw you? Bringing you food is girlfriend activity, girlfriend duty. but having sex with you, who cares? I'm like, are you crazy? So a man you don't know, you give your body. That is okay. That's not girlfriend duty. That's not girlfriend shit. But you bringing a man a plate of food, you bringing a man some food. Now that is girlfriend shit. Women are backwards. I'm sorry. Women do not value their bodies. They don't value their bodies. That's why. Like they think abortion is nothing. Women don't value their bodies.
This idea of it as like comparable to the pill or to a condom is.
Well, it's comparable only in the way that it's being used as a form of birth control.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I guess it's preventing a birth, sure.
Yeah, so it's comparable to birth control because that's what birth control is doing, preventing a birth.
Yes, but it's a painful, traumatic process that most people do not want to undergo. It's like a last resort, you know?
But
it happens.
yeah, and as a form of birth control. So like that's, and the most common forms of abortion are forms of birth control. So the thing is like almost all women have an abortion, not because they're SA'd or because of incest or their life is at risk, but because they use it as a form of birth control.
Well, it's because the birth control that they were using failed, typically.
So now they use this other form of birth control.
Yes.
I think we're saying the exact same thing here.
Sure,
I don't feel
yeah.
like we're even speaking past each other. So the thing is like, that to me that's fucking insane, first of all. Like,
Exactly, Mr. Smith. Women view their bodies as an impersonal tool. It's the equivalent to a handshake between men. I don't know about you, right? Maybe I'm too old, right? But when I was a kid, I've heard women, right? They treat their bodies like a temple. That was the saying I heard when I was a kid, right? That was the saying I heard when I was a kid. God forbid women treat their body like a temple. It's like they treat their body like a backyard. I mean, like an alleyway.
why would you even want to advocate for a society in which female hormonal birth control was even a thing anyway? It fucks women up. Like, it fucks them all up.
I mean,
It makes them all mental and fucking crazy and fucking retarded and all kinds of shit.
I mean, it really depends on the woman. I do think that hormonal birth control, by and large, horrible. But there are women who, you know, when I was 14, sorry to TMI, but I got my period and I got it for 2 months straight. And so to fix that, I was put on birth control for a while to balance that out so that I was not bleeding every single day of my life. And then I was taken off of it. There's women with like PCOS.
Maybe we can find common ground here. Hang on. Maybe we can do it this way. You want women to not have to have unwanted births.
Yes.
That's what you're after, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think every child.
I propose that if you take away birth control, hormonal birth control, and you take away condoms, that women will actually have less unwanted children because they'll have less sex. Because that equals pregnancy. And my proof for this is that we can go back to a time not that long ago before we had hormonal birth control and condoms, and there was way less unwanted babies being born than there are right now when we have all those things.
That was also, I think society expected you to have a child. However, I will concede. So I did a debate, like I think last.
Society expected you to have a child with the man you wanted to have a child with. That's what society expected. Society expected you to have a child with the man you actually wanted to have a child with. A man that, you know what, actually wanted to be a father. A man that you believe, that you wholeheartedly believe, almost 90, 100% believed he would be a good father. A man that you hopefully want to marry. Hopefully you want to be with the rest of your life. That's what society hoped.
Last month about like
Yo, Sissam, what's up, my brother? What's up? These women don't need condoms anymore. They must use that Egyptian crocodile dung.
abortion laws meaningfully decrease abortions. And what I saw from the data is that after, you know, abortion restrictions are in place, there is a small spike in births, but then it starts to decline at the same
rapidly.
rate. And then, in the surrounding states, abortions go up. So yes,
it does work.
I guess it does work, but I mean, that sucks.
Because you want to fuck.
Well, I mean, okay, you're a married man.
Yeah, but I mean, here's the thing.
Presumably you don't want, 10 baby Wilsons running around. That's a lot of mouths to feed. Oh, sorry. Like, presumably married couples don't want to be at risk for having children all the time, especially as a woman grows older and the risk to her body becomes more extreme, where she could miscarry or, die in the attempt. Right? Like, wouldn't we want birth control to be accessible?
I mean, there's other alternatives, right?
Guess the pull-out method could work.
No, there's other alternatives to that too. Like women, if they've had 4 kids, they often have their tube tied, right?
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
That's pretty common because their health is at risk at that point.
Yeah.
Or there could be a
The father could
possibility.
get the vasectomy.
Yeah, I've had 7 children. They have a vasectomy. Those frowned on in religious practices, right? The tube.
Really?
Yeah, of course. But the tubes being tied, though, that's not right. That's for the health and the welfare of the mother. So it's like there's other alternatives if you want to stop having children after you've had them. But the most common way in which we could probably reduce the number of unwanted pregnancies is to stop fucking each other.
Well, and then the amount of children. Well, I mean, sure, why not? But I also think that there will be more STIs spreading,
There'll
which
be less.
is not good.
How could there be less or more STIs if there's abortion?
I think it's weird.
Is it bad?
I would question that person's
But is it
sanity.
bad?
Is it bad? I mean, probably. It's a drain on resources.
That's it?
That could go to other
They pay for it.
Well, yeah, but it's a waste of everyone's time.
How? Everyone's getting paid.
Everyone's getting
Trans ideology has motivated mass shooters. Do we label them as being domestic terrorists?
No, I think
No.
no,
We don't.
But that's different. That's like an identity rather than a problem to be solved. I think that
Wait, what? No, it's a problem to be solved, or else they wouldn't become trans to begin with. They have a problem and they're trying to solve it. It's not just a matter of identity.
Well,
it's a
yeah,
matter
but
of
with,
problem
like,
solution.
medication and surgery and whatnot. Whereas like involuntary celibates, I just feel like
Involuntary celibates also, if it's a problem to be solved, they get buff and fuck a chick. And that's the same shit, right? You have a problem, you're solving it. They're just like the trans are having a problem, they're solving it. That's, from your view, isn't that the same thing?
then why are all the men on the internet complaining that they are loveless and can't find women?
So are women. They just do it at a different age. See, women in their 20s, they don't complain too much because, if you go right now and you show a picture of your ass on the internet, you're going to have 20,000 guys who go, oh my God, my lady, it's the greatest thing ever. And that stops when you get older. It stops when you're 40, 45, 50. That validation starts going
Definitely, STIs are increasing in certain cities. Definitely.
away. So women in those age brackets have huge loneliness epidemics as well. It's just, that's the case, right? So it just happens to them at different times in life. And then men who get older, less lonely, the older they get. Why? Because they have resources and they start fucking young women. That's how it works.
Well, I think that also, that would
That is true. That is true that the whole lonely men epidemic, it's happening more for younger men. Because as men get older, they want either mature in mindset where they don't give a shit, right? If men get to a certain age, most likely they are more financially secure. So if they're lonely, boom, I'll pay for it, right? A man that's like 18, 20, 21, he ain't paying for it. He's not able to pay for it, right? Because he's making nothing. He's making nothing, so he's not paying for it, right? And honestly, or he's not mature enough to not care anymore. So older men, we like, fuck it, I don't give a shit, right? I mean, I don't have a woman, less of a headache. Less of a headache. I go MGTOW, right? Or we go passport bros. So really, older men, yeah, they report less loneliness. Younger men, they make up this whole lonely male epidemic, right? It's the younger men. And yeah, we value peace. So we're not necessarily, crying about being lonely. And we can, if we are lonely, we have ways to solve it. While younger men, they have limited resources, and they are less desirable. Okay, so they have very few ways to solve it.
depend upon what the woman has done with her life. My mother had no shortage of suitors who were wealthier than her and typically younger than her up until her 50s. And all of her friends seemed to do pretty well in their old age.
But your anecdote aside,
anecdotal,
there
yes.
it is true. There's a male loneliness epidemic crisis, and we are.
Like, I feel
we
like
do
that's just gonna
hyper focus
get
on that,
worse,
but
right?
the truth is that's the case for women too. If the men are lonely, then and there's as many women as there are for men, right? Then shouldn't, by the power of inference here, we determine that if the men are lonely, the women also would be lonely?
But you just said that young women have far more opportunities. So we're talking about different age ranges.
Yeah, it's because
right?
younger women are basically all fucking the same guy, same few handfuls of men.
And younger women can go for older men, right? Younger women can go for older men. Now, older women are not necessarily going for younger men, okay? Older women aren't, in mass going for younger men. particularly for, let's say, anything besides sex. Now, for younger women, they can go with older men for more than just sex.
Through
Gotcha. So
hypergamy.
what we have is an issue here where young women, have many choices. Young men have very few.
Well, they have choices of who to sleep with, not necessarily who to be with.
Yeah.
And what you're talking about with young men is like the young men who just can't get laid at all,
Yeah.
which I don't think is a huge amount, by the way. And by the way, you see a lot of young men moving towards traditional churches, and that's another reason why you see the celibate rate going up.
I personally doubt the sincerity of the movement towards those churches, just based
Why?
on. I feel that, so I was raised very, very, very religious, but I was raised by a father who was raised atheist, converted after my parents divorced, and he later told me, yeah, I thought it was all BS. Like, I was never actually into it. It was just kind of something I needed at the time. And I do feel that people who are raised without a strong religious influence growing up, it causes me to doubt the sincerity of their conversion, because I often feel like they don't believe it. What they want is a community, or they want some sort of moral high ground, so to speak. Because that's been my experience with converts. I've had friends who converted to
Yeah, I mean,
Christianity,
I don't disagree,
like, well,
but I don't disagree. Yeah,
Yeah,
there's some.
yeah.
Some.
Yeah.
I'm not.
And if they're not abiding
Look, I don't
by-
think that's the. I don't think the majority of people are converting over to Christianity, especially rigorous traditional churches, just for the community. I think that some may be doing that, but it doesn't seem likely that it would be the vast majority of them.
It's just it's an attitude that I've seen encountered in a lot of younger men, where they'll kind of lionize Christianity and traditional churches, but the way that they live is not Christ-like at all.
Maybe it's a good time for super chats, Brian. I'll have a smoke, and then we can get trans ideology as motivated. Mash.
Which is weird, right? I mean, I was side-eyeing that too. That was a weird statement, that her dad was an atheist and she grew up religious. That was weird.
Shooters. Do we label them as being domestic terrorists?
No, I think
No.
no.
No, we don't.
But that's different. That's like an identity rather than a problem to be solved. I think that
Wait, what? No, it's a problem to be solved, or else they wouldn't become trending anyway.
I like to have at least a little bit of a voice in a country that I am paying taxes to and intend to spend the rest of my life in.
So it is about power, personal power.
Yes, I would like to have as much say if I'm putting as much into society as someone else.
Well, then I guess it does matter, to contradict your earlier point that voting didn't really matter when it came to war. It appears that you think it does, because
I said a small amount of power.
well, a small amount of power collectively, small amount of power collectively over a gender can mean a large amount of
But we
power.
don't vote to send people to war. We're not given the vote. The president decides.
You get to vote for the president.
Well, yes, but I mean, we can't necessarily trust that every
And you get to
president
vote
who
for.
says we're
by
not
the
going
way,
to send someone to war.
It's
and
not the
they
president;
do.
it's Congress who gets to authorize
All right,
war.
well,
But the
you know.
president himself, yes, he has a lot of power to mobilize troops for police actions and things like that.
Yes.
But that aside, what's the next issue?
Birth control and Roe v. Wade. Obviously, we talked about that. I want the freedom to, I suppose, like someone who has glasses. I want the freedom to have my the things about my body that potentially inhibit my ability to participate in society. I want to be able to mitigate those things with medicine and technology. And then Equal Pay Act. I want to be paid the same as someone who's doing the same work. I think that's a positive.
Do you think that? Well, first of all, how much do you think the difference is? The difference is between, even if we were really charitable to the idea of a wage gap.
Really? Artie, you think he's goofy? I mean, to be honest, I mean, like, again, I'm not religious, right? I'm not religious. So the part that Andrew, when it comes to religion, I don't agree with, but I think I think I like the guy, right? I really like the guy. The guy is one of the best debaters I've ever seen. I don't see many, but he has made the best arguments overall in a lot of things. Again, like I said, when his basis is religious, I don't really care for, but a lot of he can do a lot of arguments without a religious basis. So I do like a lot of the things he said. I don't necessarily view the guy as goofy or the goofiest person, but
What do you think the difference really is between wages?
Well, I mean, there's a law against that. There's a law that was passed, so that's what I'm referring to. However, the wage gap isn't based on, like, it's not like you work at a company and, I don't know, you're employee one, I'm employee two, we both started working at the same time. They're not like, oh, because you're a lady, you make 71 cents on his dollar. I do believe that the wage gap refers to the difference in like the average salary.
Yeah, so we're not talking about a wage gap. We're talking about you want legislation which equalizes wages.
Yeah, equalizes wages if you're doing the same job with the same amount of experience. You know, it's equality.
So doesn't that limit the freedom and authority of the owner of the business?
To screw people over?
Yeah.
Again, I think
No,
that
wait.
when it comes
How could you be
to-
screwing someone over if you make an agreement with me for the amount that I'm willing to pay you for a job? How are you being screwed over?
I mean, I think if you're, making that decision.
Yeah, I mean, like I actually really like Andrew. I really like Andrew. He's sharp, focused, he knows his stuff, and he's a good debater. Exactly. Like I said, I mean, I never agree with any one person 100%. So I definitely don't agree with Andrew on things when it comes to religious, because I don't really believe it. But yeah, I don't agree with anyone 100%, and I recommend nobody to do that, because that's sheepish. Good day, y'all. Yes. Sism, my brother.
On the basis of someone's immutable quality.
I mean, again, yes, maybe a lot of his things is religious in basis, but he has plenty of times, right? I've seen Andrew's stuff. He's plenty of times said that, okay, I can give you a non-religious basis, right? A non-religious argument, and he has done that. I've seen it. So yeah, I mean, CGA, I don't know who that one is, right? Oh, Coach Greg Adams. Yes, correct. Coach Greg Adams did what I saw about it. I didn't see everything about it, but yes, you're right. When it comes to religious topics, I don't believe he wins, right? And here's the thing. Andrew himself has said that he knows that he cannot give any good reasonings to marriage, right? Any non-religious good reasonings to marriage. So Andrew himself has admitted that he could not give a good non-religious non-religious argument to anyone who's not religious. So he has admitted himself that he couldn't do it. So again, but like I said, you cannot agree with any one person 100%.
Such as sex or race, I think that's pretty. Is that not unjust?
No. Why is that unjust? Why
Because
can't
they're doing the same work.
Yeah, so what? Why can't business owners have preferences about what they want? So, like, for instance, let's say you had a business owner who's like, yeah, I don't want to hire you just because you're a woman. Like, why isn't that their business?
Because I don't think that people should have the freedom to screw over other people.
You're not screwing them over. They're asking you for your resources.
That is funny, because we have women's only gyms, women only clubs, women only spaces, right? So you're literally able to do that right now. Okay. You have to change the reasonings or change the basis, but women can do that now. So there are companies literally where they only want to hire women. So it happens. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's only religious based. Again, Andrew himself has said that he could not argue, marriage to anybody. He couldn't give a good logical argument to anybody who's not religious when it comes to marriage.
You're not asking them for theirs.
Do
You're
you
trying to
think
screw
that
them over.
The guy who, do you think that, a company is just its head? I mean, workplaces aren't run only by a manager. Its staff is what keeps the place going.
Well, it depends on how big the business is, for one.
Yeah.
And the second thing is that even if it is a large business, it should be up to the propriety of the owner. He has access to all the capital, and all of those managers and employees are asking him for his capital. He's not asking them for
employees
this.
are the ones that are making that capital for him with his guidance.
Wait a
They are
second.
producing that capital.
No, they didn't risk any capital. They risked no capital, and so they don't get what he gets. That's the big problem you socialists always have. If you don't risk capital, you don't get to gain. Like, you don't get to be like, I happen to be working here when that guy risked all of his fucking money, and he made a bunch of it, and so now I get a portion of it. That's not how the world works.
I mean, you're talking about small businesses.
Small business is the same thing, and big business is the same exact thing. You're still risking money that ain't yours, so you don't get the benefit from that. That's how that works. You have to risk your own money for that. And so the thing is like, yeah, it seems like you have people who are asking for economic opportunities from somebody else, and they're getting mad when they won't give it to them. And it's like, how's that not their business though? It seems like it's totally the business of the owner.
I guess you can have, you could do that. You could look.
Well, you gotta think, right? Again, here's a man, Andrew, is like, he's skirting, the man is skirting two worlds, right? He's a religious man that is honestly in red pill space, right? Red pill space. And to be honest, red pill space isn't really religious basis. So again, you can't, that doesn't make me hate the guy, right? Him being religious does not make me dislike him. It's just, I'm fine with not agreeing with someone 100%. So that's how I look at it.
Down on your employees and consider them to be people that are you're doing a favor for, rather than skilled workers that you're hiring.
I'm not even sure it's a favor. I think that's the wrong wording. Like, it's not a favor.
Because someone can open a business, but if they don't have anyone to work in it, like what is the business then? Yes, they risk the money.
Well, people have small businesses all the time, and just they run it. It's only them. And then most often when they hire an employee, that employee doesn't have anywhere near the responsibility or risk that the owner has.
No, of course, I'm not saying they make the same amount, but a fair wage for the same amount of work.
But that should be determined by the employer, what that fair wage is, not by the state. The state, by the way, the state can't even do it anyway. They don't have any understanding of markets at all. So the thing is like, just saying, like, I'm trying to figure this out. A woman comes in, or even better, right? A Christian comes in and a Muslim. And I say, okay, well, I'll hire you because you're a Christian and not you because you're a Muslim. What's actually the immoral proposition here? Why is that actually wrong to do? I've never understood that argument. It's always seemed to me like it's fine. They're both asking me, the person, for something. Why can't I tell them to go fuck themselves? And I only want you because I prefer you and don't prefer you. And it is based on an immutable characteristic. And who cares? Fuck your immutable character. I don't like it. So get it out of here.
Well, I would like to work towards a world in which our immutable characteristics don't determine how much we value someone.
But let's see. This is the thing, right? This is the problem with a lot of women, right? There's no where so many women, particularly feminism, why there's no logic in that, because that's not how the world works. That's not how humans are. We all have some biases. We all have some some preferences. I mean, like, again, I've literally seen black people have said that they would not go in a restaurant where there's only white people in it. It's just how it is. Okay. People are very tribal. People, it's like, you would think that out of any country in the world, right? Any country in the world, like America, we are so diverse. We are so diverse. And I mean diverse in the sense that there are so many groups of people that look differently, different skin tone, different ideology, everything about them is different, right? Different languages, different religions, everything about them is different. Okay. Yet we live in we try to put a more diverse, blanket on us, and then also try to make it more unity, but we don't unify. We as a nation, we don't unify. We just separate each other. Usually black people hang out with black people, white people hang out with white people, Christians hang out with Christians. It's like we don't mix. It's just, so at the end of the day, people are very tribal. It shows that people are very tribal, which is sad, okay? Which is sad that I would love it, right? Love it that we were more unified, but we're not. To be honest, that's not human nature. I see it, right? Humans are very tribal. They do not easily unify. So like, this is a very women-esque kind of ideology, a utopia. But honestly, we don't live in a utopia. Sad, but it's true.
I mean, but that's just pie in the sky bullshit, isn't it? Like, if you have a humpback,
I think we've done a good job at working.
No, we haven't.
My God, if you look at where America was when we were founded, I mean, there was Black Americans were enslaved, and now we are, legally equal. That is certainly a lot better. That is certainly a lot of progress made.
Yeah, but we're talking about two different things. I'm not talking about the proposition of slavery. Maybe the proposition of being able to hire who you want and allocate your resources to people with whom you want to. Like, for instance, you're not going to hire a hunchback, or a person who has like super bad arthritis to solder things. Probably not going to hire them. You're probably going to stay away from those people. And you're like,
there's physical requirements for jobs
right.
sometimes.
But the thing is like, that's still, when you break it down, you start getting into these micro preferences, right? Like, if it's the case that you just don't like a person because they just offend your delicate sensibilities in some way.
Well, technically, you don't have to hire them. You just can't be like, hey, I didn't hire Andrew because he's a white guy. Like, you just have to.
So just lie about it? So you just lie about it?
That's what they do.
Yeah. So
that's what they do.
So then doesn't it just sound like it's just an unenforceable virtue signal? Just unenforceable nonsense? So like I could be like, look, I only have a male staff because those are the most qualified people.
I think that if you can prove that you were being discriminated against on an immutable quality, this is for workers to be able to, bring this to court, which I think that if you can prove that, you should be able to bring it.
Yeah, but why? Like, what's the actual proposition here? You own a business. You have all of those resources. They all belong to you. All of them belong to you.
I think it's funny for this feminist who, at the beginning, right, she promotes feminism as freedom of choice, right? Egalitarian, freedom, right? Equal. Yet here is the thing where now you are talking about a business owner. You don't have the freedom to hire whoever you want, right? You shouldn't have the freedom to hire whoever you want. You shouldn't hire based on whatever you're thinking. No, that's the hypocrisy I find. I know a rat when I see one. He's a man who speaks from both sides of the argument while saying he's right. I mean, again, right? You could see it like that. I mean, Artie, you could see it like that. I mean, to be honest, how I see it is like, I don't really see the man as a rat. I see this man as, you know what? He's using the platforms he can use. So you would think that here's a man that wants to promote religious beliefs. And he believed that, well, religious beliefs usually benefit men. So he's going into a male-dominated area to promote his ideology. Makes sense. So I wouldn't chastise him for, being who he is and being in the space he's being in. It is what it is. But I say this, at the end of the day, I would tell everyone, do not agree with anyone 100%. Take the information you hear and interpret it yourself. Process it yourself. Red door. My husband hired one woman and never again. I mean, hey.
And somebody comes in and wants them, and you just don't like their fucking face, and it doesn't matter why. You don't like them because they're black, they're white, they're Muslim, they're women, they're men, whatever the fucking reason is, right? Why isn't that completely and totally up to the business owner? Why shouldn't that be completely left up to them, who they want to hire and who they don't want to hire?
Well, I think that many...
Exactly. I mean, I have no problem with him. Again, I have no problem with him pushing his religious belief because that's what he believes, right? I will say this, right? I will only see the hypocrisy, right? If you are a hypocrite, for me, Andrew has yet to be shown that he's a hypocrite. That's my thing. Okay. Unlike this feminist, she has shown that, her beliefs is pure hypocrisy.
Many businesses take out loans from the state, correct? Like PPE loans. And
no, most of it's private equity.
All right. Well, I think if you're going to take out loans, as in a lot of the
No, I mean, yo, Artie, I love it that, like I said, no echo chambers, right? Do not listen to anyone 100%. So I support it, that if you don't believe him, you don't trust in him, you don't like him, I would support that, because again, do not follow anyone like a sheep. I put nobody on a pedestal. I don't put like Fresh and Fit on a pedestal. I love Kevin Samuels, but I don't put him on a pedestal. So I put nobody on a pedestal. There's no one I listen to 100%.
Time use other people's money. I think a lot of people would be upset if the money that they loaned you was not,
They don't give a shit. Lenders just want their money back in the interest. They don't care about your practice. They don't care.
But I think you need to adhere to the law if you're borrowing money. Otherwise, then it's
I'm saying that I want to repeal the law. I think it's an immoral proposition to tell people what they can do with their money. I think that that's immoral. So I'm giving you the proposition, right? My worldview, it's completely immoral to tell business owners that they have to serve people that they don't want to serve, and that they're not allowed to have the hiring practices that they want. Like it's totally their
Well,
business.
this isn't even about hiring practices. This is about wages. This is paying.
That would be
someone the
that would
same
all be
amount.
hiring practices, right?
Right. Because
Don't you get a salary on being hired?
I mean, it depends. You could have minimum wage or a salary. Like I don't.
That would still be your salary would then be minimum wage. But at being hired, your hiring practice would be the salary negotiation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the thing is like, I've never, again, I
This
claim,
is
I make the
law
counterclaim.
comes from the fact that, like, employers would pay women less to do the same amount of work.
But I'm fine with that.
Okay.
And I'm fine with it being the opposite. I actually see that as the more moral proposition. If it's the case that it's yours.
Yo, exactly, Mr. Smith. Exactly. Feminists suffer from a strong case of internalized hypocrisy. Freedom for me, but not for you. Privileges for me and duties for you. 100%. I already said her hypocrisy when it comes to pro-choice. Right there, right? Big ass hypocrisy right there.
You get to do what the fuck you want with it because it's.
I agree, right? Andrew is a Christian ethicist, right? Not a red pill, 100%. He's not a red pill guy, right?
Yours. And it doesn't matter if that makes a person feel badsy, and they're like, "Well, wait, that's unfair. Fairness isn't an idea of a doctrine when you want something from somebody else. It's not how that works, right?"
I'm trying to. This is hard because I don't know if I could ever make a comparison. But you are a Christian.
Yeah.
Does it not make you feel some type of way whenever people discount you or disregard you or exclude you on the basis of your religion?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Right. Like it feels bad.
Or they call me a bad Christian, or they call me this. Yeah, it feels bad. Sure.
It feels bad. And you're like, that's just my beliefs in my religion. It's not harming anyone. I'm just a Christian. Like, it's the same feeling for race and gender. It's like, I'm a competent worker. Why am I not being paid the same amount? Like,
the difference is that it doesn't matter if it hurts my feelings that a Muslim says he won't hire me because I'm a Christian, right?
Again, this is the mindset of women. The world is unfair. The world is unfair. Like literally, there are young men suffering. There are men suffering. Nobody cares. It's just part of. This is the thing where like why I'm trying to create my brotherhood. Why I'm trying to create the community I'm trying to create. Okay, because honestly, the world doesn't care. It don't. Even if I'm trying to care, at the end of the day, it will still be a hard life for men. Right? It will still be a hard life for men. I cannot cure men's hardship. I can't. Now, you can show support. You can help. But again, I would be disingenuous to think that, okay, I'm going to solve it. I'm going to solve it and make the world better for men. Make the world easier for men. That's fucking stupid. Okay? And to be honest, I also believe that when life is too easy, it makes you weak. Right? I hope that men experience hard life, but they can persevere. They can push through it. And I've been there. Living a hard life, it wasn't easy, but if you come out of it, you'll be stronger for it.
Because it's me who wants the thing from him, right? Now you could say there's mutual. He wants something from me too, but if he really wanted something from me, then he would hire me, right? And he's not.
Well, he's hiring you for less.
Well, he's just not hiring me at all.
Yeah.
Right. But
Personally, very personally, thank you very much. Very into education. I very much enjoyed my education. I know it's a useless degree, largely. I mean, fantasy literature. However, my younger sister is pre-med.
Her degree is fantasy literature. Yeah, a useless degree indeed. Her degree is fantasy literature.
At Duke. And I think that is something very worthy. I think it's very important that she is able to pursue that. So again, freedom to do so. To
go ahead.
Go into, as long as you have the skills to be able to go into any career field. And that goes for men and women. I think that, we should have more men working in education and, like childcare, elderly care. I think that we should have more women in trade. I think it's, a lot of people assume women can't do trade, but
Oh my God, is that true? Mrs. Smith, is that true? That's crazy. By the way, feminists in Australia have taken over the charity for prostate cancer and begun to fund women's health. Insane. If that's true, right? If that's true, crazy. That is some crazy ass shit. What is fantasy literature? Again, a useless degree. I mean, like I've done I've done videos on women's crazy ass, stupid ass degrees. This is what the freedom women want? To get useless degrees, to get debt, to get useless degrees, and then complain about capitalism, that you can't get a job because you got a fucking useless degree? Great.
Ex-girlfriend who was 90 pounds, 5'1", became a welder. So I think ladies can manage most of the trades.
They can't.
Well, they can weld.
Yeah, well, weld well. What kind of welding did she do? Into the mic, by the way.
Oh, I don't remember. We broke up ages ago, but she was starting her apprenticeship.
She was starting her apprenticeship.
She's a lesbian too. God, she's fucking typical. She's a typical feminist.
According to my mom, who kept up with her, she finished it. But I never
Does she work as a welder?
I don't know. I haven't talked to her in years.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of pie in the sky. I guess my counter argument to all of these is that basically every proposition you give me for what you think is expansion of freedom, which according to your definition is what feminism is for. Can we read the definition again that we agreed on real quick?
I think it was feminism equal egalitarian equity and the removal of patriarchy. That's just what I wrote down.
Mm-hmm. And you think that the point of feminism, though, from your view also, is to expand freedom for people. That was what?
Yes.
Yeah.
Not to have the freedom to
do the things you don't like.
No, to take other people's freedoms.
Well, you're not taking anybody's freedom by not hiring them.
I think that you are creating an environment in which people's immutable qualities impact how much money they can actually make.
Yeah, but that's freedom. You know,
freedom for who?
It's freedom for both parties.
Freedom for employers, but not for workers.
They're free too. Well, how are they not free? What are they not free to do? To tell you what you have to do with your money? To tell you what you have to do with your resources? They're just as free. Like, what is the impact here on freedom exactly? Like, if you wanted real freedom, if you wanted a society that was truly free, you would not go in and legislate how employers could go about the rigorism of who they wanted to hire, who they didn't want to hire, and why.
Are you a libertarian?
No, I'm not a libertarian at all.
Christian. It sounds a bit libertarian.
No. It's following Christian ethics. The idea here is like, you don't get to make a determination, an unjustified determination at that. You just have this kind of like bizarre thing that you start with. People shouldn't be discriminated against based on immutable characteristics, and it's like, why the fuck not? If it's the case that they want resources from you that are yours and you don't want to give them to them, why the fuck not? Why can't you discriminate? What about that is justified from your view?
Did Jesus discriminate against anyone on the basis of their immutable characteristics?
Well, based on immutable characteristics, I'm not sure. Like, I'm not sure that he did. No.
All right. Well, isn't
but that's a spirit.
It's been a long time.
I don't think that spirit. I don't think that spiritually we should do that.
Spiritually, shouldn't we aspire to be Christ-like?
Yeah, spiritually.
So giving, loving,
Yeah, sure. So let's go to the money changers and whip them, and let's go tell prostitutes to stop being hookers. Can we do that?
Yeah, but we do so with love and empathy.
Okay, love and empathy. But so, are you okay with Christians stopping prostitution? No, no. So,
well, I think let me be clear. I think that most women who are doing full service sex work, a lot of them that isn't necessarily what they wanted to do with their lives growing up.
Yeah, but you still support their freedom to do it if they want, right?
I think that they deserve protections. I don't want to see those women harmed at all.
Do you think it should be illegal to do or not?
I think it should be decriminalized.
So not illegal.
Not illegal, but decriminalized, because I don't.
So that's the thing, right? Is like you can't pick and choose which Christian ethics you would prefer that I apply and which I don't. And the thing is like here I'm being remarkably consistent and just bit a bullet for you. I just said, yeah, I do agree, right? Based on immutable characteristics, Jesus Christ didn't discriminate from helping anybody with their spiritual health or anything else. I totally agree that that's true.
I think
but
that
when it comes
with loving arms.
Yeah, but when it comes to how we engage in the world and people's preferences, there's nothing biblical about creating refusals to or that you have to hire people that you don't want to hire based on whatever it is you don't want to hire them for, or pay them whatever wage they demand you pay them.
Were Christians not, oppressed by the Romans? Were the Jews not driven out of like everywhere they ever tried to live?
Yeah,
Christians. Was that portrayed positively, or was that? Do you think like?
And Christians, when you talk about Christian reforms, the demands were not ever that.
Yes.
Oh, wait a second. Now
I remember when Red Door said that story. This is a thing where it's like the hypocrisy in that you want to promote. Oh, let's be kumbaya with each other. You're not, right?
we get to make a determination on what you do with your resources towards us. Where do Christians take over and then say, you have to treat us to the same exact wage as you do, this people group over here? That just never happened. It wasn't a factual case. And so it's like,
It's because Rome was deeply unequal.
well, no, just life is deeply unequal. So the
course,
the
but I
question
think that
the
we
question
can-
just becomes like, where are we getting this grounded ethic that it's okay to tell people what they can do with their stuff? It's theirs.
I mean, no one is saying it's just a equal opportunity and trying to not make judgments on someone on the basis of.
But I think it's fine for people to make judgments.
Of course, like if I am walking down the street at night and I see a large group of rowdy 20-something men, I'm going to be like a little bit like anxious. I'm going to be like, well, they're rowdy young men. That could be potentially dangerous.
Is it bad if I do that with black people?
I think that highly depends upon the context.
In the same context. I just see a group of
Of rowdy young men?
yeah, or just rowdy black people. And I cross the street. Is that racist?
I think it's just because they're black on the basis that you think they're going to jump you.
Yeah.
Do you think that happens often?
Do you think that if it was just a bunch of men and you cross the street and you call that sexist or not sexist, then how would that be racist the other way?
Well, because I think we have to consider which one is coming, on the basis of like.
I love that. This is the thing, right? That right there is when you can you can destroy their arguments. Okay? Feminists will always tiptoe that shit. They don't want to seem like, oh, racist, right? But they're fine with being sexist. Yo, I love it when you dismantle their arguments like that. Because then it doesn't make sense. Right? I mean, like, it is okay that I will pick the bear over a man, right? It's okay that I will pick a bear over a man. So is it the same thing is it okay for you to pick the bear over a black person? Is that okay? Oh, that's racist? That's not okay? But it's okay for you to be sexist towards men. That's where your logic falls. This is why feminist logic is like it's weak. It doesn't apply. You cannot be consistent when it comes to feminist logic. They're not consistent. So that's why their logic falls. Yo, Evil Eddie, my brother. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Personal experience versus like, I mean, how often have you been like harassed at night by rowdy black people? Like a crowd.
If you go around rowdy black people, yeah, they're probably going to harass you if you're white.
I used to walk through the Tenderloin at night by myself. This was when I was very butch. So mind you, I
walk
at
through.
a glance.
You're gonna walk through South Central by yourself.
I don't know where South Central is.
The point is, though,
I'm
is
talking
that
about
like
San Francisco, the Tenderloin is a heavily black area.
you're informing your judgment that the rowdy group of young men may do bad thing to you.
Historically, they do bother.
And this would be the same information that a young white man or a young white woman would have if they're talking about. Hang on.
again,
Let me make the point, and then you can respond.
Right.
Is it not the case that young white men also have the exact same justification that you would have? That historically now, at least in their lifetime.
I agree. I mean, like, seriously, as a man, I would, like, if I see a group of men, right? If I see a group of rowdy men, I will walk the other way as well. So really, it's not because, again, it's not because of, not because of anything. I understand that logic, but you're not consistent. You're not consistent.
It does seem like whites are disproportionately attacked by black men. That white men are disproportionately attacked.
The stats on
and
that.
we can pull them up.
But again,
let's just look at interracial dynamics of violence, black on white versus white on black.
I think depending on where you are, sure. If you're in an area
it's not where you are. It's
racial
everywhere.
tensions are high.
It's everywhere.
Okay, well, I'm just saying.
It's everywhere.
I used to walk through the Tenderloin in San Francisco at night by myself. That is a heavily black area, and I was.
This is also a problem with feminism. They use anecdotal experience. Okay, great for you. Great for you. I mean, like, then I could say that, I've walked, around men. I didn't get beaten up or, harassed. I mean, so it's like, so what, right? Anecdotal experience does not necessarily make, or really don't make, it right for as the whole. That's why when we talk in general, because honestly, anecdotal experience does not, it doesn't cover for the masses.
The worst thing that ever happened was a guy tried to sell me weed. That was the worst thing that happened, and it was okay. And I looked again, like.
But if you're informing, if a young woman is walking down the street and she's never been assaulted by young men before ever, and she's walking by a group of young, rowdy-looking men, right? And she just knows from hearing stories and from her observations, and statistics and things like this, that she could be in some trouble there, and she crosses the street. Would you say that that's sexist?
I would say technically yes, that is sexism, but I think that
So she does need to keep, in order to not be a sexist, she needs to keep walking through that crowd. You would advise her to do that?
I think that you can make some assumptions.
Oh.
Yeah. Would it technically be sexist?
So would you
Sure,
recommend
but
in
it's
that?
on the basis of like this.
So would you recommend she was sexist in that instance then? If you were going to give her advice, would you be like,
be sexist?
Yeah,
no, I
in
would
that
say
instance?
don't get hurt.
but if she crosses the street based on her preconceived
How would you
notions, even though these things haven't actually happened to her,
How would you solve don't get hurt?
and you were the advice giver, would you go ahead and advise her to cross the street?
Yeah, if it was my little sister, absolutely.
Of course. And so you would advise her to be sexist. Mm-hmm. So then why wouldn't that apply to race?
I don't know how to say this other than I think you only get harangued by black people as a white person if you're being real weird. Like, I think you have to be like...
What?
Like what reason would a group of rowdy black people have to bother a young white guy?
They kick the fuck out of them and take their money. What are you talking about?
Okay, like jumped? You're worried about getting jumped?
Yeah, of course. The same thing you would be worried about.
Yes, sure, then avoid them. But you should probably avoid groups of white guys too, because you could get jumped also.
But if it's racist, then no. Well, wait a second now. If
Depends
all
on
of
where you
if
are.
all of the things that you're
Again.
if all the things you're
Again.
informed on, all right, are telling you exactly the opposite, and you would advise your little sister to be sexist, why shouldn't I advise my little brother to be racist in that situation?
I think it depends upon where you are. Again, if you are seeing a group of young men, regardless of race, who just seem like they're dudes out having a fun time, or if it looks like it could be gang activity related or something like that, I think like you just have to make judgment calls there. And that can be regardless of race.
Is it racist to do? Is it racist to cross the street because you see a group of young black men?
If you saw a group of young black men in suits with briefcases, would you be afraid of them?
Well, wouldn't you be afraid of? Do you think that
No,
it's?
I wouldn't be afraid of a group of men in suits walking with briefcases.
So you're just saying
I said
that
rowdy young men.
Well, that's funny because then I guess if you were going to give advice to SAers, you would just advise them to have a suit and briefcase, right?
No, that's not what I would advise them. But what I'm
Well,
saying
I mean, but hang on. It is, right? Wouldn't that be an entailment that you would advise them to just have a suit and a briefcase? Because if that's the case, Charlie's going to be fair game for you because she's not going to avoid you.
I would assume that there would be less danger if it's a group of sober businessmen. Yes, I would assume that they are less likely to assault me than a group of young men who are drunk and rowdy.
Don't you think that the people who have the most resources to like kind of beat the rap might actually be the most likely to do that?
Of course, but again, if we're talking about street harassment, it's probably not going to be from business. They're like molesting their secretaries or whatever. You know, it's not.
Yes, I don't know. It seems like we're saying the same thing. You would advise if it was a young group of men, your sister to cross the street, and if somebody advised that it's black men and advised a little brother to cross the street based on all of the experience data that they have. I don't really understand. I still don't really understand the distinction.
This is the thing where Andrew's trying to dismantle her ideology because it's not consistent. Because you're not being consistent. If you can say one thing, you have to be able to say it in a different way, in a, let's say, a reverse, or you change the subject matter, right? The context is the same. You just change the subject matter. And that is why a lot of feminist ideology falters. Because it's purely built on gender. It's purely built on gender. But gender is like such a weak distinction because, again, when you change it to race, you say it doesn't apply. But again, right? Like it should be able to apply consistent. You should be able to have that logic consistently.
Because one is based on the fact that women get sexually harassed fairly frequently. I don't know.
And the
many
other one
white
is
guys.
based on the fact that
I
there's
don't know
interracial
many-
violence fairly frequently.
Okay, 13% of the American population is black. And regardless of how far we've advanced, most populations are not mixed. Most areas are still fairly segregated. What are the chances of white guys experiencing being assaulted by black men to the same degree as women being assaulted by men?
Why would it need to be the same degree?
Because I think if it's a low chance, something that's probably not going to happen, that's different from something.
Well,
that
how low
happens
of a
all the
chance?
time.
How low of a chance before I'm not racist when I cross the street? Does it need to be? Like, how low of a chance does it need to be before I'm not racist for crossing the street?
Like 1%. But even then, I don't think like that'd be 1 in 100 times you
Your chances of getting your chances.
Yo, Artie, my email address is on my channel, right? It's you could go to where my under description, on my homepage, the homepage, you can click my email address and just email me, right? If you want to email me. Or you could just like you could just check my Instagram, right? You want to DM me? If you want to message me on Instagram, you could do that too.
Of getting essayed by a group of men is way less than 1%.
Or sexually harassed, or just
Way less than 1%. Way less.
I'm going to respectfully disagree. I had an experience. It wasn't me. It was.
Disagree with what? You want to see the stats? Like just in essays? We just go off of just.
Well, I'm also just talking about sexual harassment.
What does that mean? They catcall you?
Bother you? Yeah.
They just catcall
Bother
you?
you.
Yeah, it's annoying. No
Yeah,
one
so I
likes
mean,
it.
what's
And it can be scary
so? What
and
would you
weird
like
because of
less
the
if you were a young
implication.
man to get your ass kicked by a group of young black guys, or get catcalled by a group of white dudes?
I mean, the likelihood of a group of black guys beating you up, again, at most they might say mean things to you. That's probably maybe.
At the
I don't
most, there
know.
might say mean things to you, that other group of men that you're avoiding. But you would still recommend the kids or your kid sister to cross the street to engage in the sexism. And yet, for some reason, when somebody uses the same argument from the racial lens, you're like, no. And it's like, that's a very inconsistent
Because
position.
it's not based on reality.
It is based on reality. What reality is it not based on?
I do not hear of like interracial beat ups. Like, do you have any statistics?
Yeah.
On the likelihood of white people being beaten up by black people?
In comparison to the other way around, strap yourself in.
I was trying to find something earlier, but it wasn't coming up. But so basically, you guys just want me to look for white on black crime versus black on white crime.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or at least
Assault.
like,
Give me a few moments to find it.
And look at the essay stats, interracial essay stats, and then you tell me.
why interracial essay
Well,
stats?
because then I would think that in order to be consistent, you would bite the bullet that you would tell your little sister if it was a group of young black men to cross the street over if it was a group of young white men, just based purely on the statistics of which one's more likely to assault you, right?
Well, women are most likely to be victimized by men of their own race.
Which is why we're looking at what data point here? Interracial.
Okay, well, why are we looking at interracial?
Because if
sexual
one
assaults?
is much more likely
I'm
to
talking
assault
about
you
men
than
of
the
any
other.
race, a woman of any race and a group of men of any race, versus you talking about a white person.
Yeah.
Versus
Do you know
a group
what?
Of black
Can you
people.
tell me what per capita means, Charlie?
No.
No. Okay. I didn't think so. But anyway, let's move back to this. So it's pretty simple. Okay.
Do you want to tell me?
Yeah, per capita is just when you isolate for a segment in order to adjust for the percentage against the whole. So it'd be something akin to this.
Or Artie, you could always message me on Discord, right? I don't know if I could. I don't want to put my email address in the chat like that. I don't know if I could, or whatever. But still, you could. There's plenty of ways to message me if you want to just send something or talk about something.
That's right.
Okay.
Let's say you had two. Let's say you had two
Okay,
black
yeah,
men and you
yeah,
had I don't know 8 white dudes. Okay, for a total of 10. Right? 10 represents 100% of all of these people in this people group. Okay, and you have 4. You have 4 of the white guys who commit crimes. Right? Like SA. And then you have both of the black men who commit SA. If you're trying to determine which out of the people group committed more SA, would you then adjust for the 2 black men, because that's now 100% of black men who are committing SA, or for the 4 white guys, because now that's only 50% of white men who commit SA?
So it'd be like relative to population size. That's
Yeah,
what you're
per
saying.
capita.
Okay. Yeah.
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 So it's super important to understand this,
No,
right?
when it
Because
comes to
even if
sex,
it's the
yeah.
case that most SA crimes happen within your own race, that could very well be true. What you'd really be looking at, though, is the per capita percentage.
Yo.
So,
Yeah, let's get that.
Yo, I love Red Door. Doesn't know per capita. College education did her well,
Yeah.
particularly for a feminist, right? This is a thing where, particularly for a feminist who is very active socially, right? I mean, feminist is very active, politically. So you should know these types of terms when you're very active politically.
Still working on it. I'm not finding any.
But if it were the case, I just want to know, if it were the case that interracially they attacked white women far more than white men attacked black women, then wouldn't you give the advice to your little sister to cross the street?
Yeah, if that was a thing that was happening, where sure, like black men are just out there hunting white women like animals, I guess I would.
You see, hang on. Did you see how you just characterized that with a terrible straw man? Did I say anything about black men hunting down white people like animals?
Essaying.
Did I say anything
You
about
said
them hunting?
essaying white women.
Did I say anything about them doing that?
No, but the
No, so you just made there's no implication of that either. Just an implication.
The implication is
of
that
the
black men are sexual predators.
No, the
and-
implication
and
is only
uniquely violent.
What? Okay, how is that implied? If it's the case that more black people do commit more R crimes than white people do, how is that anything other than a fact?
Well, it's not a fact.
It is a fact.
It's not.
Are you
And
sure?
we also have to test for. We have to consider convicted for.
Oh,
Like
it's
you
even
said, like I said earlier.
it's even worse.
Like I said earlier.
It's so much worse, Charlie, than you think. It's so
People
much
going innocent or-
Charlie, it's worse than you could ever imagine.
What do you mean?
You're about to find out when Brian pulls up the stats. It's worse than you could ever imagine.
Okay, well, will you concede that not all convicted sex criminals are guilty of what they have done?
Of course.
Okay.
But
Is
will
it
you
not true
concede
that we have a justice system?
Hang on, but will you concede that most of the people who are convicted of the crimes that they committed those crimes? Because
not sure, actually.
Well, then what's the point of things like judicial review? And what's the point
I
of
think
things
that it would
like what's the
depend-
point of things like that? What is the point of doing all of these audits? What is the point of all the studies and things like this if crime itself was not mostly being placed in its proper categories and people being convicted for the
Do you
correct
think
crimes?
people experience more outrage when a member of the out group assaults a member of the in group versus when a member of the in
Yeah, I remember that. I've seen that.
group assaults a fellow member of the in group?
The out group.
Right. Like I think that people in general are going to be far more upset about a black man essaying a white woman than they would be about a black man essaying a black woman.
Okay.
Right?
Let's just
so
grant
again,
it,
if
sure.
we're looking at convictions, there's also a history of false accusations, against black men by white women. That is a fact. That has happened.
Mm-hmm.
So I would also consider that as well.
Yeah, I mean, throughout the entire historic standard, sure, but like just the last 10 years, no, there's not much of that.
All right.
Not much in the way of false accusations going on there. Things like DNA, we have DNA testing. That's the big one, the DNA.
But a lot of rape kits don't happen. A lot of cases don't have rape kits.
So I don't trust women? Or should we believe all women?
I think that you can have more confirmation.
Okay.
I did find it. Finally, I apologize for the delay. I think Google might have been suppressing it. I had to go to X to find the actual infographic.
suppressing.
Pull it up, please. All right. So, Mary, you're going to have to make us smaller, okay? So make us right small. And then hide right this one. Okay. Interracial violent incidents per capita of offending race. And this is from a Bureau of Justice Statistics National Crime Victimization Survey from 2018. So white on black there, 30, Hispanic on black 76. Well, I'll just do, okay, so white on black 30, black on white 1,288 versus 30 for white on black.
Well, gee, Chuck, it seems like, based on what you just said earlier, if I could demonstrate this to you, you said that you would advise your little sister to cross the street. Do you hold to that?
By the way, this is incidents per 100,000 offender population.
Do you hold to it, Chuck? Do you hold to it? Are you going to advise your sister to cross the street now?
Nah, because I think it's white boys that are getting beat up.
Can you pull up the interracial essay statistics, please?
Sure,
Well,
give
again,
me
we'd
a
have
moment
to-
to find it.
It's just going to get worse as we go here,
All
Charlie.
right, well,
I'm
what
telling you,
saying is
it's
that
just going to
half
get
the
worse.
population is male, half the population is female. The encounters between, and then 13.3% of the population is black.
Yeah, and even less of that is male.
I admit, right? Sometimes when I'm trying to look for statistics on Google, they do make it hard, right? A lot of times they do the AI Google stuff and they will say things right away. Other times they don't do the AI shit to find things. So you have to go in deep to try to search for it. So Google is very inconsistent with their searches.
It's only about 6% that's male.
Yeah. And so, but again, the justice system.
Remember that word we were looking for, per capita?
Yeah. The justice system also does punish black people more. Black people are convicted more for the same crimes than white people.
Did it ever occur to you it's because they commit more crimes?
Well, if you look at comparisons to actual crimes committed versus conviction rates, it's committing crimes at about the same rate, but black people are more likely to be sentenced.
Because they're on their third time.
You know what? I really want Andrew to debate someone on race. Like debate a black person talking about race. I think he did it with the female, the black chick. I'm definitely gotta check it out.
Doing a crime. That's why. And that's never adjusted for in the data.
Do you have proof?
Yes,
for
we
that?
can pull it up. Yeah, name whatever study you want right now, and I'll pull up the methodology, and I can guarantee you that if we look on the offenses, how Japan has all the laws where they have the fucking young girls walking around in the mini skirts at all of the schools, and the principals, they're always for it, right? They sell women's underwear out of vending machines. They have massive porn shops where you start on the bottom floor, and as you continue to ascend, it goes to worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and more hardcore porn. It's a very perverted society.
Well, I lived in Nevada for 6 years, so this feels a little...
Nevada's not as perverted as Japan.
Reno, there was porn shops everywhere. It's been cleaned up now?
I lived in Reno too, and no, there wasn't.
It's been cleaned up now.
There wasn't. I was there 20 years ago. There was not.
20? Okay, well, what part of Reno did you... Well, I mean, you don't
What do
have
you
to
mean?
tell me, you don't want to dox yourself.
Reno's not big enough for us to be quibbling about parts, okay?
Well, at least when I was a kid, there was a whole lot of naked ladies everywhere.
Yeah, there was strip clubs. There's still strip clubs. There was prostitution houses that you had to go to way outside of Reno. And then...
Bunny farm, yeah.
Yeah, and then...
They do weird things there.
Okay, well, I don't care, and that's gross. But anyway, the point is that inside of Reno proper, no, it looks like a pretty normal city. There's a couple of extra strip clubs in the downtown area. But no, it was never like an overly gross city.
If we Googled youth pastor crime, I feel... I've done this before. It's all sex crimes. So I feel like if we are saying that Japan and Korea are perverse because they are godless, I think that we should look at the rate of like essays committed in churches.
As long as we can look at the amount of essays committed in public schools, Charlie.
Sure, yeah,
by
we
teachers.
can absolutely do that.
And so the thing is like, wouldn't it stand to reason that predators go where the prey is?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, then why wouldn't they move into being youth pastors to get access to children, just like they go to
Yeah,
public
of
schools
course.
to get access to children?
Of course, but those
Yeah.
are people that we assume believe in God.
And we assume that the secular ethics held by teachers, same ethics that you hold, right, are that they're not going to diddle kids, but they...
Again, you know what? This is the thing where Andrew and many people never say there are bad people in every demographic. There are bad people in every demographic. No one debates that. No one questions that. Everyone knows, yes, there are bad people in every demographic.
fucking do.
Well, I mean, what percentage of teachers are atheist? To be fair, I grew up in a very religious area.
Highly secular.
Okay.
Public schools are highly secularized. Where well, first of all, the school system itself is secular, period.
Yeah, of course.
It's removed from religion.
Yeah.
How many identify as being Christian in the school system who are women? Most of them are college educated. And as you know, the rates of not believing in God among the college educated are pretty high.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah.
But I also think it does highly depend on which area that you are.
Well, yeah, everything depends
like, I think
on...
cities are going to
Yeah,
be
they depend on
very
areas,
secular.
but that would be the same thing for the youth pastor. You know, that's going to depend on area too. So the point
essay
is...
rates
Yeah.
is going to depend on area for
Sure.
youth pastors?
Of course, just like it would for
Why?
public schools. Of course.
No, I think the essay rates would remain the same. What I mean is religion.
I don't think they do remain the same. Depending on demographic, it's not going to remain the same. Like, for instance, I would say that in minority schools, the chances of molestations probably increase.
Yeah.
So then, no, that's
Well,
not...
because who's going to listen to those kids?
Yeah, so it doesn't stay the same then. That's my point.
We have some chats coming through, so we'll take a break for those.
A message from the Government of Canada.
Past G. George donated $200.04.
And two, the people here don't like it. And three, right, this is our nation. We don't have to
Do
share it
they
with
not
anyone.
like it on the... Your ancestors were immigrants, and my ancestors were immigrants.
No.
And they had to
No.
assimilate.
No, they weren't immigrants. No, first of all...
Okay, my ancestors were immigrants.
That's great.
They were immigrants, and
But let's take it all the way. Let's take it all the way back to the beginning.
to the colonizers.
Yeah, no, they weren't colonizers.
Yes, they made colonies. They made
Yeah,
colonies
yeah.
for European countries. What do you call that?
So
other
did the
than a
Native Americans who
colonizer?
came here from Asia. They made colonies. They were colonizers.
So a colony has to have like a base. It has to have like a base country.
Yeah, it has
So
to.
indigenous people packing up all their crap
Going-
in Asia and moving, and that's their permanent settlement. That's different than having a colony.
What? I'm sorry, I'm confused.
Most of the colonizers
There
were
was-
not living there forever.
Are you-
It was colonies.
are you-
People went back and forth.
yeah, are you
They
aware-
were colonies that were under the jurisdiction
Okay.
of European
Do you
nations.
consider all Asians to be the same people group?
No.
So multiple
They're
people.
incredibly
So
diverse.
multiple people groups came here over the span of thousands of years.
Yes.
Okay, great. So then, guess what that means? That if you have people who come all the way over here and they make themselves a nice home base, right? It's now their land, and then more Asians come across that land bridge, right, to wherever they're at, and they make themselves a little base. They're doing what, Charlie? They're colonizing.
That's not what a colony is. Can
What
you
is
get
it?
the definition of a colony?
Pull up a colony.
A country or area under the full or partial political control.
You know, this is the thing where when I was debating that the Allen guy, right? I get tired of this definition that, and I get it, right? You want more definition, but my thing is that a lot of times it's like, you know, we understand the what is it, the general concept of certain things, but we always wanted to be very precise, which is, I get it, I understand it, but I feel like it's a tactic, right? It's a tactic to hopefully discredit your view, in my opinion.
Of another country, typically a distant one, and occupied by settlers from that country. Another definition, a group of people of one nationality or ethnic group living in a foreign city or country.
So it would be under definition
with
two.
the
Hang on.
control of another foreign nation from a far
you're
distance.
lying.
That's not. He just read it aloud.
Read part two. Again, definitions have two. This has two different definitions, and you're selectively only picking yours out of convenience. Read definition 2 for
Wouldn't that go
colonizer.
against every part of American history?
No, it goes against your stupid feminist bullshit. Read section 2.
Colonies are
They were
attached
colonies
to European
too.
vassal
Those were
states?
colonies also, and also what I gave you examples of are also colonies.
If
It's
I was
both.
even going to grant that absurdity, like then what were the?
Can you
what
read
were the
definition
states?
2?
What were
Charlie,
the
stop
states that,
spurging. Charlie,
like,
stop spurging.
indigenous
Charlie,
people were
stop
under-
spurging.
I'm not
Charlie,
spurging.
Charlie, just let him read the second definition.
A group of people of one nationality or ethnic group living in a foreign city or country.
What's your objection, Charlie? What's your objection now?
Okay, so tell
What's
me.
the objection now, Chuck? What is it?
Normal people with brains understand that when we say colonizer and colony, they're called colonies because it is under the control of European nations. Are you going to doubt that? What was the foreign nation that controlled the indigenous nations?
Can you read definition 1, Brian?
Yes. A country or area under the full or partial political control of another country, typically a distant one and occupied by settlers from that country.
So, Charlie, what you're talking about right now, you're right. Those are colonizers. And what I'm
I'm going to. I definitely want to react to that video, right? Laughing Man. I definitely want to react to that one.
talking about right now are also colonizers. So,
What city did they settle in? What nation did they settle in?
Well, if you want to look up the Aztec nations, we can. If you want to look up the
The
Mayan.
cities weren't there until they went there. There
And
weren't
then other
there.
people came after and settled in those areas and built colonies.
And they were not within foreign nations or
They
foreign
don't.
cities.
Yes, they were foreign to them. Yes, of course.
Those were not settled areas.
They were settled areas. So this land bridge existed between
Yes,
Asia.
I know that there were various, but
Yeah.
they were not colonizing foreign nations.
Well,
and
according
foreign
to the
lands.
definition that we just read, unless you can tell me why that definition.
And also, I think she's, in my opinion, I think she's misconstruing nations, right? I think she's using nation where she think like the Europe, UK nation as something big. Yes, but it's different when, small groups of people. You're not necessarily calling it a nation, but come on. I mean,
Wrong. They were.
Well, unless you can tell me what freaking vassal state they were
That's not. Read the definition again.
What foreign nation they
Read
were
the
under
definition
control
again,
of.
Brian.
One or two.
Two.
A group of people of one nationality or ethnic group living in a foreign city or country.
Ethnic group.
You think that indigenous people living in the U.S. they are colonizers, if I were to even grant that, which is ridiculous, in the same capacity that European settlers were colonizers.
Okay, do you understand that what you're doing right now is fallacious? It's called equivocation. I literally separated out the two concepts. Both.
that is really cool. Red Door says there are 574 native tribes in the U.S. That's amazing. One of the things where I do regret that there is such a small pockets of Native Americans. I think that's terrible. I think that's such a terrible thing for the U.S. where I think it would have been good thing that there would be a more bigger pockets or bigger community of Native Americans where that should be part of U.S. culture, right? American culture with Native Americans, which is it's a sad thing that Native American culture isn't a bigger part of America, which is I think it's sad. I really do. I think that's the worst part, right? I think that's the worst part of America that Native American culture isn't a bigger part of America. I think that's terrible, right?
Both are colonizers. Both. You say only one is. Yet I gave you the definition, right? A legitimate definition for colonizer, which includes you just have to be part of that ethnic group and go to a foreign land that already has people in it, and now you are a colonizer. And so the thing is, Charlie, is like, I'm sorry that we colonized the colonizers, but it's definitionally true that we did. They were colonizers first. Sorry, Native Americans. They colonized first.
Those were not settled lands. I do not accept this.
Oh, they weren't? They weren't settled lands?
They were
So
not
you didn't
settled lands.
So over how many thousands?
Did indigenous peoples fight over land?
Yes.
Yes, correct. But were they colonizing the areas where they settled in?
If they
No.
were migrating, one ethnic group migrating to another land which was already occupied, they were colonizing it. Natives did it all the fucking time. Constantly. They moved all over. The Plains Indians did it all the time. The Pueblo Nations did it all the time. The South American, very far South American tribes did it all the time. They were constantly fighting.
Do you think that that is the kind of language that the average person would use to describe what the Native Americans did?
Yeah, I think if it was explained to them, they
would
would,
think that
yes.
they would say
I
they-
think
they
that what's happened
colonized the
is a bunch of
US.
you bullshit artists gave us the myth of the noble savage.
Is that from the Gracie Strangler?
It's the myth of the noble savage. The idea.
No, I know what the noble
Yeah,
savages
and
is,
it's a myth.
I'm incredibly well aware that there were many indigenous tribes
Yeah.
that were very violent.
It's not just
and
that.
fought.
No.
Yes,
No.
I'm
That doesn't
aware.
capture.
I'm aware that they took land from each other
That doesn't
and fight.
even begin to capture. No. They weren't just very violent. Why don't you tell the truth? They were raping kids. Why don't you tell the truth that they were taking people on top of pyramids and cutting their fucking hearts out and sacrificing it to Ra? Like, these weren't, it wasn't just like, they were a little different than us. They were a little more violent. They were, no, they weren't the same. It was a complete.
Do you, like when we say colony and colonizer, you understand that people think of the American colonies, the 13 colonies, right? That were under jurisdiction.
Do you understand how you're equivocating again? Like when
Like,
you
this
say
is integral to American
when
history,
you
though,
say,
that we were colonies that rebelled.
well, when you say
against our-
colonizer, you mean a colony, right?
Yes, foreign people that live in a colony established by a foreign state that they are
Or-
under the jurisdiction of, that
or-
exists primarily for trade purposes.
Or an ethnic group which goes to an already settled area, right, and begins to settle it.
What do you think about that, Red Door? I think that I don't agree with that, right? I don't agree with that because that right there is, in my opinion, disgusting. That is disgusting, and that's my personal opinion. I think it's trying to erase Native Americans, which, again, I think that's disgusting because we have such a big part of, black culture being part of American culture, right? Black culture is American culture. So on the same token, Native American culture should be a part of American culture. So you can't erase another culture to try and make you bigger than another. I think that's disgusting, but that's my personal opinion because I think it's not right where we shouldn't be erasing in my opinion, a important part of, American culture, American history. We should be celebrating it all. I think one of the, at least one of the things that I always liked is that it's the diversity, right? It's the strength of us being such a unique nation where we're so different, but yet we could, come together. But I think we should not be erasing Native Americans. I think that should be a bigger part of American culture. I really do.
It against the will of the people in the
But
settled
there's
area.
the suggestion of trade and of a foreign nation being in
It doesn't-
control of that area.
It doesn't have to be. That's not definitionally true.
I mean, I guess very technically, but that's not how people would use it.
It's not how you leftists use it because you want to pretend. You want to pretend that the natives weren't colonizers themselves when they were, because they were.
I think it's referring to a very specific historical context.
No, I think
in which
that
the
it's just
13
trying to say
colonies-
white people are bad because they
No,
came and took the Indians' land,
It's
like
literally
meanie heads.
on the basis of how those colonies functioned. They were under the jurisdiction of foreign nations, and they rebelled against them and established the United States of America.
agree.
And were no longer colonies. Like it's not me being a annoying leftist
Yes, I
to
agree
say
with
that.
basic
It's
American
like,
history.
again,
I don't understand your point though. When you call us colonizers, is that meant to like be nice to us, or is
It's
that
a
meant?
fact.
Is it meant to be disparaging?
It's a fact.
Well, okay, if you're talking about me disagreeing with blacks claiming that they are the original Native Americans, that I disagree with it based on logic because honestly, they're not. They weren't here. It's like, again, Native Americans, white Europeans, and then, black, the black people, Africans coming here. So there's an order to it. They're not to say that Native Americans were just black people. You might as well say that Native Americans were Asian people. That makes more sense because, like Andrew said, they came from Asian countries over the land bridge. So you might as well say they're more Asian than they're blacks, right? Than they're African Americans, right? Than they're Africans. So there's no logic to that. Only 2% of blacks have Native American DNA. Wow, 58% have European DNA. That's interesting. That is interesting.
Is it meant to be disparaging? Yes, it's clearly meant to be disparaging.
Not in every context.
Are you going to
because it did
Are you
just
really
happen.
going to try to sit here and fucking gaslight
Yeah.
me That when you call us colonizers, that's not meant to be just fucking gaslight me, Charlie. Go ahead. I'm listening. Gaslight
it's a
me.
fact. If I call my ancestors colonizers, that's what they were. Some of them were, some of them weren't.
Yeah, and it's not. Is that meant to be disparaging though? Isn't it?
It's a fact.
Is it meant to be? I'm not asking you what's factual. I'm asking.
Yo, I think that I love that. That's crazy. That's the thing where, you know what? Controversially, right? Controversially, Asian people were the original. It's like, oh shit. Asian people were the original Americans. Oh shit. That's like, that's controversial, right? That's quite controversial. Asian people are the original, Americans. Yo, that's crazy. But that is really interesting. And that, that's the shit that Red Doors, that's the shit that I said this before. I love black community. I love the black community. I think they're amazing people. But what I said is that I really hate that out of any community that's truly deserves our attention, any community that truly deserves our attention, okay, truly deserves reparation, right, truly deserves to have America focused on, is Native Americans, okay? Why isn't our textbooks filled more with Native American history, right? Native America, it's like there's more black history than there is Native American history. And I think it's sad. I do think it's sad because I'm not saying tone down black history. I'm saying, why aren't we including Native American history into it? And I think that's sad.
If it's meant to be in a negative or positive.
If I go over to an ugly fat chick and I say, "Hey, you ugly fat bitch," right? That's factual, right?
I mean, do you say?
Hang on, Charlie, is that factual?
Well, we don't know if she's a bitch.
Okay, well, is it factual that she's ugly? If I just say, "Hey, ugly fat lady," is that factual?
Oh, beauty is subjective.
Oh,
Fat,
okay.
maybe. Fat could be factual.
Is that
sure.
meant to be nice?
No, it's mean.
So it's disparaging. So again, now that we know that you know what that fucking word means, I'm not asking you for the truth of the matter. I'm not asking if it's factual. When you say colonizer, is it meant to be disparaging or not?
I'm not saying it's disparaging.
Oh, God.
I'm not saying it in
It's like, it's so obvious to the onlooker. Like, you realize that, right? Like, from my side, it's so obvious to us when your side calls us colonizers and shit like that, that it's anti-white rhetoric, and it's always been anti-white rhetoric.
Guys think about it. I'm
Isn't it? I mean, you have the shit-eating grin because you know it's true, though, right? Like, you're just gaslighting. Isn't the whole thing designed as anti-white rhetoric?
I feel like you are taking me making a distinction between the 13 colonies, which were under the jurisdiction of a foreign nation, farther than it's meant to go.
Yeah, I don't think so. Because when I see you crazy ass leftists all over TikTok and all over these places talking about colonizer, the last time I saw this in depth, we were watching on the Crucible. There were I don't know how many was with us. Maybe at the time like 9,000 live viewers with me at the time as we were watching. People in front of Portland who were trying to resist our nation's laws. And one of the Hispanics who was there was going person to person and calling us colonizers, calling white people colonizers. You need to get the fuck, stop ICE right now, you colonizer. You came here and colonized. We have the right to be here. We have the right to be here because you're colonizers. And so the thing is like, yeah, I do think that he meant it, and he literally said it's because you're white. You're the beneficiary of colonization.
Yeah, but that's also kind of hilarious because when you're talking about Portland, you're talking about people with white guilt to the most extreme
This was a Hispanic guy.
Yeah, I know, but he was talking to the white people.
No, he was talking to white conservatives.
Oh, the white conservatives? Okay, never mind.
And he was calling them colonizers.
I thought he was doing that to
and what you guys do,
white liberals and leftists.
Yeah, and you fucking progressives do this constantly. Really, you call them colonizers, and then at the same time say there's no anti-white rhetoric. There's
I'm not all of those people.
Okay, I get it. It's a generalization. I understand, even though you yourself said that you use it disparagingly towards white people. But I mean,
it depends upon the context in which it is.
The context and most of the ways that I've seen you use it in your videos, it was not polite towards white society. That's for sure.
I don't know which videos you're referring to, but that's okay. Yeah, like clips or whatever?
Yeah, like every time I hear you talk about the colonizers, okay, it's not used in like a charitable light. And the beneficiaries of colonizers, it's not used in a charitable light. And when I see that, I know for sure, everybody knows who's watching it, right? We can intuit it out in seconds. And when we put you to the question, we figure it out even faster, that it's anti-white rhetoric masked as being historically accurate. And it's like, it's really not either of those things. It really is just a way for progressives to utilize anti-white rhetoric and pretend that they're not being a bunch of fucking racist assholes. That's what I think. That's what I think is going on.
But those things happened.
Yeah, but when I tell you about things that happened, right, with Native Americans, you're very quick to make excuses for it. And yet, here, when it comes to colonization, the idea that you had a clash of cultures, and anytime two cultures clash, this is what happens. Anytime. When you have a disparage between technology,
yes,
it's always the case.
I believe it. Again, my point on the colony just has to do with the foreign state, jurisdiction of a foreign state.
Yeah, that's one definition of colonizing. I agree that these were colonies.
Okay.
I agree that they were beholden to a state, and then they fought for freedom and formed a new state. So then they were no longer colonizers. They were born on this land. They were settlers. Well, no, at that point, they weren't even settlers. It was their land, right? It was theirs. They fought for it. They got it.
I guess by, European standards, they had claimed the land. Correct.
By all standards. Who has a standard that if you fight and take the land, it's not yours? What culture has that standard? All
I was
of them
thinking
do.
more about boundaries. I mean, it could be fought back. They could say, this is our land, we'll take it back, but
Yeah.
I think
All right.
indigenous people would disagree.
We have
A message from the government of Canada.
probably about 7 or 8
Past Chief
that I need to
George
let through.
donated $200
They're going to be
and 4 cents.
out of order.
When debating with Andrew, it's best to know a message that benefits some.
See, that's what I think. I think Pat's right. Like, that's what I think we've been able to infer from this. That's what I inferred from it. It's like, nope, that ideological message, it's really only that one definition that matters because that's the definition that reinforces the worldview.
Would you like to respond to Andrew or the question?
I
Or
don't think
statement?
Pat or Andrew is going to believe me when I say I just feel strongly that a colony requires in its common usage, is going to require a foreign government to have jurisdiction over it. That is just, again, in common usage. That is how the word is used.
But it's just such an appeal to emotion, especially when you say like you feel that is the case when
I've
we
never
had a
heard it
definition
used
for it.
any other way.
Okay, well let me just ask you this: would you reject definition 2 that we gave you for colony? Would you reject it? Like you can just not accept the definition as being true.
I wouldn't reject it completely, but I would say that I think that it is, there are certainly much better words to describe that phenomenon, which is like settler. Like, again, because colony just has a very strong implication of foreign government in charge of that. Like again, I just feel like they are fundamentally different, especially when we're talking about the 13 colonies.
But you
Because
see-
that's like the whole point of the War of Independence.
But here's the thing where I find it kind of a little bit funny, where you will only use colonizer when it comes to white people. It's like you would not use colonizer for any other group that would do the same thing, that has done the same thing. I don't hear it. You only use colonizer when you want to, I don't know, disparage or attack white people, the white nation or whatever, right? Which it's just honestly, because I've said this before, where I don't discredit the history of of America or of the white nation, white people. I don't despair it, but it's like at the end of the day, I always feel like the America you're living in today, the UK you're living in today, it's thanks to however ugly the past is. But again, every country, every nation has an ugly past. But you just can't necessarily discredit it. I want to kiss you in the mouth, big dog. Leroy King, what's up, my brother? What's up?
Is that we would have our own freedom and no longer be colonies, but be.
But I mean,
a
there was
nation.
colonies that had nothing to do with the 13 colonies, obviously.
Yeah, of course. around the
Yeah,
world.
so like
Yeah.
you continuously bring it back to that because it seems to reinforce your worldview that you need this definition to be true so that your prism of history is true.
Well, I'm an American informed by American history, I guess is all I can say.
Yeah, well, I mean, that American history was British history too, right?
Sure. Yes, because there
was
was
British history.
British and French and Spanish.
But anyway,
et cetera.
the point is like, yeah, it just seems like there's a bias operation there. That's all I'm saying.
I won't deny that, yes, many people on the left use colonizer in a negative way.
Including
They do.
you.
I have used it before in a negative way when I'm referring to negative things, and I will say that, yes, it has been used in ways that I think are disingenuous.
Bees donated $100. How else could the vast natural and human potential of the Americas have been organized into globally influential, technologically advanced societies without the disruptive, but ultimately transformat?
It couldn't have. Like I can concede that it could be logically possible that it could have.
I mean,
but
I think that
it's not likely.
I mean, it's not like Europe itself, all technological innovations sprung just from Europe. Like, we very much borrowed from, like, the Middle East and China when it came to, like, gunpowder and stuff. Like,
No.
I think without the...
No. First of
Okay.
all, like, if you talk about the origin of a chemical a chemical compound, or in this case, a powder compound of gunpowder, probably, fuck, I don't know. I don't even want to hazard a guess. I would.
Yeah, I don't think I would. Here's my thing where I don't want to strip women's rights away. That's not my thing. I would never agree to that. Because I don't think that's reality. To be honest, you know what? My point of view, right, is nowadays that I want women to have as equal rights as they can have. I really do. You'd be surprised. I really want women to have as equal rights as they can have. And we'll see how the world turns with women being equal to men. Because we're seeing this more and more, right? People are having less kids. Marriage is declining. Population is declining. So I've said this before, right? The world after feminism, it is the world that women have shaped. So what I've always said is that, you know what, men, I only say that, you know, we can only be accountable for what we do, right? Ourselves, individually. So I always promote men, you know, we walk away, we watch the world that women created, women shaped. We'll see what happens.
Guess that 99% of all technology based around gunpowder has been European.
Sure, yeah.
Probably 99%, or I mean, maybe like 99.9. But I mean, the innovations around gunpowder from Europeans, fucking, it's insane. It's incredible.
I mean, I'd want to read up on that, but I also think it's like.
No, I mean, I agree that, I mean, we're not equal, and, you know, we're not really equal, and but, you know, women have fought women are claiming to be equal. So it's more like where I'm going about is like more of a social experiment where, okay, you want equality. We'll see how the world turns out when we're giving you that equality. Yeah, you're right. Well, rights and legals equal. Yeah.
Unfortunately, we did bring disease to the Americas, which I think would have really heavily impacted our ability to trade properly. But
because of animal husbandry.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that it is possible. Well, and also we had Europeans had immunities built up that Native Americans didn't
because of animal husbandry.
Yeah, because of animal husbandry.
Yeah.
We could have traded. We could have, you know, passed the technology on.
We did trade with many tribes for many years, and they became very upset with us over various different things, including. Well, I mean, that's a long, complex history. But the point is that it is not the case that it is the case that we colonize colonizers. That is the case. And that's why I guess that's what frustrates me is I know, again, I guess we're circling, but I know that it's anti-white rhetoric. I've seen it now so many times that I just know it is. I think I can easily demonstrate it is by putting the person who calls me the colonizer to the question, and we see very quickly that it's designed. It's like, who have I colonized? Nobody. But you're the beneficiary of colonizers. Therefore, you're calling. Who are you to tell me that we can't immigrate to this country, colonizer? That's how it's used. Isn't it? It's used as, who are you to tell me who can immigrate into your nation? You're a colonizer. You just decided you're the conqueror, so if you get conquered, you fucking deserve it. Isn't that how it's being used?
The Hispanic guy was using it in that.
How does anybody use it on the left except that way? Who are you, colonizer, to tell people that they can't immigrate to this nation? Like, that's what it's mostly used for. When you're calling someone a colonizer, that they have no justification to say who can come in and out of their nation because they're colonizers.
I think it's just trying to remind people that they were once immigrants too. Because I do think that, again, it's not like all white people showed up at once and we all decided, yes, we're the same. We're culturally the exact same. It was a long, difficult process of, assimilation.
Look, I agree that there has been many waves of migration to various nations, okay? But I also think that the peoples of these nations eventually are going to be able to determine what they want their demographics to look like, which Japan has.
No, I agree. Rashad, what's up, my brother? I agree that they, in general, they're not going to make the same logical decisions as men do. I do agree. We're seeing those results. We're seeing those results now. So I do agree.
Done, for instance, they decided they were pumping in immigrants in order.
Exactly. Mrs. Smith said it, right? We can always build something after the feminist society has burnt it to the ground. Now we will have history to learn from in the new world. Exactly. This is what I'm saying, right? I've said this before. Me and Mr. Smith, we are like on the same wavelength, right? That bull, he's reading my mind, right? So yeah, 100%. Again, we cannot change things up until we see women have destroyed it, because then we have proof, right? We have things. Look at that. That's what you did. This is what you did to society, thanks to your feminist ideology.
To offset the fact that their birth rate was massively declining. And most recently, their president came out and said, we're not going to do that anymore. And if the birth rate declines, so be it. I don't care. And they get to, like, the people themselves get to control the demographics.
Yeah, they can do that. And then their elderly will rot and die alone in their homes when the population has more old people than they do young people.
Or they'll create a renaissance for incentives to create young people.
Well, they'd have to change their work culture to do that, and that's not likely.
Well, it's likely if you start running out of people.
Yeah, I guess.
Hassan Piker is not Zeus donated $100. Charlie, heard a rumor you and Hassan had a little tryst. Is it true? If not, would you date the shitlib? What do you think about the whole dog shock thing?
I've never spoken to Hassan in my life, and I'm not a fan of his. I've never spoken to Hassan in my life, and I'm not a fan of his.
Would you date him?
No.
Would you date
Groups, excluding other people or not.
I think you can do that if you want, but I probably wouldn't want to hang around those people. You can, if you want to have a little commune, do it. I've seen it done.
Well, it wouldn't be a commune.
Or like a little area where it's only you guys. Like, I guess you could do
What if it was a large area? Like, I don't know, half of a state.
I think it would be difficult to get that many people together that
But if they
wanted to do
could,
that. And
do you have any objection to it?
If they could. I can't articulate any opposition to it right now, but I don't like it. I don't even think people of, like, black people, Hispanic people, Asian people, I don't even think that they should do that. I think that that's weird.
So, like, forced integration should be the order of the day?
I mean, I guess if people are just really, really, really interested in only living around their race, sure, they could all get together with a bunch of people and say, hey, we're all going to buy houses here and buy land here, and hopefully they could do it.
But they don't want to just do that. They want to do that and then exclude other people from coming in.
I think you'd have to be very careful about how you did it, because there are housing laws, I think, housing discrimination laws. But places do that all the time. There's plenty of neighborhoods that will intentionally.
So you don't have any actual objections to it?
I would find those people to be morally reprehensible.
Based on what? What are they doing that's morally wrong?
I think that isolating yourself is...
morally reprehensible?
Yeah, I think it's backwards.
It's morally reprehensible to isolate yourself?
I had for a time...
So the Papua New Guinea people, they're just morally reprehensible because they isolate themselves?
I think if you've lived in a very diverse society that is integrated and then you decide you want to isolate yourself. Listen, I visited women's land once, and I thought that those people were deranged. I thought it was deranged to, be like, hey, only lesbians here, only forever, because I just thought it was weird. I thought it was weird. I feel like it's hiding from reality. So that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, but that's a different statement, saying it's weird and it's morally reprehensible.
I found it morally reprehensible.
Well, I find lesbians morally reprehensible, but I don't understand how...
Well, I didn't think they were morally reprehensible.
Well, right, I know. That's why I'm saying, like, I don't understand, though, where you get from... People make their own social orders and their own hierarchies, and they decide that they only want to live among one people group. What about that is actually morally reprehensible?
Because it would necessitate that they have hateful views about other people, even if it's people.
You know what, Mrs. Smith? I think I kind of agree too. I have to admit, I don't mind a Mad Max transition period after society collapses. Road Warrior, baby. I mean, come on. I'll tell you this, right? I mean, this is the thing where it will go back to a very men-centric society.
People of color doing it, they probably
what
are
do you
going
think?
to
Well, what do you
dislike
think?
And distrust other races. And
What
I
do you
don't
think hate
that's healthy.
means?
To strongly dislike, to have intense prejudice towards.
Okay, so strongly dislike?
Yes, I don't know how you would define hate.
I think strongly dislike seems reasonable to me. So strongly dislike means hate. So couldn't you want to do this because you just strongly like those people, but don't strongly dislike any other people?
White people aren't all the same. Black people aren't all the same.
I'm not saying that they are.
I mean, but again, if you are talking about such a large, broad group, like what do I'm from Northern California. Originally.
If you had a preference to live among a single people group, which I assume you have preferences to live among people groups, your family, extended family, a dog, I don't, whatever it is, you have preferences for that. If somebody had a preference that they wanted to live in a whites only or blacks only community, that was their preference. Why does that entail that there's hatred? I don't even understand that.
I think that I would describe it as biological and race essentialism in the sense that because someone is of a certain race, they act the same way. I feel that.
Yo, Evil Eddie, I think you, I can see you have a type. I see Evil Eddie has a type.
I have more common.
Wait a second.
That you have more.
There's no biological essentialism there. The idea is not you're only going to act this way because you're white, right? But you could make a determination on a group of people that on average you act a different way than another group of people. You could at least do that, right? Without giving the caveat of the monolith that all of them operate this way.
I guess, but
like,
again,
if you just really
I am also from, California is a very diverse state, and while I'm from a very red part of California originally, I still feel that the Hispanic kids I grew up with, I have a lot more in common culturally with than like a white person from the South.
I'm not disputing
like
any of
those
that.
are people more like me, even if they look different.
I totally get it, but that really doesn't answer to the question of strongly dislike. Why can't you strongly like one group and not strongly dislike another? Like if I strongly like white people, I have some preference for it.
I admit, I did it live. I think white women are honestly modern day, they are modern day dangerous. White women are destroying the world. Because here's the thing, white women are the ones who are spreading feminism, in my opinion. White women are spreading the hate. White women are spreading the gender divide, the racial divide. I think white women are doing it.
All right. Why would that entail that I strongly dislike anybody else? Just because I strongly like.
Do you strongly like white people?
Yeah, sure.
What about white people?
Yeah.
Well, like what about white people?
Oh, I don't know. It's just a preference I have. Sure.
But like if you had to think about like what you really like about white people, like, okay, I have a strong like for LGBT people. And if you were to ask me why I like them, I would say.
Isn't it because you're one of them?
Yes. But also more fun.
Hang on. But also because you're one of them.
Yes, they understand me more. But also they're more fun.
So
that doesn't change the
you're
fact
one
that
of
my
them,
best friend is a straight
and
man.
they understand you more, and that's why you like them. It's part of the preference of why you like them. Why wouldn't you understand that with other people's preferences?
Because I also have plenty of straight friends who understand me. And believing that other LGBT people...
But you strongly like LGBTQ people because they're like you and understand you. Got it. Why would that not be the case for people with racial preferences?
Is a heterosexual man.
So?
And he understands me just fine.
Yeah. So if white people have friends who are black too, doesn't mean.
Of course.
Yeah. What does that have to do with if they strongly like white people? And
like why? Why strongly like white people?
Because the same reason you gave for strongly liking LGBTQ people. No, you didn't just say fun. Don't gaslight me again, Charlie. You said because they understand me. You said because they understand me and they're like me.
No, okay, listen.
Hang on, Charlie. Can you admit that you said because they understand me and they're like me?
Yes, but I can sacrifice understand me as long as they're fun. For the first time in my life, about a year ago, hold on, listen. I had a primarily heterosexual friend group who did not understand me. And the reason I was like, wow, actually this sucks, is not because they didn't understand me, but because they were boring.
Exactly. This is a thing where I you know what, one of the things where I hate like this whole Asian rhetoric as well, Asian women rhetoric, where they're hating on Asian men because they look like them. I hate that shit. How black women or even black men, right? You hate. I really hate. I have a strong dislike for people who don't like other people on superficial ideology, right? That's my thing. You don't like someone because of their race. You don't like someone because of their gender. You are idiotic to me.
And that's why I did it. Because again, I can sacrifice not being understood as long as someone's a good time.
Okay, so help me out here. Let's pretend that you have a black child who's raised by white parents.
Okay.
Okay. And he gets to where he's about 14. Okay. And he finds his biological parents. Okay. And they were like lost at sea or some shit. And he goes to his parents, his white parents, and he says, look, I want to go live with my parents and other black people because I have a preference for them. I feel far more comfortable around them than I do around white people. Is he doing something morally reprehensible?
I would be curious about his actual comfort.
He just feels better around them. He feels like they understand him more and like him more, and he likes them more. He just likes them.
I can imagine someone wanting to, for a time, go live around a lot of people like that and get to know them, but I can't imagine that this person would decide to then spurn all of his,
Oh, he's not spurning. Wait. Parents. Where was that ever in there? He didn't spurn him. He just said he'd prefer to live over here. It doesn't mean he's not going to see him or talk to him or anything like that. He just would prefer to live over here.
But we build communities with the people we live by.
Yeah, no, but can you engage with this for a second?
Sure.
Okay,
yeah.
so what is he doing that's morally reprehensible here?
Well, we're also talking about a young adopted child who has probably been living with like the weirdness of being raised culturally white while being treated as black.
Absolutely.
So I think that changes things a little bit versus someone who is, white, raised white, and has no interest in being around other races. I would find that person to be
No.
weird.
So do you see how you keep smuggling a little sneaky shit in there? Like you said, they want to be among whites, but not among any other races ever, or something like this. It's like that. None of that was said. It's the preference of who you want to live near and who you want to live among. Does not. You still haven't actually answered this, and you seem to be very evasive about it when I continuously ask you about it. Mm-hmm. What actually makes the same thing that you would say that black kid is not, he doesn't strongly hate his white parents. He doesn't strongly hate white people. He doesn't have strongly dislike them. Why would his strong like for being around black people entail that he had a strong dislike for white people?
Because I think that diversity is strength. I think it's good. I think diversity is good.
I'm just going to grant it. Diversity is our strength. Yay!
You build community with the people that you live around.
But do you understand how you're not answering the question again? Like,
what would be wrong with it?
No, that's not my question. Okay, so I'm going to ask the question again.
Why is it bad to just want to live around white people?
No, that's not my question. That's not my question.
Okay, go ahead.
So you keep saying that if you like them, you like this group, that means you strongly dislike this one. Mm-hmm. How do we get to this strong dislike? How does me liking this group mean that I strongly dislike this group? How does that work?
Because you would have assumptions about them that make you not want to live with them.
That doesn't mean you dislike them.
Essentializing them into all one type of person and behavior.
I have
on the basis of their race, which I don't think is.
I have a sister, and she's really fucking annoying. Okay, she really. Well, she's not. She can be fucking annoying, and I wouldn't want to live with her. Does that mean I strongly dislike her?
Would you never live with anyone who's ever been a sister in their entire life? Does your wife have siblings?
Yeah, I wouldn't live with them either.
Okay, yeah, but she is a sister.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with anything?
Because the point is, it's not just your sister is kind of annoying sometimes.
Right.
It's because of who she is.
So I have a preference to not live around her, right?
It's because of who she is as a person, not the immutable quality of being your sister.
Yeah, but even if it was the case, even if I just grant this, how would that infer that I disliked anybody? Anybody else because I had a preference to live with this group? How do we get from that to that means you dislike this group or have a strong dislike for them? You could like them just fine, just not want to live with them, right?
I think that isn't that the not in my backyard kind of dealio is like the hypocrisy of being like, yeah, I'll tolerate them, but I don't want them in my backyard. I don't want them near me. Like I just don't think that. I think it's racist.
She has the misconception of, okay, if you don't allow something or if you don't want something, you must want the opposite, right? So if you don't want to live near black people, you must not like black people. But here's the thing where we have to understand that, like I said, people are very tribal, right? However it is, women are tribal with other women. Black people are tribal with other black people. White people are tribal with other white people. Asian people are tribal with other Asian people. Men can be tribal with other men. It's just we like to group each other by certain characteristics because you can see the science in it, right? Science does it. Science group people. So I think it's a psychological thing we all have. Now, it doesn't mean that if you believe A, you definitely believe B, right? It doesn't mean like that, okay? So it's like me having only dated, let's say, black women doesn't mean that I automatically hate Asian women. No. So it's just like, it's just things that happen, right? It's just like, it doesn't mean like two things can be true at once, right? Two things can be true at once. I love that quote. I love that logic where, well, you can want to live with just white people, but it doesn't mean that you hate black people. It could be two things can be true at once. like even said, right? I only live near other genders. My God, that would be hell. I mean, that's the thing, right? The more Charlie talks, the more I realize that atheists were kind of right when they said women are meant to be seen, not heard. Athenians.
I don't like it. But to be honest, I would prefer people like that do go off and live in their own communities because I don't want to be around them.
Because you dislike them?
Yes.
Okay, see, that's
on the basis
now
of their weirdness about race.
Now here we've gotten to it. I do believe this, that you strongly dislike those people who want to go live with like an all white or all black community or whatever. I agree that you dislike them.
Probably lame.
The problem is like you have not made an argument that would be convincing to anybody on planet Earth that they dislike you. I agree that you dislike them. That I agree with.
That they dislike me?
Yeah.
I'm white. Why would they hate me?
Exactly. Why would they hate you?
I'm white. They're also white. They want to live around the white people.
They don't hate. Okay, wait. Why wouldn't people who you hate you?
What?
Why wouldn't people who you hate you? Wouldn't people you hate you?
Oh, I mean, if I said I hate you, but like, look.
You just said that you have strong dislikes for them. But I don't think that any of those people that you claim that you would have a strong dislike for would say that they had any feelings about you one way or the other.
Yeah, I don't think that they would either because I'm Caucasian. I think that they would if they saw me walking down there all white.
What would if you were Hispanic right now? What would change here? What would change if they were like, I don't have any opinions about her one way or the other. I wish her a great life.
It's because they wouldn't allow me to live next door to them if I was Hispanic.
Well, that's true, I guess.
Yeah, it's like not wanting to be around people. It's not wanting people in your proximity. It's the same hypocrisy.
That doesn't mean that they hate you, though. That's where I can't get to.
It means that maybe they don't, like in their heart, just feel a lot of rage and anger towards me. But it means that they're not really about who I am. They're not really. They are uncomfortable being around me. They're uncomfortable with me being next to them.
Okay. Let me just finish this off with this because maybe we can tie it off finally.
Okay.
I feel like we're going around in circles.
Yeah.
So let's try not to go around circles and finish it. So, do you believe that when we talk about attraction, we're not just talking about sexual attraction, that we have attractions to people?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. And do you think that people should be allowed to have preferences in what they're attracted to? They're not attracted to black people. They're not attracted to white people. They're not attracted to Hispanic people.
Sure.
Okay, that's the end of that argument. All right.
The lack of consistency. The lack of consistency. That is feminism in itself, right? That is feminism. The lack of consistency. The hypocrisy in that, right? The hypocrisy in that. Here is a lesbian, right? That is not attracted to straight men, have the audacity to say that, oh, why don't you live with people you don't want to live with? It's like, why aren't you dating men you don't want to date? Yo, whiskey. I am attracted to thought. Whiskey, you are one weird man. But I love you. I love you, my brother. Yo, you know what? Laughing Man was wondering if you're okay. My brother, right? Whiskey, I love you. I love you. I hope that you are well.
Smoke break?
I'm going to have a smoke break, yeah.
He's going to have a smoke break. All right, guys, here, really quick. If you guys are watching, there's 10,000 people.
Is that okay?
Yeah, go for it. Charlie's going to use the rest.
To no longer being a feminist. Like
to sell you on my worldview.
Yes, like how would you sell me?
I will answer to this.
Okay.
Even though what you're asking me is the hardest thing in the world to do, I'll still try. But I want the concession and promise from you that after I'm done making my attempt, you're going to make yours. And how would you convert me to your worldview? Is that a deal?
Absolutely.
Got to go right in the mic, otherwise I can't hear you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
So here would be my pitch. My pitch would be that the society that you have created for us is fucked, and people hate it. They fucking hate it. And that's why you got Donald Trump. You got Donald.
100%. You cannot convert me into a feminist. You cannot convert me into a feminist. I see only hypocrisies and delusions and a lack of reality when it comes to feminist ideology. I see it as destroying families, destroying men and women dynamics. It is a division between men and women. There's no logic to it. It is just, honestly, it has ruined society, in my opinion. It has ruined society. So yeah, feminism is poison.
Trump because people hate the fucking society that you feminists have made for them. And here's why they hate it. Because all the things that you consider to be freedom aren't freedoms at all. They're just taking away people's freedoms under the guise of freedom. For instance, if I asked you about gun control, I'm guessing that you would want gun control, right? Stricter gun control?
Mildly stricter, in the sense that I think people with like significant mental health issues documented should probably not be allowed to have guns.
You know what? This is the thing where Asmund Gold was talking about this, where here's the also insanity too, where I believe it is the liberals, right? Because here's the thing where you care about the crazies, the mentally ill not having access to gun, which I agree, they shouldn't, but but it is okay for you to indulge the mentally ill, right? The trans movement, I've said this before, I believe the trans movement are mentally ill people, right? I believe it. I believe also it's like the liberals or, the Democrats, in my opinion, I don't know if it's true or not, but they contribute to taking away mental asylums. Trans people should be in mental asylums. They should. These are mentally ill people. So why are these people fine with walking around, our nation, right? It's, again, these are mentally unwell people. You're not taking the time to treat the mentally unwell, right? But you know that they're dangerous, right? You know they're dangerous. You don't want them to have ownership to guns, which I agree, but yet you don't want them to be treated. You don't want them to, honestly, not be a part of society, which they shouldn't be.
Curtailing gun control, okay, curtailing freedom on the Second Amendment. On the First Amendment, during C-19, did you think that the government, it was appropriate for them to go in and remove what they considered misinformation for the good of the public? Yeah.
I don't have a solid opinion on that one.
Well, earlier you did, and it seemed like
you said removing misinformation, like going through and
yeah, they worked with tech companies to remove what they considered misinformation.
Well, that's not what we talked about earlier.
That's what they did.
It's different.
I know, it's not different.
It's different than we were talking about shutdowns, were we not?
Yeah, but the part of the lockdowns was that they were depersoning people because of what they considered to be misinformation, and the government was working with the technocracy in order to do that for the good of all people. And it's like, I guarantee you at the time, if I go back and look at whatever content you were making, if you were making content at that time, I don't know.
Well,
but I can promise that whatever social media you had, you were probably very much in the we need to get rid of misinformation camp. Because all of you guys were. And so it's like under the First Amendment, it seems like, the feminist and the progressive movement, which is basically a part of the feminist movement, does what it can do to curtail freedom there too. And it doesn't seem like you really want there to be much personal freedom, even if people say, look, I just want to live among a people group that I'm familiar with and I have a preference for and an attraction to. And you're like, no, that's unacceptable. And you're a bad person for even wanting to do that. And there should be legislation that stops that. And there should be legislation which stops you from having your preferences for who you hire and fire and things like that. It's just, I guess my biggest pitch to you would just be this. Like, it's really funny for me that these Christian nationalists get this rep that we're like fascist, dictatorial crazies who want to take away freedoms. And yet, every single time I talk to one of you feminists or I talk to one of you progressives, and it's basically synonymous at this point. I mean, there's no progressives really who aren't feminists, and there's no feminists really who aren't progressive. It just seems to me like the totalitarian nature of everything that I've seen has come from you guys. Like the C-19 lockdowns, the COVID passports, the wear your papers, that was you guys. The remove all of the information because the government doesn't like it from private websites and put pressure on them to do it, that was you guys. The whole idea of you need to wear your state-sponsored...
The whole thing where you need to say correct pronouns, that was stupid. Correct pronouns, what is it? I'm trying to think anything else.
Piece of clothing, the mask, that came from you guys. It's like all of the fascist dystopian things that I can imagine that Orwell was warning about and things like that. That doesn't.
Oh, the things where you have to support Palestine? Fuck that shit. Supporting Palestine. So all the whiskey. Thank you, my brother. I love you. I'm attracted to thoughts and ideas that make me question some previously held beliefs. It's why I like art, philosophy, and literature. Just pure thought. I love that. I love that. I love that. And I agree, right? That is this is why I've always said I promote being open-minded. I promote being open-minded. I promote never agreeing with anyone 100%. Never agreeing with any one person 100%, because honestly, that keeps you closed-minded.
Come from us. That always seems to come from you guys. The people who are the fascist hunters seem to be the very worst at real freedom.
By any chance?
Well, hang on. Let me finish my pitch before you ask me questions about it, right? So if you wanted me to give you the most convincing argument that I possibly can, it would just be this: that everything we talk about is actually you curtailing freedom, not me. And everything that we end up ultimately discussing seems to come down to the fact that you just want to kind of engage in degenerate behaviors. And that's the only freedom you seem to care about, the freedom to promiscuously have sex and then have an abortion to take care of that if you need to. Even if it's the case that by removing that, there would be less unwanted babies born. You still think that we need to have that because, people just need to be able to fuck if they want and be promiscuous if they want and have STDs if they want. It's like, it always seems like
I definitely believe feminism helped push the hookup culture. I believe feminism, rosters, feminism, situationship, feminism, the single mother epidemic, feminism, right? The introducing of government daddy into your family to kick out the fathers, feminism. Again, it's like to think that you are better than men, to think that you are equal to men, to think that you don't need no man, feminism. So yeah.
Freedom that you guys advocate for is only a freedom towards degeneracy and never actually about freedoms that are really intrinsic to the human experience. And
this is the thing where to push women to get stupid degrees, right? Fantasy literature. To push women to get into debt and then get women hating society, hating capitalism, blaming capitalism, blaming men for the decisions, right? To push women to not understand accountability. Yeah.
Kind of even more than that, I would just point this last thing out, which is, if you had a society where it was really full of more people like me, right? It was full of people who did take the religion seriously, and they took their family dynamics seriously, and they took
whiskey. I'm also a contrarian. Whatever is popular, I push back at. You know what? This is a thing where, one of the things why I, created or thought of the name of Devil's Advocate, the main channel, is because I believe that manosphere ideology, when you push men's topics, that is against mainstream, right? I believe that's counter to mainstream ideology, right? Trying to push men to be better, trying to focus on men's issue, I believe that's counter to mainstream ideology. I always feel like that's a contrarian to, the modern day narrative. So that's why I thought, Devil's Advocate was more made sense for me, because again, it's to push the difference, right? Something that's not the popular narrative. Because in my opinion, men ideas behind men, it's not popular.
the things that they were doing seriously in regards to morality and ethics and how to treat people, and not sacrificing the whole for the small percentage of fucking, LGBTQ people and this and that, how would the world really be a worse place? Objectively, how would the world that you live in really be worse? I just don't think that I've ever heard a compelling argument for how it would. And so I think that I would try to make for you, instead of logical appeals, I would just make a purely emotional appeal that, like, the world for you would actually be a much better place if there was more Christian nationalists like me and less Charlies with your worldview.
Well, I wouldn't be able to go to school if that was, people's
women. Listen,
because again, it was indeed feminism that,
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to go to school to gain your debt and get your fantasy literature degree. Amazing, right? Amazing. So you wouldn't. So you trade family, a loving husband, kids that you love, stability, for you to gain that feminist freedom, for you to get debt, for you to get your fantasy literature degree. That's feminism for you. Great. Amazing. How does that help women? How's that, to be honest, women being more educated than ever, how has it really helped women? In my honest opinion, even today, right? I've shown hundreds, if not thousands of videos of women still demanding money from men, right? Women still expecting men to provide. Women still expecting men to hold the door, be gentlemen, be leaders, be like, this is a thing where it's like, okay, you want to go to school to do what? To still push men to be in their gender roles, right? You still, like, I believe 60% of women still choose to be stay-at-home moms. Like, literally, look at this, right? Both of my sisters, this is an anecdotal experience. Both of my sisters got PhDs, right? I mean, well, one sister got a PhD. The other sister got, dental, right? She got a dental degree, right? To be a dentist, to be a dental hygienist. Both sisters are now they're not in their college, they're not using their degrees. They're not using, thank you, whiskey. They're not using their degrees, and they are stay-at-home moms being provided for. My sisters, right, who you could have called when they were younger feminists, they are stay-at-home moms, right? Stay-at-home moms, and their husbands are providing for them. My one sister who had a PhD, choose to be a stay-at-home mom, and on the side, she's a secretary. It's like, this is the movement of feminism. She could have she could have cut all that fluff and just, it's like, what's the point of, this is the thing where I find feminism funny. Feminism do all this. One of the things I said about feminism were, like, let's say the sexual liberation. Okay. So feminism wanted to give women their sexual power back. Awesome, right? They wanted to give women the sexual power back. But guess what? Guess what that has given women? Now women sexually objectify themselves. Awesome. Now women are, more women than ever, right? More women than ever are in the sex industry. Do you know that there's over 1 million women in doing OF? And that's just OF. That's not including, the other industries that sell their bodies. More women than ever are sexually free, giving men their bodies, situationships, friends with benefits, rosters, right? Hookup culture. So women have gained their sexual freedom, and only to still be sexualized by men, only to still give their bodies to the Chads, to the Tyrones, to the players. So really, what was the point? You're still getting the same results, right? You're still back to the same results, which is ridiculous. No. One sister, right? One sister got a PhD. And I don't know. She was trying to be a doctor. The other one was a dental hygienist, right? I just had an epiphany today. When Hollywood portrays outlaw biker gangs in movies, 80% of them, they are called the devil's advocate because they're different, because they're different.
Yeah, I've heard this argument a lot, but can I just point something out?
Sure.
That with this idea that women could be educated, right? And they, by the way, they basically always were able to. They flew around with elites all over the place, especially early feminists, and they went abroad to study and things like this. But what that became was women should get educated. And what that became was a lot of student debt and a massive fucking racket. And college is not about rewarding the best and the brightest, or not everybody could go. Okay? It's really right now, the degree that you have, an 8th grader 50 years ago knows more than you fucking know. Okay? About history.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, our education is doing worse than ever. Our education is, honestly, not that great. So more people than ever are getting useless degrees. It's not like women now have the opportunity to, get an education and they're all going into the STEM field. No, women are getting education in fashion, I don't know, marketing assistant, education in fantasy literature, education in colonialism. It's like, what the fuck is that degree? What was the point? Okay. Rashad said, my ex is with a guy who allows her to have a second dude, and she wanted me to be it. That is feminism, right? Feminism is a pipeline to just hedonism, right? It's just indulging in lust, indulging in debauchery. Again, it's like, what is it doing for women? Feminism is just allowing women, right? It's just allowing women to freely be with the top percent men, or freely be with men. Like, and honestly, it hasn't helped women, in my opinion.
About math, about social sciences. An 8th grader 60 years ago knows more than you do right now.
And
it's
really
like,
what you think?
Yeah. Not only do I think it, I think that if I gave you a test that an 8th grader would have 60 years ago, you would fail it with your college degree. And the reason for that is because you didn't get any fucking education at school. You got a lot of student debt at school. Yeah, that's what you ended up with, because it's become a giant racket. And if it was really about the best and the brightest, then not everybody could go. And maybe everyone shouldn't go, because it's really for most of it.
And that's the thing where I said this before. I believe more men should be doing blue collar jobs, right? More men should be going into trades, because here's the thing. AI is taking over these white collar jobs. So there's not enough men. There's not enough people doing white collar jobs, HVAC jobs, carpentry, construction work. I mean, like, plumbing, all this stuff. Those AI cannot take those jobs up, right? AI is not able to take those jobs up. And we shouldn't be giving those jobs to illegal immigrants, right? We shouldn't be giving those jobs to illegal immigrants. More men should be taking up blue collar jobs instead of getting useless degrees. Hell, more women should be doing it, but women aren't doing it. The so-called, freedom that women are doing, what are they doing? They're using that freedom for. What are they using that freedom for? To get useless degrees. A degree in, like, underwater basket weaving. Great, right? Great. Useless. And like I said, I gave you the thing about my two sisters. They got degrees, and they're not even using it.
The stuff that you learn in high school, right? Why is it that every high school educated person I come across seemingly is just as intelligent as every college person I come across?
That's an interesting perspective. I haven't had a similar experience in my lifetime.
Yeah, well, you have a bias preference, and I don't. Like, you're biased towards elites, right? Elitism.
I do, I grew up in an educated household, but I was also primarily raised by a very conservative father who was also a doctor. So was my grandfather.
And was your conservative father a dummy?
No.
Then why was he conservative?
Because it benefits him personally.
So he was just immoral.
For pursuing his own ends, I don't know if I would say that.
You're not sure if your own father was immoral or not? You're not quite sure?
No, I mean, unlike all of us here, my dad is responsible for saving thousands of lives. He's put out a lot of good in this world.
And would your father
agree? He will leave this earth with a clear conscience, no matter what his beliefs are.
Can I ask you this? Would your father, who saved all these thousands of people, agree more with my worldview or yours?
No. I think he would find your worldview strange.
That's not what I asked. I didn't ask if he would find it strange. I asked if he would agree with it more than yours.
Why would your conservative father find a conservative man's worldview wrong? What?
I don't know enough about your worldview, I think, to agree or disagree, but I think that he'd be...
How about his political alignment? Would his political alignment line up more with mine or yours?
What is your alignment politically? Like, what do you want the government to
far right wing?
Like?
Yeah, far right wing conservative. You could say my political alignment would be something more akin to limiting suffrage, to people who getting it back towards what our founders had. Some other things would be like fiscal conservatism. I have a belief in that. I have a very strong dislike for socialism. Have a very strong dislike for communism. Have a very strong dislike for eliminating people's access to capital, which I know brings more people out of poverty than any other single system on planet Earth. Like, would he agree more with that type of stuff? I have a strong preference against mass migration, and I think the government should be doing more about it. I think that we should lock up our southern border. I think that we should do a lot more when it comes to deregulating gun control. I think, like, stuff like that. Would he be more in line with that?
I think that my dad is he skews libertarian more than anything. And I think
libertarians are definitely going to like that more than your view.
I think your proposal to limit suffrage, I think, would
libertarians love that idea generally.
Limiting access to voting? Limiting people's individual freedoms?
Well, wait a second. That's not limiting their freedom. What it's doing is stopping...
Taking away the right to vote?
No, it's stopping you fuckers from collectivizing and becoming tyrants. And that's what you've done with the vote. You've collectivized and become fucking tyrants, a tyrant of the majority. a tyranny of the majority, a slight majority, and you become fucking tyrants, just like you were during COVID-19. That's not you. You didn't free anybody. Who are you freeing with your fucking policies? Like,
What
how are
would
you making our
call
lives
the power
better?
that the executive branch has now? I mean, like the executive branch is the strongest it's been in ages. Like, what do you?
No,
think
it's
about
not. It
tyrants?
has less power than it did under Jackson. Significantly
Okay,
less
I
power than
said-
it did.
And this is the thing where I always think like, what is feminism freeing, right? How are you freeing women from what? I never understand that you are freeing them from what? So essentially you're freeing them from men. Okay. So feminism is freeing women from men. Yet let's see the results of feminism, right? We see the results of feminism where 60% of women, right? 60% of women who are, who become mothers, they themselves want to be stay-at-home moms. So, well, you didn't solve that, right? You didn't solve that. You didn't solve that. And now you're freeing them from men, yet majority of women are working, guess what? Under a male boss. So you free them from potentially loving husbands, right? You're freeing women from potentially loving husbands where the husbands will take care of women's financial burdens. No. You want to free them from that to push women under the control of male bosses who don't give a shit about you. That's great. That's great freedom, right? I don't see that feminism has actually made women's lives better. I don't see it, right? In my honest opinion, it has made women worse. It had made women's life worse.
Under Jackson.
I
And by
said
the way, can I
recently.
just point this out, right? When you're talking about Donald Trump, he has the same exact powers that the president Joe Biden had before him. The same ones. He doesn't have a single additional power. Not a single one.
What about the bullshit that the Supreme Court ruled that he cannot be held responsible for specific illegal acts that he committed?
Yeah. Well, look, this was early understanding of case law with the president is that you're not going to be able to allow states to prosecute the president of the United States, or else a state who was just
that's
upset.
tyranny.
No, it's not.
That's
It's the opposite.
tyranny.
A state that's upset at the president could bring him in for bullshit, trumped up charges, and he's
Whiskey isn't no, Andrew is not Canadian. He's American. Andrew's not Canadian. He's American.
the federal executive. That would create a constitutional crisis. Literally overnight, it would create a constitutional crisis. We have diplomatic immunity for diplomats. They come in and commit a crime, we can't put them in jail. Even though they committed a crime, we can't put them in jail. They have diplomatic immunity. Our own president doesn't have immunity from state prosecution. Yeah, he kind of has to. Otherwise, California Governor Newsom right now, Newscom, would bring him up on charges of treason if he could, and would try him in California under the state code if he could. He would do that.
Love that. I hope he does.
Okay, well then guess what? If that's the case, then why shouldn't the president have the ability to do that to Gavin Newsom?
He could. If he wanted to, you know, I don't know, start a case against Gavin Newsom.
No, I'm saying, why does the federal authority not give him the purview to do that? For the same reason.
To charge him on a state level?
To charge him at a federal level. He can't just be like, oh, he committed treason and go charge him. You can't have the state charging the executive branch. You can't have them doing that.
I think you can.
No,
And I think it
well,
should
not
be
only
so.
can you not, the Supreme Court even ruled you can't.
I think you should be able to. I think that's ridiculous. I think we need to be able to hold our leaders
great.
accountable and
You would
not
end
put
up-
too much power in their hands, because I am against authoritarianism.
Okay, so let's say California does that.
Hell
They
yeah.
say, hey, we're going to go ahead and bring up Donald Trump on, and he needs to appear in court. How does California enforce that?
In this day and age, I don't know. That gets tricky. I wouldn't trust Donald Trump to.
Are they going to
show up.
send California agents to arrest the president of the United States, do you think?
We could send the National Guard and start a civil war. Our National Guard, the California National Guard, but that would be treason.
So I'll try to rephrase this. I'm going to reframe, and I'm just going to be totally honest with you. I will never be able to convince you of my worldview.
You won't.
I know. But the reason is not because I'm not a great orator, or I don't make good points, or I haven't said things which should be compelling to a person. But Charlie, I just think, honestly, you're too fucking stupid to understand them.
So, Andrew, can I sell you on my worldview?
Yes.
This is oh shit. Here's the thing where I think I don't disagree. She's stupid. I don't disagree. What I would say is that comes along with that stupidity is irrationality, right? Feminism is built on emotion. Emotion, not logic. It's not built on logic. So because feminists are too emotional, their logic is purely based on emotion, how you feel. Feminist logic is based on how you feel, not based on actual logic, on good, good train of thoughts, good logical facts, stats and statistics. No, it's not based on good arguments, not based on consistent arguments. No, it's based on how you feel. So yes, she is too stupid, but she's also too emotional to see logic. She can't.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
you
lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What does that
You're
mean?
a fucking dyke. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Your wife with the 3 baby
What did
daddies?
I just say? Dyke?
Your wife with the 3
Sorry,
baby
doll. I'm sorry,
daddies?
dyke.
Oh wow, she's attacking his wife. He's attacking her wife, 3 baby daddies. This is a thing where I've said this before, right? Let's say this. One, Andrew is a Christian, or he's religious, not a red pillar, right? He is religious, not a red pillar. And here's the thing where red pill, right? A red pill ideology, they say for you to not date single mothers, not because they're a single mother, right? Red pillars are telling men not to date single mothers, not because they're single mothers. It's because of so much other things that come along with it. So let's say this. One reason why you don't date a single mother is because you won't be a priority. You won't be a priority. Another thing about dating single mothers is that they have irrational expectations, right? Another thing about being a single mother is that, again, they expect you to provide for their kids, right? And you have no right to discipline their kids. So all the responsibility, none of the authority. Okay? So there are so many things along that comes with being a single mom. Plus, they have shown discernment. They shown a lack of discernment. Single mothers, again, they are hard to deal with. They're strong, they're masculine. They probably they're disloyal, right? They have, let's say, they constantly go for the terrible men and then settle for, they don't love, but they settle for the beta male provider, right? So all these negatives, I'm telling you, that's why red pillars say don't date single mothers. But guess what? If you can find a woman, even if she's a single mom, but she treats you with love and respect, she honors you, you have the authority and the responsibility of the household. You are the head of the household, right? She obeys you. She submits to you. Then who cares? Who cares, right? If you can find a woman that fits those ideology, makes you a priority, then who cares, right? No one cares. The problem is that balance of probability, you probably won't. That's why red pillars say don't date single mothers. Because they're more of a headache than they're not, right? But again, if you can find one that isn't, great on you, right? I can tell you this, I've dated a few single moms, even if I believe in red pill ideology. And they've proven me right? They've proven me right. They didn't prove me wrong, but here's the thing. If you can find a woman that proves you wrong, great. That's awesome. So again, no one is forcing you not to date a woman that's good for you, right? No one is forcing you to date to not date a woman that's good for you. Even if she's a single mom, but she treats you like a king. Go for it. Men just don't want other men to be taken advantage of. That's the point. That is why we say don't date single moms, because we know balance of probability 9 times or 8 times out of 10, right? 8 times out of 10, you'll be taken advantage of. That's why men say don't date single moms. But if he's lucky, right, he'll probably be the ones who he found a woman that, that's not like that. So again, that doesn't mean that, don't date them, right? I mean, so that's my thing. But again, Andrew isn't a red pillar. He's a Christian. Whiskey, I love you, my brother. At least once a day, I thank God for the blessings he has given me. Most importantly, I thank him for bringing Gracie, my hound, into my life. Amazing, my brother, right? But I will tell you this. Thank you for being part of the brotherhood. Don't think that you are alone, right? My brother, you are part of our family.
Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
Do the men that you try to...
Do the women that you try
show
to...
your hatred against...
Do the women that you try to...
Right now, Andrew must be... He's pretty angry, right? Because she's insulting his wife.
That they shouldn't,
Charlie, did I bring
women? Do they know
Charlie? Did I bring your family? Did I bring any of your family into anything?
Stupid.
Did I say anything about your family being stupid, Charlie? It's because I'm better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed, and you know that the traditional values that you try to sell people on are bullshit. Because you are not a traditional man.
Chuck, let's go through it.
You are not a traditional man.
Let's go through it, Chuck. Tell me what I'm doing, which is immoral.
What you're doing, which is immoral?
Yeah.
I think that you have been complicit in convincing young men that...
No, my family dynamic. What am I doing? Being married to my wife.
It's immoral.
Then why? So then under my
so
all you did.
That's perfectly
so wait, Chuck. All you're doing is saying. So Chuck, shouldn't you actually be saying that Andrew, you're doing a good thing? Hang on, Charlie. I just want to make sure I got this right.
Huh?
Am I doing a good thing? Am I doing a good thing?
Do you think your wife is a charity case?
By taking care of children who weren't mine? Was I doing a good thing? Whose fathers abandoned them? Was I doing a good thing?
Yeah, you're doing a good thing.
Oh, okay. Well then.
Yeah, she definitely succeeded in provoking him. I mean, again. It's his wife, right? So I get it. I agree. I mean, I understand how he's being emotional. He's definitely, you could see that he's provoked. We are human, right? We're human. So that's the thing.
Chuck, why did you use that as a form of personal attack on me? Even though you think I'm a good person doing a good thing.
I'm convincing you of my worldview.
You're very convincing, Chuck.
Under my worldview,
I'm a good person.
You can marry your wife and no one would judge you. And you can raise the children that aren't yours and no one would judge you.
No, they would still judge me, Chuck.
Under your worldview, that would not be so. Christian nationalists,
yeah, what about
isn't
it?
Even acceptable.
Do you understand what Christianity is? Do you think that?
I was raised Christian. Were you?
Yeah, I was.
Protestant.
Yes, I was.
Of course. See, this is.
You don't. I'm sorry.
Because the Protestant spirit is still in you.
Oh, it is.
It hasn't left, man.
Is the Catholic spirit still in you?
I wasn't raised Catholic.
Then what are you talking about?
I was raised Protestant.
Okay, you were raised Protestant?
Yeah.
So why would you fucking criticize me for that?
It's the thing that Protestants do when they convert to like Orthodox or Catholic is they get really into the idea of like.
Hey Chuck, can I ask you?
They get really into the idea of rules and
Chuck,
shit.
have you ever had an abortion?
No.
Never? Would you?
Yeah.
So you'd kill your own kids? Why am I going to take moral advice from you?
You don't have to.
I'm not going to.
Why would I take moral advice from you?
So all you're trying.
I think that you lie about your worldview.
Okay, which part am I lying about?
I think that you pretend to be a traditional Christian man, but what I see you doing
never said once that I'm a traditionalist.
What I see you doing as someone who claims to be a Christian is spreading hate.
Okay.
I think that you.
All right, Chuck, fine. You got me. You got me. I'm a stepfather, Chuck. What did I do wrong? What did I even do wrong for my Christian worldview, Chuck, by being a stepfather and a good father to kids?
I think she's confusing this again. Andrew isn't a red pillar, right? Andrew isn't a red pillar. He's not telling men to not date single moms, not marry single moms. He doesn't do that. At least I've never seen him do that. So she's conflating, right? Worldviews. She most likely probably think he's a red pillar. Now, I've never heard of, Christians or Protestants. I don't really know it, right? Saying, oh, don't marry a woman with kids.
Who needed one, Chuck? Can you tell me?
That's not what I was referring to.
No, it was what you were referring
because
to.
Being a stepfather
you were trying to. What you were trying to do.
But Christian nationalists are not Christ-like. You are
Chuck,
not Christ-like.
what am I saying? What am I doing? What am I doing except taking care of people?
What you're doing is you are espousing to be a good Christian man, but what you do with your life is you don't help others. You sit around smoking cigarettes.
I thought I did. I thought you just commended me for helping others. Didn't I help children who weren't even mine, Chuck?
That's not what you do with your life.
Yes, it was what I did with my whole young life, my entire youth.
Your job is debating women who aren't formal debaters and literally mocking young women in
Chuck,
sex
do I only
That's
debate?
what you do.
Do I only debate women, or do I debate the best debaters in the world?
You sometimes do.
Yeah, so shut up.
If they let you.
And what
if
have you?
they tolerate
And what have you
I've
done?
watched them
What
walk
have you
off.
done?
I have a master's.
Yeah, you haven't done shit. You don't have a family. You've never taken care of another human being besides yourself. And on top of that, let's just point this out. You have not debated with those people because they think you're too fucking stupid to do so.
Well, yeah, I'm not someone that does debate.
No, it's not because of your
I
debate
literally
skills,
do it
Chuck.
for fun.
It's because of your IQ skills.
I do it for fucking fun.
Well, the only thing that you could come up with this entire time after this nice, pleasant debate, it's true. I did say I think you're too stupid to understand my point.
Yeah, that's rude. So don't
but
be
I
rude
would
to me, and I'll be fucking
never,
rude to you.
I would never have attempted to attack one of your family members.
You could do it.
I know, but I wouldn't, Chuck, because I'm a better person than you.
Oh, well, you wouldn't be able to because all of my family members are better people than you.
Well, I mean, but I'm a better
Again, that's what I
person
meant
than you.
when I said that my dad has spent his life helping people.
Well,
You
you're-
spent your life
Doing what?
proselytizing to the masses and
About
propping
what?
yourself up as a fucking leader. Essentially saying...
I am a leader. Are you saying I'm not?
You are inconsequential.
Okay, and Chuck, what does that make you?
Inconsequential.
Okay.
But I'm not ashamed of it. And I
I'm
don't
not ashamed of it
aspire-
either.
I don't aspire to be consequential.
Chuck,
you
I'll-
do. You aspire,
Chuck, I didn't
you,
want
you
any-
have all these rules that you
go ahead.
supposedly
We'll wait till you
follow.
gas
But
out.
at the end of the day, what you want to do is you want to be the leader. You want to be in charge. You do not have humility.
Oh. And what
And
does
your
he...
own church hates people like you. They hate the ortho.
Then why don't they?
influencer bros.
Why is it that they won't excommunicate me if they hate me so much? Why do instead I get clergy members who send me? I mean, I've got hundreds of DMs I can show you from clergy who thank me for all the catechumens which are coming into their churches. Chuck,
I mean, I've debated with those. What are the catechumens? What did you say? I've debated with them, and they are.
You've debated
not
with the
brightest
catechumens?
or the best. The men that you've convinced to convert to Orthodox Christianity.
yeah, you've
largely
debated with them?
idiots.
Chuck, you're calling someone else an idiot?
Yes.
Okay.
And they were your idiots that bought your course, and I stopped them. And even people who were saying like, I
Chuck-
disagree with you, but you stopped them. So your course
what,
is also.
What were
bought.
their names, Chuck? Who were they?
I could describe them to you.
Describe them.
White guy wearing a hat with an
Oh,
orange mustache
geez.
and blue eyes. The other guy was also a white guy in a hat, but with slightly darker skin and a large nose.
Well, that really
thin
narrows
lips,
it down,
and
Chuck.
I mean, I could go through my.
That really narrows it down,
my
Chuck.
messages with Sarah, but again, these are people that have.
So the entirety of your assault is that I'm not doing anything wrong. What
No,
you were
you are.
trying.
You are doing
Hang
stuff
on.
wrong.
But in my family dynamic, I'm not. But you only brought up my family dynamic, which you don't think I'm doing anything wrong in order to what? You wanted to disparage me in front of other people? Isn't that what you were trying to do? You thought that
wanted
once
to
you
prove that
did you
my
want to reveal
worldview-
to everybody the great secret that's not a secret, Chuck?
I wanted to prove to you that my worldview allows you to live the life that you are living.
So does mine.
No, the fuck it doesn't.
Tell me
What
how it-
Christian-
tell me why it
what
doesn't.
Christian nationalist, the average Christian, hates divorce. They would say to your wife, "Stay with that abusive, horrible man.
You're wrong.
You married him. That's your husband."
You're totally wrong, and I debate the issue all the time, constantly.
All right. Well, good luck with that.
So
with the
there's
Christian
even
nationalists.
under Catholicism, and by the way, Christian nationalism advocates for this as well. If there's abuse in the home or abandonment or things like this, of course that's grounds for divorce. They're against things like not getting rid of show cause, right? Like you have to show a cause for a divorce. You have to create justification. They're against things like no fault. That's the things they're against. Nobody's like, oh, there are some people, I agree. There are some people who have been like, well, even if you're getting beaten up in a relationship, you should stay. But you know what happens when you actually hone down on what they're saying? They're actually saying, wait a second. What I'm saying is that that's something which can be worked through. That's not a thing which instantly nullifies the marriage. And that as Christians, you should try to work through that first before you end the marriage, especially if you have kids. That makes a lot of fucking sense to me.
Yeah, her daddy allows her to be stupid. Great that her dad is a doctor. Cool. But again, raising, honestly, a ridiculous child is not an accomplishment.
Did your wife had a no-fault divorce? Was it no fault?
I'm not going to get into my personal life with you, Chuck.
All right, but if you're saying that Christian nationalists are, they're pro show cause but against at-fault divorce, then it's the same
Okay,
thing.
Chuck. Well, what happened is her ex-husband went in the room and beat her half to death and
that's
ripped.
horrible,
Shut up,
man.
Chuck.
That's horrible.
Shut up, Chuck. But you want me to relive it and you want me to tell you about it, so I will.
I'm asking if it was
No,
show
shut up,
cause or
Chuck.
no
It's my
fault.
turn to tell you.
All right.
And ripped out half of her tongue. Ripped it out of her fucking head. And so the thing is funny, Chuck. I just want to point this out. Thanks, by the way, for reminding me of that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Can you just help me out with this? Which Christian nationalist would say that divorce under those circumstances was not appropriate?
Who's the dude that was berating his pregnant
You
wife?
tell me. Steven Crowder?
Yeah.
You think Steven Crowder, who's one of Rachel's best friends, would tell her that was
her best friend?
I didn't say it was her best friend.
That's one of her
Yeah.
best friends?
Yes. And one of mine.
Jesus Christ. I mean, that's what I mean, man, is you espouse
No,
all this
man.
shit, but
What
your
I mean, man, is you
worldview
just said that Steven Crowder.
It is pro
Steven Crowder.
It is pro
You're saying that Steven Crowder.
You were telling your wife's like you are talking about her horrific trauma, and then you're saying like that like freaking Steven Crowder.
Steven Crowder didn't lay a finger on his wife.
You are hanging out with abusers of women that want to trap women.
Steven Crowder never laid a finger on his wife, you lying bitch.
As far as we fucking know.
No, as far as she claimed publicly, you fucking idiot. You don't even know anything about.
And you called him an abuser, and you said, as far as you know, you don't know. This is the problem when I've said this, where it's hard for me to, if to have an actual woman on the show, or at least kind of this, because here's the thing: when you talk to the left, feminists, or whatever, they will try to they will try to put you in an emotional state. They will try to put you in an emotional state, because like you remember when I was debating, right? When I was debating or having a conversation with the kid Alan, right? The kid Alan. You know what he did at the fucking end, right? At the fucking end of the conversation, he said I was a bully to women. He said I hate women. When honestly, at the beginning, we made the distinction. That's not what I was. So this kid wanted to, at the end, right? At the end, now say these disparaging things to what? To now get more emotional reactions? That is the fucking craziness. That is the fucking craziness, where these people, right, know that they're not talking to you on a logical basis. What they do is try to get you, right? They try to get you in a more emotional status, emotional state. Right? This is the thing. Where's the logic in that?
About the case, you stupid broad. Can you tell me that Hillary Crowder has said that Steven Crowder ever touched her? Ever? Because then why are you making these allegations?
Still an abuser of women.
How?
It was
because he got into an
the way that he spoke to
Chuck,
her. And you support that. You support
Chuck, you've been in worse arguments and relationships than that. I guarantee it.
I haven't.
Oh my God, you people are the worst liars. You're the worst liars, the most uncharitable fucking people, the worst lying sacks. You just made.
I agree, right? When you get emotional, things are losing. So, and I feel bad for Andrew, because this woman really touched honestly a sore, disgusting part, right? She really touched a disgusting argument, right? So now, of course, yeah, he's,
an accusation that Steven Crowder abused his wife, total lies, said that he beat her up, total fucking lies, said that he would hate Rachel Wilson, who's one of his best friends, right? You're a fucking idiot. You don't know what you're talking about.
Bullshit this whole night, and you
literally don't know what you're talking about.
Words, you literally,
Chuck, just stop. You're an embarrassment, Chuck.
And evidence, you'd be like, no, it's not. I watched your debates.
Well, Chuck, I'm surprised you didn't learn from any of them. Because, good Lord, it was a terrible showing for you the whole night, and you really ended it with a flourish, let me tell you.
I didn't come here to win.
Yeah, well, I'm glad, because that wasn't going to happen.
Not with your fucking audience. This audience, it's all fucking incels.
It's all incels, yeah.
Yes.
To call... I admit, this is a stupid bitch. This is a stupid bitch. To call people you don't know a bunch of incels. What a fucking... Again, this is what they do, right? Yeah, it's like what did Kevin and Samuel say, right? Insults, insults and the need to be right. To call watchers incels. Yeah, it's like unbelievable. It's like, seriously. And this is the thing. This is why you lose when you are starting to call people names, right? And people that are not even a part of this, right? Fine. If you were calling Andrew a name, it is what it is, right? You're talking to each other. But now you're calling other people, right? You're calling people, it's absolutely ridiculous. Side languages, yeah. Shame, insults, guilt need to be right. Exactly. Unbelievable.
Well, your audience is all a bunch of ditch-licking whores. What do you want me to say?
I like them better than you.
Yeah, you should.
I do.
Enjoy, Chuck.
Got you real red in the face.
My hands were on my face just now, Chuck.
And before.
Because my hands were on my face, Chuck.
Oh,
It's performative, Chuck.
Well, okay, bitch. You're the one who's like talking shit about his wife, his family. So you purposely doing it. No, duh. The man is angry. This is a thing where, so why aren't people allowed to be emotional, right? Are only feminist lesbian bitches allowed to be emotional, right? Nobody should be logical 100%, especially when they're being attacked. Right? Especially when you're attacking their family.
I don't know. You looked pretty angry just a second ago, Chuck. You were pretty
This is
upset.
what my face looks like
Oh.
normally. I told you this even before the debate began. That I
Okay.
have heavy-set eyebrows. I
Okay,
look angry naturally.
you got it, Chuck.
I have a big, scary
I know,
manly
I know, I
face.
know, Chuck. I know. I get it. I get it. Thank you for making all those baseless accusations about people, though.
Sure.
That was very kind of you.
I mean, thank you for promoting a worldview that is
I guess that
fundamentally
justifies-
racist, misogynistic, homophobic, and transphobic.
I guess that justifies.
Thank you for spreading hate. Thank you for
Yeah.
contributing to ruining a generation of young men.
Yeah, so I guess that justifies any evil
And
thing you want to do, huh,
radicalizing-
Chuck?
Radicalizing
You know,
them
Chuck,
out of approaching. Of being with
These are the
women
same
that would
exact
love
reasons
them
that they
just
shot
because
Charlie
they're
Kirk,
sex
Chuck.
workers?
Same reason
What?
that your trans friend shot Charlie Kirk is because you think
My
it's
trans friend?
you
My
think
transgender
you
friend.
think it's okay. Your trans friends. This is why you think it's
It was
okay.
a cisgender man that shot Charlie
Oh,
Kirk.
give me it was fucking a trans. Give
Yeah,
me a
they do that.
break.
They do
And by
that.
the way, let's point this out, Chuck. I just want to point this out. That it's the justification that you can do any evil thing you want to me because you think I espouse a bad worldview. That's exactly what got Charlie
Actually,
Kirk killed.
you were the one arguing that we should go in and violently colonize or blow up people because they do things differently, and I was the one.
Because
that
they're
said, no.
molesting
And I said
children,
to
Chuck?
lead with love and
Because they're
kindness.
molesting
Lead
children?
With love and kindness. That's what I
Tell
said.
the audience what the cum warriors do, Chuck.
They already know.
Do they?
Yeah, and you said fucking blow them up.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I would blow up pedophiles, Chuck. That's terrible of me. I'm a real bad guy. Smoky
All
man.
right, well,
Chuck,
I'm
Smoky
sure
man
that the
bad,
person-
Chuck.
I'm certain that the person who shot Charlie Kirk thought the same thing.
Yeah, Smoky man bad. Even though I do nothing in your worldview, me being a stepfather is not problematic.
There's a million
you,
stepfathers.
you commend me. You commend me, of course, for doing that. You say it's a good thing that I do that, but you bring it up
I
anyway
think
because
it's
you want to
fairly
attack me.
Neutral. I mean, do you make those children feel like they are like a charity case that you have just done such great things
Oh,
for?
so I'm sorry. So I shouldn't do it because if I do, what?
No, but you should be normal about it.
What does that mean? You brought it up.
So don't treat it like it's like, oh, I'm such a good man for doing this thing and taking in this broken, abused women. Like it's like, I don't like the way you're talking about it, dude.
Oh,
Talking about it, bitch, you brought it up. He never talked about his family. You are the fucking one talking about his family. He didn't bring up his kids. He didn't bring up his stepkids. He didn't bring up his wife. You were the one who's doing it. And again, you are not talking about the fucking topic. You are insulting him. You are attacking his family. This is fucking unbelievable. This is why I'm again, this shit right here. This is the feminists, right? This is the feminist fucking insanity. Just like Red Door said, right? This is what Red Door, right? Keying her car. This is the fucking insanity right here, right? This is the insanity that these feminists have no logic to stand on. They will only go towards emotional states.
how should I talk about it, Chuck?
Like a normal person.
What does that mean, Chuck?
It should just be a fact. It should just be neutral.
Okay, it is a fact, and you brought it up because you wanted to use it as something disparaging, but you can't figure out how it's disparaging.
It's disparaging because it goes against the worldview that you espouse.
What part of me marrying a woman
You
who was
say
divorced
gnarly
goes against my
things- You say
worldview?
gnarly things about promiscuous women and that they're disgusting.
That's not
irredeemable.
promiscuity.
You say 3 baby daddies? Yes, that's promiscuous.
Wait a second. Help me out here. How many times have you had sex?
I couldn't count.
How many different partners have you had?
Oh, it depends on what you would consider sex.
Men.
Men?
Yeah. How many men have you fucked, Chuck?
Certainly under 10.
Yeah, and she has three long-term relationships, and I'm one of them. Okay, Chuck. Can you tell
Men
me?
that are
Can you tell me
forever
which one?
tied to her.
Which one of you
Forever
are
tied to her
promiscuous?
through having had children with them, forever tied to her. That's a much stronger bond than a hookup.
Okay, but help me out. You fucked way more women than my wife, and she's the promiscuous one.
You wouldn't consider what I do sex, would you?
You fuck men. You said
wouldn't
you fucked
consider-
10 men, Chuck.
I said under 10. You would not consider the sex that I've had with women to be sex. Is that what you said?
No, I'm talking about men.
But then why'd you bring up women?
I didn't try to. I was
Okay.
talking about men.
Okay.
So yeah, Chuck, you fucked way more.
None of them got me pregnant.
Yeah, well, who cares if they did? You would just abort the kid.
I mean, yeah, but
Yeah, because you're just a sick fuck.
I'm not a sick fuck.
You're a sick.
English. Yeah, feminism is not good. Good luck at other countries. They are more happy without feminism. My country, the Philippines, alone is a happy place. We don't even have divorce laws. Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's the thing. Feminism is poisoning countries. It is. Yeah, the ex-husband is not the same thing as a baby daddy.
I think it's crueler. I think it is crueler to have children when you are unprepared and bring them into an unsafe household. I think that.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll make sure to let my stepkids know that they shouldn't have been brought in the world because Chuck wishes that her mom killed them. Because then she couldn't say he had 3 baby daddies, could
Okay,
she?
go ahead and tell them.
I'll go ahead and tell them, Chuck.
Tell them.
I'll let them know, Chuck.
But it's every time you talk about how older women are undesirable. Women with past are undesirable.
what I
and
say.
then you are dating a woman. You are married
Chuck,
to a woman. You are in
Chuck,
love
can
with
you
a woman.
can you
You
tell
are
me what my
married to a
position?
See, this is why this bitch is stupid, right? This is why this bitch is stupid. She's conflating red pill ideology with this man. I literally, I don't hear this. I don't hear Andrew saying that, oh, older women are undesirable. I don't hear that, right? Absolutely ridiculous. Red jacket. Let's see. It's odd to me that people don't have a certain sorrow for incels. I feel bad for incels. I mean, like, this is a thing where I do feel I do have some empathy, right? Some empathy for incels. I want them to be better.
Is?
I've seen your tweets.
What's my
I've seen
position?
the way that you speak to sex
Can you
workers.
tell me
I've
what
seen the
my
way that you speak
was my
to
wife a sex
people who have
worker?
sex. No.
No.
She has 3 baby daddies.
Okay,
And
so
that's
not a sex.
lie.
So not a
That's
sex.
lie.
She's constantly bringing back the fucking baby daddies. I mean, it's like, I don't know. I don't know if she was married. I don't know. I mean, again, she had a marriage, right? One marriage. This is another one. I don't know her history. So I mean,
Worker, not a sex
Right?
worker.
No, not a sex worker.
Okay, great, Chuck.
But
so
the way you talk to promiscuous women.
so
you
she
just
had
tried to do the
three. So
same
she had
to
3
me.
long-term relationships and did what she was supposed to do in them when she's married, which is have children.
Yeah, and how did that turn out for her?
It turned out great. She ended up with
She got
me.
half her tongue ripped out. That's
And
what
she-
you
yeah,
said.
but she's been with me for almost what, fucking 18 years? What's your longest term relationship, Chuck?
3 years, but I'm
Yeah,
also in my
3
20s.
years. 3 years and 10 guys. Well, you got a way to go, Chuck.
I said under 10, but I'm also in my 20s, and you're in your 40s.
I married her when I was in my 20s. With her. What do you mean?
She was in her 30s when you married her then.
Was she? I don't.
She's 5 years older.
No,
than you,
she's
correct?
not 5 years. She's 3 years older, you idiot.
Oh, my bad. My information was wrong then.
Yeah, because you got it from a dumb whore, didn't you?
Which dumb whore?
Tree of Logic. You got it from a stupid whore, and that's why your information's bad. What else?
Is Tree of Logic the name of
Yeah,
someone?
what else do you think? What else do you think, Chuck? Do I have an illegitimate black child too?
No.
She was married
That wasn't
twice.
part of your
Okay.
information?
No.
Oh, what else was part of your information? How much older is my?
Oh, well, then, if she was married twice, like seriously, like, I mean, again, I don't know Andrew's wife like that. It's like this bitch is like I could understand, right? You could see that Andrew's definitely getting heated.
My wife than me?
5 years.
Oh, okay. Well, how old is she then?
She's 43 if you said it was 3 years.
Wait, how old am I, Chuck?
40.
I'm 41.
Okay. Well, she still has 3 baby daddies, which you confirmed.
So you were wrong about that, right? You were wrong about that?
Does she not have 3 baby daddies?
Yeah,
Did
no,
you not
she
say
didn't
that
have
this
3
was
baby
public
daddies. Men you're
information?
married to aren't baby daddies.
A baby daddy is a man that gets you pregnant.
No, your disparagement there, as fun as it is, right? Remember, she's not here to defend herself either, because she'd knock you the fuck out probably. But
She would hit me?
yeah, if you had personally attacked her, I'm sure she would.
Well, I wouldn't have personally attacked her. So I might have gently suggested that,
gently
telling women
suggested.
to submit to their husbands and blah, 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 blah is kind of,
that created great outcomes for her, Chuck.
Is this a great outcome?
It sure seems to be for her.
Because, I mean, being with you and I think dedicating your life to being a content creator that just like debates and that's the extent of your Christian goodness, I wouldn't consider that the high living.
Wait,
I
is that
wouldn't consider that
Chuck? Is that the
virtuous.
extent of my Christian goodness?
Probably.
Tell me what I do.
This is what you do with
Tell me
it.
what I do with all that money I make, Chuck.
I don't know.
But I thought you just told me what the extent of my Christian goodness was.
The impact that you leave on the world, whether you donate to charities
So
or
it
not, which I
justifies-
strongly doubt that you do.
You strongly doubt that?
What you do with your worldview is you use it to feed your ego. What you do with
Ego?
your career.
My ego?
Yes, your ego.
My ego?
Your ego.
So tell me, Chuck, can you help me out here?
And I know that this is the thing about pride too, because the first time we debated, you said to me, you just humiliated yourself in front of all of these people. And when I
did.
said, I've been on bigger platforms, you said, no, you haven't.
What bigger platform were you on?
Well, I was interviewed by CNN once.
No. So you weren't on a bigger platform,
also
Chuck.
Cupid-
So I was
Cupid-
right.
shush.
So I was right, Chuck. I was right.
CuteBot in 2024
Yeah.
had a
Cupid.
viewer average of about 10,000. And I went on her show with Morgue Pie, and I was subject to a lot more people and greater, scarier things.
Oh.
So I guess
okay.
now technically Brian's platform is the largest platform I've been on.
Oh.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. But before that, it was mine.
No, it was CuteBot.
Oh, it was Cupid.
Yeah.
And how many people were watching Cupid at that time? If we go pull that stream, we'll find the numbers.
When we were debating, I'm not referring to her numbers at that time. I was referring to her viewer average in 2024 when I went on her dating show with Morgue Pie. There were over 10K viewers concurrent.
Okay. Gotcha.
That is what I'm referring to.
Okay.
And that is far more immortalized than this will be.
So help me out with this, though. I just want to make sure that I get all this right. So ultimately, you think that it's okay to try to use these disparaging things against my wife who's not here to defend herself. Why? What did she do to you, Chuck?
I'm trying to convince you of my worldview.
Yeah, but what did she do to you, Chuck?
I mean, I think that being married to you is
It's enough to do whatever evil you want to her, isn't it, Chuck?
was what I said evil or wrong? Was it inaccurate what I said? Was it inaccurate what I said? Was it inaccurate?
You remember how earlier?
Was it a lie?
Yeah, but was it? Were you trying to use it as disparaging, like you
I'm
do
trying
with
to point out your
colonizer?
hypocrisy.
Where's the hypocrisy?
Because of the worldviews that you espouse.
Tell me what I espouse, which is hypocritical.
You spend your time convincing men that older women are undesirable, that women with past are undesirable.
You're
You
lying.
do. I have scrolled through your freaking tweets.
Chuck,
I've seen this.
Chuck,
I've seen what you
gi-
said.
to give me,
you have built your
give me the
career off
position,
of, like,
Chuck. Give me the position I have. The position you think I have, which is
older
hypocritical.
women are undesirable. An 18-year-old will always be more desirable than a fucking
Total fucking lies, Chuck. So here's my actual
That
position.
was actually one of the first.
Yo, Whiskey. I think the meaning of incels has changed. To me, incels are men who want to have long-term relationship with women but are constantly rejected. What is the meaning of incels currently? It's involuntarily celibate, right? Where they're constantly kind of like that, right? I don't know if they want long-term relationship with women. I'm assuming they do, but they are constantly rejected. So I agree.
I guarantee you, you'll never find the tweet. And when we're done here, I'll send you $1,000 per tweet that I'm wrong about. Promise. So here we go. You ready? My actual position. As women get older, they're generally less desirable than when they were younger. Anything else, Chuck? Am I wrong?
But do you think?
Hang on. Chuck, am I wrong? Chuck, am I wrong though, Chuck?
Depends on who you ask.
I'm asking you.
I like older women.
I'm asking you, Chuck, in general.
And my mom and all of her heterosexual
Yeah, Chuck, I know, but in general, but Chuck, in general, is it not the case that in general, as women get older, they become less desirable to men than younger women? In general.
Not now, I don't think so. I think there's an age cap.
So if I were to show you stats of when men respond and say that they would prefer younger women over older women, they're lying?
Maybe.
Okay, gotcha.
I don't know. You can never trust statistics or where they're from.
So
you can never trust
never
the
said that
recent
either.
studies or blah, blah,
Never
blah,
said that
blah.
either. I said that every study needs to be vetted. But okay. So anyway, what's the next position that I espouse, which I probably don't? That makes me a hypocrite.
So I want to say that as an outsider looking in, what your platform looks like is it's teaching young.
Yeah, I don't care about that. How am I a hypocrite?
Women.
What am I saying that's hypocritical?
You're a hypocrite because you are married to a woman that the men that you are influencing to feel these things, you are married to someone that they would find completely unacceptable. Because
I don't think you know my audience.
I know their audience.
I don't have a red pill audience.
You do, dude.
I don't. I'm not a red piller.
Down all of my
I'm
socials,
literally not a red pill.
Bull said it. The man is not a red pillar.
This because every time after I debate you, what I have is a bunch of dudes hopping in my comments calling me a stupid whore, a bitch, and a slut.
Well, you are stupid. You are a stupid bitch, right? That is true. But again, you don't control your fucking audience. You don't control your fucking audience, right? You don't. There could be terrible men watching Andrew. So what? There are terrible women watching you. Fucking idiot.
What does that have to do with me?
That's your audience.
No, my
That's
audience.
your
My audience
man.
are Christian nationalists. That's my audience.
Yeah, and they're assholes.
Maybe, but
They're
that
bad
doesn't make
people.
me a
They're
hypocrite.
not Christians.
What things do I advocate for that are hypocritical to how I live my personal life? What? Chuck?
You're dating a promiscuous woman.
How is that
You are dating
promiscuous?
a woman who has 3 baby daddies.
I'm not dating anybody. I'm married. And how is it promiscuous? She had 3 long-term relationships and was married.
Children with 3 different men.
How is that promiscuous? So
it's not a problem to
So
me,
if her
but
husband
it's something-
died in war and she got remarried, me as a Christian, that's promiscuous?
It's different.
How? How's that different than he
Death.
leaves her?
It's death.
How's that different than he leaves her?
The great sanctity of a Christian marriage between a
But
man
Chuck,
and a
I've
woman.
never advocated that ever. So how could I be a hypocrite?
Dude, and everything you say and do, you fucking advocate for this
Here,
shit. You
I'm going to start
advocate
pulling
for
out.
this shit.
I'll tell you what. I'll start pulling out cash.
I don't want you to
Pull up the tweet. Pull up the tweet that shows me a hypocrite to my worldview. I'll keep pulling out cash until you can.
Keep pulling it out.
Okay, how much do you want?
I'm not playing your game.
You're not going because you don't have shit.
No, because I'm not going to sit here and dig through your fucking tweets.
Because there's nothing there that would make me a hypocrite to my view. Do you think?
Dude, your platform is literally to normal people reads as insane, dude.
That has nothing to do with the claim I'm a hypocrite, Chuck. Chuck,
yes, dude,
show me how I'm a hypocrite, Chuck, from my view.
You spend your time shitting on women.
I don't.
That is all you do. That is
Hardly.
all you do. You discourage.
But even if I did, even if all I did was shit on women, how am I a hypocrite?
Because you are married to a woman with 3 baby daddies.
And do I ever make a prescription that that's immoral or wrong?
I think you made up rules for yourself that it's okay to fit your worldview.
Bro, when have I ever advocated that you can't be a stepdad?
So proud. I think you would be so proud of your chaste Christian wife.
Are you ever going to show me how I espouse
Chaste Christian wife? The man does not promote, oh, you should marry virgins. The man does not promote, go for virgins. This bitch is irritating. This is the thing. This is feminism. This is feminism right here, right? No fucking logic. Attacks. That's it. Only attack on emotions. Unbelievable.
Views, which I don't believe ever. What do I actually say?
Watched the shit that you make. You can just watch your clips and see the things that you say.
Chuck, tell me my position that makes me a hypocrite, please.
I just told you. I've told you
what?
several times.
What?
I've told you
what is it?
times.
What?
I just told you
You
several
didn't.
times. Do you not have fucking ears, dude?
What did you just tell me? What?
You are married to a woman that would be considered by the men that you proselytize
Me,
to,
Chuck.
that they are...
Me, Chuck. What do I advocate for that makes me a hypocrite, Chuck? What?
to look for chaste young women.
That's not even my...
Women who are not stained. You spend all
Oh
your
my
time
God, this
shitting
fucking...
all over sex workers.
Yeah,
All the
yes,
time.
good.
And if I recall correctly, you have said that there is like a girl who's at an OnlyFans or done sex work is undateable, unlovable, unmarriageable.
No, I've never said any of those things.
I swear to God, I've heard it.
No, Chuck, you hear what you want to hear. So here's my actual position, and I'll tell you. So my actual position on step parenting is the same position that I would have on sex work. I'm really glad that you stopped being a sex worker, and welcome to Christianity. That's not going to guarantee you a great husband, though, because your past walks with you, unfortunately. And when it comes to step parenting, right, it is true that generally people get bad outcomes when it comes to dating and marrying single moms, especially kids. But that doesn't mean all of them are bad.
This is the thing where, this is why women are too stupid. I'm sorry. This is why a lot of women are too stupid. Yes, red pillars tell you not to date single moms. 100%. Red pillars tell you not to date single moms. It doesn't mean that there are zero good single mothers out there, right? That doesn't fucking mean that. When men tell you do not date single moms, it doesn't mean that single moms, right, are all 100% undateable, right? Men's logic is in general. It's balance of probability. 8 times out of 10, you will probably get a single mom that doesn't prioritize you. 8 times out of 10, you will probably get a single mom that gives you all the responsibility, none of the authority, right? 8 times out of 10, right? You will probably get a single mom that is combative, that is aggressive, has high standards, low value, that's not submissive, that's not obedient, that is combative, that is chaotic. 8 times out of 10. So you are a stupid bitch that don't understand men's logic, right? Men know that it's not an absolute. Red pillars do not say 100% of anything. So this is why this woman is an idiot. It's like you misconstrue men's logic. Men are not out here, right? In the manosphere, in the men's red pill, men are not saying 100% of single mothers are undateable. No, right? Men are not saying 100% of women in the West are the worst women ever. No. Men are talking balance of probability, right? Men are talking about in general. That's what men are talking about. But I'm sorry, women are too stupid to understand that. Not all women, but a lot.
That's what I've always advocated, Chuck. How come?
See, Whiskey said it correct. Single mothers are a numbers game. It's a numbers game, right? If I'm going to, this is a thing where if I'm talking to a man, right? I'm saying don't get married. Don't get married, right? I'm saying don't get married. 50% of marriages get in divorce. 70% are filed by women, right? It doesn't mean that 100% of marriages end in divorce. It doesn't mean that 100% of women will file for divorce. It's a balance of probability. It's a numbers game. It's you choose as a fucking adult what to do. Red pill is only fucking logic. It's only an ideology. What you do with it is up to you.
You didn't
Stupid ass
know that.
fucking women.
Know that about you?
Yeah. How come you didn't know that? That's what I
Because it's not
advocate.
reflected in anything that you say.
It's because you selectively only want to hear what you want to hear, and you only did that to do rage bait because you don't know any of my positions. You never took the time to listen, ever.
Why would I listen? It's all slop.
Yeah. How could it
I
be?
also don't
How could it
think
be
that
slop? You don't even know what it
I
is.
also don't think that these are your positions. I genuinely don't. Again, I think that you are creating
Brian,
rules-
haven't I
rules
made
for
those
me, but
positions
not for
1,000
me.
times on the show? Those same positions.
If I can just really quick, you've said Andrea said certain things. Were they whatever podcast appearances?
Yeah, I believe so.
Some of the things that you claim Andrew said, I sit next to him for all these appearances. I've never heard him argue.
Okay.
So you just lied, Chuck.
Well, I still think you're a shitter, dude.
That's nice, but I don't have the positions you claim I have. And it was pretty. And what happened is you just think that because you disagree with me and I'm a bad person, that it's just okay to do whatever horrible thing you want to me. And that's what the left
What did I
does.
do that was horrible?
Oh, well, what you were attempting to do there was you were attempting to disparage me for no particularly good reason, even.
Because you called me stupid.
Yeah, but what did my wife call you something?
Your wife has actually said really rude things about me in the super chats before when we.
Yeah, maybe she didn't say anything to you tonight. But, you know, the thing
I don't
is.
care. I'll fucking remember it.
Yeah, I know. Well, here's the thing. I'll remember this too, Chuck. And I'm just going to point this out
Okay.
so that you
Then
know.
hold on to it.
Well, I'm not going to hold on to it. I'm just pointing this out. I'll always know you as a hypocrite. The person who said I was doing the bad thing, and then when I asked her about it, said it wasn't a bad thing. That sounds like hypocrisy to me.
I said it was hypocritical to your worldview.
And when you can tell me how, I'm listening.
Because you do not live as a good Christian.
How would that make me a hypocrite in my marriage?
Because again, what you are saying, even if you have not, you do lead men away.
To
From
where?
being
The church?
forgiving
I
or
lead them.
good
I lead them
towards
away
women.
from what? To church? I lead them to church.
You lead men towards hatred of women. You create incels, dude. This podcast.
I swear to God, listening to this bitch is making me hate women. I swear to God, listening to this woman, right, is making me hate women. I swear to fucking God, this is why women are stupid. I'm sorry. This is why women are stupid. It is not listening to men. It is not listening to men that is making men hate women. I do a reaction channel. I do a fucking reaction channel. I show you videos of fucking women. Women saying the shit. Women, you every fucking video you can watch, right? I show you what's coming out of these women's mouths, right? I show you what's coming out of these women's mouths. I'm not making shit up. Right? I literally show you video proof of women saying the crap that they're saying. I literally show you the insanity, the hypocrisy, the delusion that's coming out of these fucking bitches' mouth. So no, it isn't men that are making men hate women. No, it is women that say shit out of their fucking mouth that's making men hate women. And here's my thing, right? Let me rephrase it a bit. Isn't men hating women, right? It isn't men hating women. It's men being fucking tired of women's insanity. Men are tired of that shit. Men are tired of women's insanity, women's hypocrisies, women's delusions, right? Women's it's like men are tired of the shit. You say a whole lot of fucking shit out of your mouth that's making me tired of you. Right? This is why, right? Feminism created MGTOW. Feminism created Redpill. Feminism created Passport Bro. Feminism created Black Pill. Feminism created incels. Feminism created all these fucking men group, not men, right? It isn't Red Pill, right? It isn't Red Pill men creating all these shit. No, it's fucking women, not men, right? It's not men spreading hate. It is women saying a whole lot of fucking shit out of their stupid ass mouth, right? Men are not forcing women to say the shit that they're saying. Men are not forcing women to say the shit that they're saying. Women are saying that shit. So men are just tired. Men are just tired of the shit women are saying and the shit women are doing. Exactly, right? Exactly what Whiskey said. Men don't hate women, but are tired of their behaviors. Men are tired of the shit. Right? Men are tired of this fucking bullshit that women do. It is tiring.
creates incels.
Yeah, I know.
No offense, Brian,
Everyone
I'm
just
sorry. It's just like,
everything creates incels. So why are you here participating in?
it's just the thing about like the.
Then Chuck,
creates a bias.
Chuck,
about
why are you
all-white
here
girls.
creating incels with me?
Oh, I'm here for fun.
Oh, so you don't mind creating incels then?
I'm not creating incels.
Isn't by you participating in a show which is creating incels, assisting in the creation?
You're not creating incels. You as a lesbian, or I guess fucking, I don't know, bi, whatever. Are you giving these incels access to your body? Are you giving incels access to your body? Right? Are you giving incels a chance with you? If you're not giving incels a chance with you, in turn, you are creating incels, right? Right? You are rejecting these men. So it kind of does still create incels.
Of incels, Chuck?
No, this one isn't.
Oh, this one isn't?
No.
I thought you just said it was 5 seconds ago.
I think when it's like a.
Oh my God, you're a contradiction machine, Chuck.
Oh, my bad.
Contradiction machine.
Rachel seems to indicate she'd like to do a call-in with your permission.
Oh, absolutely. I'm going to go have a smoke.
No, I don't want to talk to you.
Oh, no. You talked a bunch of shit. Now it's your turn.
I think it would be fair. You did invoke.
Talk a bunch of shit, Chuck.
You did invoke Rachel.
I mean, sure.
So Rachel, Andrew gave the green light there. It'll take us
All
a few
right,
minutes
bring
to
in
get
your
going.
wife. Bring in
Guys,
your wife to fight me and
stay
hide behind.
tuned. Rachel Wilson is in the building, spiritually.
Of like the sexless incel worse.
Hold on. Okay, there's a lot. There's a lot there.
I
mean,
believe
you
that
do
it's sowing
understand,
division
though.
between men and women.
You believe the podcast is sowing division between men and women. Okay, well, hold on. Let's start with one thing first. I can address some of your other things here really quickly, but specifically on the incel thing. Just how do you define incel?
Involuntary celibate.
Involuntarily celibate.
And I would say that a hatred of women comes along with it.
Like it's inherent? Like
no,
if
but it
you
develops.
struggle with dating, that
But
means
also,
you
my
hate
bad.
women.
I didn't mean for you to
Actually,
catch us straight.
you know what? Really quick though on that, I actually think men who are like hyper successful with women have a stronger tendency towards misogyny than men who have struggles with dating. Like I actually think it's the case that like mega giga player guys are probably more likely to have misogynistic leanings than guys who like struggle a little bit, or even a lot with dating. Do you disagree?
I think it's 50-50. I think that it's like
50-50, okay.
to the same. I think they both end up. I think men on the extremes both end up just being like kind of super shitty towards women.
Okay. We have some chats here. By the way, in addition to the Rachel call-in, what do you, Andrew, what do you think about it if I send my assistant to go get us some In-N-Out right now? We'll do a mukbang on the whatever, an In-N-Out. It's like you eat on stream.
I don't know if I have the. It's. You
Nah,
said
okay,
3
I
to
just said
4,
Andrew's-
3 to 4. His wife and abused
Have
his
you ever
wife.
raised your voice slightly? Just curious.
Depends on who. Your pregnant wife, your immensely pregnant wife.
Yeah, thousands of hours of video, and she set it up for there to be 30 seconds of video that she could go take to a divorce attorney. Okay. Guy who never hit her once, guy who never did anything to her, still takes care of his kids, and then she tried to fucking negotiate some backdoor fucking money dealings with a big network too on top of
for
it.
her.
Like you fucking,
out of there, girl.
you fucking
Get
people
out of
are
there.
insane. You're insane.
You think that
insane.
women who have children with a man like have a desire to like blow up their whole marriage?
Sometimes they do, yeah. Just like, don't you think that there's some men who have a desire to blow up their marriage after they have kids?
Yeah.
Yeah, but just not women though. They're benevolent fucking angels and never do stuff like that. Give me a break, Chuck.
All right.
Don't you think there's a higher threshold for abuse? You know, like maybe
Yes.
his tone was a little bit.
No, he said she didn't say that. She said he beat her up. He said he beat her up.
Fucking story. I also think he's a fucking loser.
Yeah, I know, because you
Complaining about
disagree with
no-fault
him.
divorce.
I know, because you disagree with him.
I do disagree with him, and I think he's hateful and stupid.
I know, but so
And I
that
think
justifies any bad thing you want to do to him, doesn't it? Just like it did Charlie Kirk.
I think it is ridiculous to claim that I have a desire to assassinate someone. What?
No. You see,
Like they did to
the assassin,
rather than make a claim that
the
millions have
assassin
made.
killed Charlie Kirk because people like you said Charlie Kirk was an evil Nazi. And so if you tell people
He was
that
a bad guy, yeah, he
and
was a
if you
piece
tell
of shit,
people
he was
that this
horrible.
person's a really bad person over and over again, and that they're Adolf Hitler light and stuff like that, they start to not look at them as
What do
humans.
you think happens when you say that all lesbians are morally
And that's the thing. Having success with women have made me dislike women very deeply. And this is the thing where I'm sorry. I mean, here's my problem. Okay. When I didn't have success with women, right? There was a time when I had no success. I had no success with women. I did not have an ounce of hate towards women, right? And I'm not saying I even have hate right now. But after having success with women, I've been in quite a few long-term relationships, and not just because of that. And listening to women, I'm tired of them, right? I'm tired. I mean, at least I'm tired of Western women. I'm tired of them because they are just absolutely miserable. They are miserable people.
Reprehensible. What do you think? What do you think that spreads? You think that spreads kindness?
I don't think. Show me where lesbians are getting shot because of my rhetoric.
Because if you're, I mean, yes, hate crimes do occur because people are
mostly with
homophobic.
lesbians. It's between lesbians, and they beat each other
That
up.
statistic is inaccurate because it was just asking about relationships, which do include past heterosexual.
What about the latest
relationships.
statistics on it though for domestic violence and with just
I don't know. Maybe
with
you
just
can't
straight
trust
deep
statistics.
when
Maybe you just
we
can't.
can.
I'd have
just,
to double check. I'd have to double check.
You
the
can
study
check
and the validity
some.
of the study.
Those aren't. That's not a study. Those aren't studies. Those are just straight raw crime statistics. And when it comes to domestic violence, yeah, lesbians like to beat each other up a lot. What do you want me to say? They do. So it seems like the most amount of hate crimes from lesbians come from
Don't
lesbians
you
to
think that
lesbians.
women are like mega sexual predators too? Isn't that like a thing? You said that to me once, that you think like women in positions of power tend to be like extreme.
Do you want the actual position, Chuck? Do you even care? Like, do you actually
really.
care?
I'm
Yeah.
tired.
I didn't think you did.
I wanna go home.
You never care. The truth is, you just.
Hello? Rachel?
Can you hear me?
Yes. I don't know why Discord wasn't working, so we're just going to do it via the phone. Do you want to say anything?
Okay. Yeah. Am I coming through okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. Well, I guess I'm just going to ask her the same question kind of that Andrew asked her, which is, I mean, she said all this stuff about me that she got completely wrong, but what is it that you think Andrew or I are doing that is wrong or hypocritical?
I do feel that with your guys' platforms, what you do is, Rachel, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not familiar with your platform. I'm only familiar with your husband's. But
talking shit about it when she's not here.
well, hey, man, I was trying to prove my point.
Which you didn't.
Okay, how does what you said about me prove your point? Like, again, did somebody tell you that Andrew like hates on single moms and like shits on them, and so you thought that because he's married to me and I had kids before I married him that like he's a bad Christian? Like, I don't understand where you're coming from with this. What did he do wrong, and what did I do wrong?
So the basis of Andrew's platform is essentially to make women look stupid and humiliate them. And I don't.
You're doing a perfectly good job.
I swear to God, it's like women have no sense of accountability. Women have no sense of accountability. I swear to God, women have no sense of accountability. You're saying that a man is making a woman look stupid, not because she's willingly saying stupid shit out of her own mouth. No accountability whatsoever. So no wonder this bitch wants to allow women for abortion, right? Allow abortion because honestly, let's take away more accountability from women, right? It's absolutely idiotic.
Of that all by yourself. He doesn't even need the help. But go on.
All right, well,
Erroneous.
Sorry.
it's okay. I lost my train of thought.
Tell the whole world why we're bad.
The
Why
whole
you're
world?
bad and why am I bad?
You were saying that Andrew's whole purpose is to make women look dumb and stupid.
But that's how his thing works. Is he goes on debate shows. A lot of the time, it's young women, people with no formal debate experience, such as myself, to mock them, make them look stupid, clip farm.
You literally, I swear to God, women are stupid. I'm sorry. You are literally willingly going on this show. No one is forcing you to debate the man. It's like this is not the first time you saw them. It's not like you're going out of the blue and meeting this man and you never. It's like, I swear to God. This is the thing. Women are showing how stupid they are. This is the thing. Feminists are unbelievable liars. They do. This is the thing. They promote no accountability whatsoever. Are you not willingly going on the show to debate him? I swear to fucking God, it's like, is there no accountability? Do you think that men are forcing you to debate other men?
And then
Little Hollow, what's up, my brother? Her brain no work. It doesn't. It's like, seriously, why are feminists, I'm sorry, why are feminists the most stupidest humans around, right? Why? It's like no accountability whatsoever.
gain money and notoriety this way. He doesn't engage in real thoughtful debate. I've seen people walk off from debating him because
we got to do one thing at a time. One thing at a time. You can't just shotgun 500 things. So,
okay.
Did you not have agency? Did you not have agency when you accepted this debate with Andrew?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, then what did he do wrong? Do you want him to treat you like, because you're a feminist, so you want him to only debate men? Because if he did that, you'd say, well, he's a misogynist. He won't even debate women because he doesn't take them seriously enough or whatever. Like, you guys make yourself look stupid. Andrew can't make you look stupid.
Fucking rights. This is right? When base women, right? When base women are talking, they actually fucking know. This is why Red Door, I love this sister, right? I love her. Because here's the thing, when women are actually fucking logical, you can't say shit, right? You can't say shit. Literally, coming from another woman's mouth. You had the freedom of choice. No man made you look stupid. You did it yourself. You chose to come on to this. You are stupid yourself.
If you're not. And I would go on here and I would make you look 10 times stupider because you're really, really uninformed, but really, really confident about everything you say. You do not sound like a person with a college education. My homeschooled 13-year-old can explain per capita, okay? You are not a very smart person. You're the one who put yourself in this position. And since you lost and you got humiliated, you thought the thing to do would be attack me. And okay, so let's go there. Where did you get the idea that I'm promiscuous?
Well, that you're promiscuous? Sorry, you just also said a bunch of shit that I was trying to keep track of.
You said that I'm promiscuous. So what promiscuous means I've slept with a lot of people, right?
I would say that I think that having children with multiple men is, I think that is more significant than...
Okay, well, I think it would be if, and I know why people assume this. I do understand why people assume it. They're just wrong in their assumptions. It would be wrong if I had been sleeping with lots of people, if I had been carelessly getting pregnant with random people. That's not the case. I've spent my entire adult life only in 3 long-term committed relationships, one of which is a, almost 20-year relationship with Andrew. Now we're like 18 years in. I've been married since 2012. Prior to that, I was married for 4 years, as Andrew had to unfortunately explain. That ended not even because I left, but because he beat the crap out of me and was being pursued by the law and left.
Yo, Mrs. Smith said it. Now I know why Satan chose Eve. Because he knows the stupid one. He knows the easily manipulated one. He knows the one that, you know what? You can go about their emotions.
The state, and so it was like abandonment. The first one was my high school boyfriend, who I knew my whole life, who I was with for 5 years. We had 2 children. He had his own personal problems, and that did not work out. So I understand why people make the assumption, but the truth is, I'm not promiscuous. I have an extremely low body count. I've never had one-night stands. I've never cheated on anyone. I've never just carelessly or casually had sex ever. So I've only ever been with men that I, at least at the time, felt certain I was going to be with forever and have a family with.
Maybe you should have.
I did get nerfed on the first 2. I did get nerfed on the first 2, I will admit. But
I did wonder, hang on, Rachel, I did wonder one thing. If she had slept with 3 men but had aborted all of the children, would she still be promiscuous?
She would have lived her life. It would have been better for her.
If she had only slept with 3 men but aborted her children, hang on, Rachel, stop for a second. Would it be the case? Was that too abusive? Shut up, Rachel. Was that too abusive, Charlie? So Charlie, tell me, if she had aborted her children with those 3 relationships, would she be less promiscuous or not?
I think that, frankly, in my opinion, her life would have been better spent.
Would she be less promiscuous, Charlie?
Yes.
Yeah, she'd be less promiscuous.
Yeah.
These fucking people. So, Rachel, you should have...
Seriously? So it's the children having... It's like, this is why this bitch is like absolutely stupid.
Rachel, you should have killed her kids, Rachel.
Maybe she should have.
No, I wouldn't have been. Wait. So it's less promiscuous if I kill the children?
I mean, you're not killing children. You're having an abortion.
Did you just say to me that my life would be better if I had aborted my children?
I mean, if I were in your shoes, I would have had a better time doing that.
Wow.
Oh, God.
She's a fucking idiot. All of my children, I would never unalive them. I would never wish that they weren't born, even if there was some mild inconvenience to me along the way, or maybe I had to do...
This is feminism for you. This is feminism. My life would be better if I, took away my accountabilities. My life would be better if I aborted children. Fucking idiot. Fucking idiot. Because, like, literally, Red Door has said it, right? Red Door, she's a she has created generations of humans. While this bitch thinks it's okay to really abort the generations of human. It's like absolutely ridiculous.
Work to raise them. I love my children. I would never wish that they had not been born, and I'm certain my life would not have been better without them.
Would you deny that under patriarchy you are seen as like I hate to use this phrase, but as a damaged woman on account of having had children with multiple men? Would you deny that is unfortunately the common perspective?
I actually think it's people like you who think that about me. Andrew is a patriarch. He is a patriarchist. As you said, he's the one out here representing the patriarchy, and he looked at my...
Here's the fucking shit, right? Here's the fucking stupidity. Would men say a single mother is damaged, right? Yeah, they probably would. But why? Right? Why? Would men say older women are damaged? Why? Why would men say that? Oh, it's not fucking misogyny. It's not fucking patriarchy, okay? Why do men say single mothers or older women as damaged? It is because of the numbers game. It is because of balance of probability, right? It has been proven, right? Has been shown that older women, right, more life experience, more dealing with shitty men, right? Single mothers, more dealing with having life experiences, terrible life experiences, dealing with terrible men, terrible baby daddies. Guess what? That will produce bad experiences. That will make you traumatized, right? So balance of probability, right? 8 times out of 10, these women would be damaged, right? No fucking duh. A woman who, let's say a single mother who has, like, let's say 3 baby daddies, but those 3 baby daddies are deadbeats. Those 3 baby daddies are, beating her, lied to her, abused her, cheated on her, right? And she comes out of those 3 relationships now jaded, now combative, now angry, now aggressive, now chaotic. So guess what? Right? She's more masculine. She's more hateful, right? So guess what? Yeah, that woman is damaged. Fucking no duh. It's results, right? Men are not saying, oh, all old women are damaged. All single mothers are damaged. That's not what fucking men are saying, right? Men are talking in general. Men are talking about numbers. Men are talking about balance of probability. Balance of probability. Women that go through fucking trauma are fucking damaged. You such a stupid bitch.
Situation and said she is worth marrying, because if I had been divorced because I was a bitch, or because I was not submissive, or because I was a cheater, or because I was mentally unstable, any of the normal reasons that you do have a woman who's got kids from 2 guys, the usual reasons, I happen to be an outlier for the reasons why I was in that situation. And despite the fact that, and I've said this before, I thought Andrew was way too good for me. I tried to break up with him multiple times because I thought he's got a great life with no baggage. Why would he could pick anybody. He should pick someone else other than me. That was my opinion. He was the one who looked at me and said, no, I really think you're great wife material, great mom material. I know that based on the fact that you're already a great mom. Yeah, your situation isn't the best, but all things considered, it's a deal I'm willing to take. Because he thought I was that awesome. Isn't that cool? What a good...
And that's the thing, right? That's the thing. Men are not saying, oh, all single mamas are terrible. No. Or all old women are terrible. No. It's that if you can find a woman, right? If you can find a woman that will love you, that will respect you, that possibly be submissive, be caring to you, right? Will respect your authority, will respect you as the head of the household. Great. You won the jackpot. But here's the thing. Here's the thing that this stupid bitch don't understand. It's fucking numbers. It's numbers. Balance of probability. These single moms, these older women won't. Right? Because of why? Feminist ideology. This stupid feminist ideology, right, is making women terrible.
Guy. And he was a great stepdad. And he loves all the kids. He never treated the older ones like they were any different. He never there was never any drama with him, like, talking bad about their dad or anything. He was a great guy. He's a great guy. And it turns out that you're the one who thinks I should have killed my kids. You would rather.
Yo, Whiskey, the practical problem with having a relationship with a single mom is that all men that she had children with will inevitably pop in the time you are with her. And that's the thing. That's the thing where, yes, men say that, okay, why you don't date a single mom? There's plenty of reasons, but here's the thing. That's not 100%. Men know it. If you can find a woman that, yeah, the father is not in it, or the father is super cool, or, he will respect your authority as well. I mean, like, seriously, if you can find the jackpot, the lottery, you have won, right? Men talk about it as balance of probability, right? Balance of probability, you dating a single mom will probably be not a good thing for you, right? It's not that men are saying 100% all single moms, don't date them, they're terrible. No, fucking ridiculous.
Party and have fun and get bullshit degrees and produce human beings who are going to go off and create the future.
Hell yeah, I would.
It turns out that you are the hateful, selfish, awful one who's willing to lie about people, say things that aren't true when you don't know what the truth. You've just defamed multiple people in front of millions. You're willing to lie about people. And
no, not millions.
Millions who see this.
So it turns out that it is not Andrew.
Shows
is the charitable
rarely
one.
go that
Andrew
viral.
is the selfless one.
I've also already had people spread clips around me that got hundreds of thousands of views, and it was fine.
I'm just letting you know that she was saying something accurate, that millions of people will likely see this, yes.
And they'll forget tomorrow.
Okay. But that wasn't the
But
point.
again, at the end of the day, do you guys feel that the work that you do makes more women interested in turning towards Christian nationalism than being repulsed and disgusted by it?
It's not all about women, is it? It's not all about women.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about helping women,
We're not just talking about helping women, though. I think helping
you're
men is
interested
helping.
in helping men.
I think helping
turn
men
away from
well, hang
normal,
on.
healthy partners.
Normal,
Their
healthy
body count
partners.
is too high, or they've done. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Yeah.
Like
And-
you.
I would love a chance to tell her why I do this. Yes.
Go ahead.
If I may. So the reason I do what I do, which you said you don't know what I do, so I'll tell you. I write history books about the history of women's liberation. And I regret to inform you that you don't know anything about it. You don't actually know how the movement happened, why the movement happened. You are under the impression that women couldn't get educated. I'm sure you're the average dope who thinks women, were chained to the stove, couldn't leave the house. They were just used and abused by the evil patriarchy who just, for some reason, wanted to enslave them and make them into sex puppets, blah, blah, blah. The stereotypical bullshit that all you female liberals and everybody else pretty much believe.
Well, I never
It's
said
not
all of
true.
that.
I wrote a best-selling book correcting the historical record, and that's what I do. I'm more of a historian, and then I do argue with feminists like you, because what you'll do to men like my husband and to Brian is, instead of win the arguments, which you can't win the debate, you don't know what you're doing, you're an absolute bonehead at this. So what you do is attack them personally, like you did Steven Crowder. You're probably going to go back after this and write a bunch of bullshit or say a bunch of bullshit about Brian and Andrew, because that's what all of you do after you leave the show, after you get your ass kicked all over the place.
Well, Brian's been nice to me, so I'm not going to say shit about Brian.
I know, it's just Andrew. Smoky Man bad.
Yeah.
I'm here to debunk your nonsense and keep families together. I don't give a shit. I'm not willing to sacrifice children and children's lives on the altar of women's feelings anymore.
Yo, Evil Eddie. Oh my God, that's terrible. I just read that. One of your exes deleted a life that I wanted. That's the thing, right? That's the thing where this is the problem with feminism, right? This is the problem with feminism. It is always, and I said this is right. I said, it's the advocacy of women having power. It's not about women being equal, right? It's not the advocacy of equality. No, it's the advocacy of women's power. Literally, where's my brother, right? Where's his power? Where's his equality in that choice? He had no choice. He didn't have a choice in that life, right? He didn't have the choice in it. No choice in that, right? No pro-choice of that. He had no decision in it. And that's fucking feminism for you. That's feminism for you. It's not equality. It's about fucking women having power. It's about women having power over men. I've said this before. Feminism isn't about equality. It's about women gaining power in society, gaining power over men.
feels disparaging and horrible fucking reference to Steven Crowder. Look, maybe you can say that I'm a bad man, that smoky man bad, but you can't say that about Steven Crowder. He's the opposite. Like, that guy is fucking, he's one of the greatest guys I've ever met in my life.
Well, first off, my misconception about the extent of the abuse of his wife was corrected pretty quickly, so I think that's
But why was
fine.
it said?
That's what I thought he did.
Yeah, but the thing is like, if you weren't sure, why even say anything about it at all?
I was sure that that's what had happened.
You were sure?
And normally I look things up, but I can't do it right now.
Man, all right.
I don't want to jump onto my phone in the middle of it.
Can you, okay, maybe.
I'm sorry for saying that thing that I said about Steven Crowder.
Okay.
Steven Crowder, I'm sorry. I still think you're a freak for, not that he's going to watch this, a freak for advocating against no-fault divorce. I think that's evil and crazy and would hurt someone. Please, God, no.
I could, but I won't.
I don't want to.
Wait, so you're sorry for saying it, but are you correct? Just clarifying, are you correcting your statement, or are you just...
Yeah, I'm correcting my statement. Yeah, I'm saying that it was corrected.
A
So
message from the
again,
government of Canada.
Pasty George donated $200.04.
Thank you, Pasty.
Charlie states that she is against authoritarianism, yet she and many voters like her are tyrants.
again, but what I'm saying is that you are like putting like conditioning young men to see women who are less than perfect as partners they should never pursue, as disgusting, having a negative view
When
of
do I do
women's
that?
age.
I never do that. I always have the new.
Okay, this stupid ass woman constantly conflating this man's ideology with red pill. But here's the problem, right? Here's the problem. You are taking it too literal. You are taking men's logic too literal. You're taking red pill logic too literal, right? Men have red pillers have constantly said it's general, right? It's in general. It's not specific. Could you find an amazing, loving single mother out there? Yes. Yes. Can you find an amazing, loving, whatever, older women? Of course. But again, bitch, it's about balance of probability. It's about numbers. Okay, guys. It went on longer than I was hoping for because, again, it got really spicy towards the end, right? It got really spicy towards the end. Ooh, that's it. That is it for tonight. I don't want to take up all your time tonight. I love you guys. I love you guys, right? Thank you, all of you guys, for being here. It's like, I'm sorry, right? I couldn't stop because this bitch was like really, she triggered. She definitely did the rage bait. She definitely did the rage bait. Evil Eddie, Omni, Ingrish, thank you guys for being here. Red Door, Sism, Mr. Smith, I love you. I love you. Yes. Gotta grow it for D8. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Thank you. Red Door, I love you. Says, Big Bars was here. Mr. Smith, I love you, Mr. Smith. All right, I love you, my brother. Whiskey, be good, my brother. I love you, my brother, right? This is family. You're part of the family. Don't be, know that you're not alone. Know that you're not alone, right? Anyone else? Laughing man, I love you. Man, my voice is kind of harsh now. God, I love you guys. I love you guys. You guys are amazing. Brent was here. I love you, my brother. I love you. Anyone else I forgot? I don't want to forget anyone, or I'll try not to. Because I love you guys. I do. You guys are amazing. Rashad, I love you, my brother. I love you. Thank you for being here, my brothers. You guys are amazing, right? I love you guys. Whew. Time for bed for me too. This is like, this is triggering. You guys are amazing. I love you guys. Thank you guys for the support. Thank you guys for the love. Please check out my other videos. Please like, subscribe if you haven't. You guys are amazing, right? Later, guys. Later.